Okay, we are back in the game, and we are in the middle of World War II that has broken out. Poland is being invaded, as you can see here on the screen, and they are not doing too well, which is to be expected, though. They have nothing to put against the entire might of the German army here. Germany is not joined by his little buddies in the Axis faction because they seem to be preparing their builds for a later date. This makes me slightly worried. Does he have enough to get through France? Because while France has a lot of negative modifiers, they're not in tip-top shape. They still have a lot of troops and could still pack a punch. We see here Sticky on France making an attempt at attacking Germany. But it looks like Germany defended that quite handily. And here we see Poland being split up, a bit of a pocket up in towards Danzig, but that's being cleared out. We see the troops moving around Warsaw now, so this should be over quite soon, I guess. Yeah, still a phony war in the west. Nothing going on here. Let's have a look at the air map mode to see what's going on. And it's all green for the Axis here in the east. In the west, though, there are some Allied fighters. We got some bombers bombing Germany already. The Allies have the air superiority over France. Nothing over the Belgium Benelux region here, though.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Germany's very air-focused industry performs here. This will be the first time we really put it to the test, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because now they will face off against a nation that actually has some air force capabilities.
Yeah.
That being France and also the British planes. Later on, it would be interesting to compare the level of plane production between the different countries.
Definitely. So yeah, no big surprises here in the war with Poland. Warsaw is surrounded, and they should. Yeah, not too far off for a capitulation there. And like we said, no real surprises there. Seems like the Soviets are still a bit of a ways off, or is this the? Yeah, this is the one they need for the Finnish Winter War. So the Finnish Winter War is about to kick off in 2 weeks. Let's see if Christer is indeed, in fact, ready.
Yeah, Warsaw has fallen. Can we get Boppe's player card down, maybe?
Yeah, we don't have to look at his beautiful face anymore. It's just
it's very nice. Very nice to look at all his medals, but we would rather look at the Gulf of Finland, which is probably in the heat of the war at that point. Yeah, bad weather in the Gulf of Finland. Then again, you won't do any naval invasions in the Winter War, so it's fine.
No, as per our rules. And let's have a look here again at Poland. They are very, very close to capitulation. I know we said we weren't supposed to drink when Poland capitulated, but I think it's worth a drink.
Yeah, I think we can have a drink.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And cheers to you guys at home.
Cheers.
So
Poland is now a government in exile, which means that they will be able to build up an army, most likely in United Kingdom.
Yeah.
And they have factories and they have production. So we will be seeing a lot more of Poland during the game. But they, for now, are not on the map anymore.
But Poland will be back.
Indeed, they will.
So now we see the traditional transfer of troops from the east over to the west to start invading the Benelux countries. We see the Badger's new railway gun is finished and ready to be used here.
Yeah, they have gone quite heavily into railway guns. They had 2 production lines of 5 factories each on railway guns. So it is something that the Germans prioritize.
Another one right down here. So, but he will be pretty alone now in the battle for France. I mean, against Soviet later, all the Balkan bros and so on will be geared up and ready to attack. But now they have no armies.
Yeah. We saw also the Soviets have declared war on Finland immediately after the capture of eastern Poland. So
here we are.
Here we are. We see the Finns actually trying to push a tile there.
Yeah, so far no attacks being successful.
Yeah, the Finns might... No, they abandoned that push. I think, yeah, the line is not filled. This can prove disastrous for Finland if they push back those 3 troops there. Now they should click there on this tile. There.
To try to cut off.
If they cut off the Soviets, that would be huge for Finland. They're attacking the wrong tile.
Yeah.
If they had clicked the lower one, that
but
could
they were
have
reinforcing.
been...
reinforcing, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a good start for Christer and Finland because he doesn't really have too many lines of defense to fall back on.
Yeah, I feel he has placed his line too far up. He should defend between the lakes, as we spoke of before. Now he will be able to do that anyway, though, because the Soviets pushed him back. So there is still hope for Finland here. But he really needs to divide up his troops so he covers the line between the lakes, because otherwise that Mannerheim line outside Leningrad is soon to fall if the supply gets cut off, if they get surrounded. And then they would rather have a white peace in order to not lose too many troops.
But the troops do need some time to dig in again after they've been driven back. So
yeah,
right
I mean,
now
that's
they are gaining in entrenchment, but it takes a while. So
yeah, as Finland, I mean, you can play the greedy game and put the line up quite far closer to Soviet territory in order to make them incur losses, make them pay for every inch of ground taken and so on. But that can really hurt you as well, because as we see here, you don't get the entrenchment that you would have gotten if you would have just held the lines that you know that you will eventually have to hold anyway. We see here the northern line still on the wrong side of the river. The same there, they will get pushed back, and then they will obviously end up on the right side of the river. But they will not have the entrenchment, they will not have the organization, and that could spell disaster for the Finns if not handled properly.
Seems like the main axis of advance here for the Soviets is straight from the east, where they have brought up all their mountaineers and all their light tanks in this offensive. And yeah, so far so good. It looks like the Finns are holding a bit, but they are moving back.
Yeah, we see also here the Soviets, for example, they have a free route into Lappeenranta, and they can really surround the Mannerheim line here. And if they do that, the war is over, right?
Yeah, I think we should see a capitulation soon, maybe. Let's have a look at the losses here. Still no huge losses on any side.
Yeah, but Finland having more losses than the Soviets is not something you want in the winter war.
Definitely not. And this is dangerous, really dangerous.
But I don't understand why they pushed that tile, because if the Soviets ran down to Viipuri, which is completely ungarrisoned,
I think they're afraid to get cut off.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And that might actually be the play from Finland. Because if the Soviets overextend here...
He's attacking the wrong tile again, though. He's attacking the foremost tile. He should be going for one in the back here.
I mean, both the Soviets and the Finnish are rather scared, I feel. None of them want to overextend, get cut off by the other.
Yeah.
And for Finland, that makes a lot more sense, considering their small manpower pool. But the Soviets could be a bit more daring, because they have this opening.
Yeah.
And they could really utilize that.
The Finns here are biting back a bit, but yeah, they are very outnumbered, as you can see.
Let's have a short look at the French front.
Oh, they're broken through the Maginot.
This is an interesting way to go. They have run straight through the Maginot, but have not pushed through the low countries yet, apart from Luxembourg, which is now in German hands. But this is an interesting tactics. This can actually be quite dangerous. This is quite an overextension by the Germans here, if the French click the tile behind them.
There seems to be a lot of French in bad supply here for some reason. Yeah.
Yeah, I've probably... Yeah, the supply hub in Metz had no
supply connection to capital.
Okay.
Shouldn't it have, though?
Yeah, I think the Germans have cut off the railroad. By taking Luxembourg,
right.
They have cut off the railroad that leads from Metz to Paris. And that is not very good for the French troops in the Maginot.
Yeah, the entire Maginot here is very low in supply, as you can see.
It's an interesting tactic from the Germans. Instead of going around the Maginot and doing the traditional German run through the Low Countries, they have just brought up 2 railway guns and just blasted through the Maginot.
Look at this. Here is Snisna's plan coming to fruition, and it's working quite well. He was saying he would try to make a quick invasion of French North Africa, and that is indeed what he's doing. France does have some defenses here, though. See some French Marines here moving up to try to stop the Italian advance, but they've already gotten quite a bit of territory.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a naval invasion in the back there. As we talked about before, naval invasions in the back has been the meta for quite some time now in our games, speaking of North Africa, but a naval invasion in the back all the way at the border to Spain is something rather new, I would say.
And he's got another one planned here, you can see.
Yeah, he needs a harbor at some point. That's the thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Because this is not a fun tile to hold.
I wonder if there are still troops here, or if we lost the troops that landed here. We'll have to see as soon as the game resumes. We have some hot joining players.
Yeah, indeed we do. And yeah, I mean, so far the Italian campaign in North Africa has been a resounding success. When I was up there getting food, I heard that Algot was talking a lot about his plans in North Africa, and we're going to take North Africa quickly, and that's a focus for them.
And this will be crucial later when it comes to the ability to take Gibraltar, because if you can place railway guns and stuff that reaches, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Right now, with the Volunteer Spain, all you can do is attack from one direction here onto one of the tiles instead of both, and that means the chances of success are quite low. But if you manage to get a railway gun in there as well, yeah, it might tip the scales.
Definitely. And also, if they manage to take Gibraltar at some point, then you get the best of both worlds, right? Because that's the problem with voluntary Spain, that it's much harder to get Gibraltar.
Yeah.
But if you get North Africa from the south, manage to get Gibraltar anyway, then you have Gibraltar and still a voluntary Spain.
Yeah.
But then again, if you get Gibraltar, then you don't have to be as scared of a D-Day invasion in Spain. So then you might as well have gone Spain in the Axis.
Yeah. I mean, if Italy managed to reach the Atlantic coast, that opens up some interesting abilities to naval invade and so on, given that you can get the naval superiority you need. But
especially convoy raiding and so on. But we have heard from Dankus that he is going Pacific first, America first strategy.
Yeah.
So he will not be focusing that much on Europe. So the Italians does not stand to gain that much from controlling the coast.
That lone tile there seems to be closed, so maybe we did see some troops die there from Italy. Yeah, he's already lost 72k. That's
yeah, I think it was quite some troops that died there then. So it's not going that well for Italy then. It was just our impression. These are cavalry divisions moving.
I see some naval battles going off here, but it's mostly just submarines.
We have Corey Taylor asking in the chat, what has Italy focused on?
Yeah, so Italy is going for what is he going for? Mostly infantry and a defensive build. But look at this. The Allies are pushing in.
Oh yeah, this is not good for the Italians.
They see Italy going west, and they're like, yeah, well, if you go west, we can go west. So
yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting North Africa. As we said before, usually in North Africa, it's just this tanks group pushing against each other. Someone does a naval invasion. Eventually, someone leaves. But here we see Italy working its way very, very far west. Meanwhile, Benghazi is soon to fall to the Allied forces. And that was probably not in Algot's game plan.
No, and this is a sizable amount of troops he has here. So I hope for his sake that he's able to get them out if he needs to evacuate. Now it seems like the front has stabilized a bit. They have some forts and some mountain provinces here, so they're able to hold. But they're a bit low on the supply. We'll see how it goes.
He might do a double cross and invade in the back then.
Almost see a complete encirclement here of the French defenders in the Maginot line, but now they've evacuated most of it.
Yeah, we're going to see 4 divisions fall in Nancy, and that was what the Germans were talking about as well when I spoke to them before, that they are going to try to kill some French divisions as well. They don't want to. Don't want to do a quick capitulation without killing any French, because they want to cripple them for the late game. And that is probably a sound strategy. But then again, he said that they are going for somewhat fast capitulation. So it will be interesting to see how this pans out. If they manage to encircle these divisions in Nancy, then which I think they will, right?
I will see. He just got some more defenders in there, so maybe they have time to evacuate.
Yeah, it looks like they have.
Yeah, they evacuated, but yeah,
how is Finland looking?
That's a good question.
By the way,
it's better than I thought. Better than I thought.
This is very interesting. When I was looking at it before, it seemed like they were rather soon to fall. But once again, like, I don't understand the planning behind holding the north side of the river.
Yeah.
Because we have, of course, Oulu is a supply hub. You could it could be nice to hold that, but the 2 other troops should at least be on the other side of the river, because there is really no reason to defend the river from that side.
No.
But it is probably smart of him to keep Oulu, because you don't want that railway cut, because then it will be very hard to hold the northern front, and there is nothing inland, so they can just walk to Helsinki.
So the Soviets have pushed up a bit, meaning that they're starting to run into supply problems. But yeah, it's looking okay. Oh no, wait, we're looking from here. We are. So yeah, as you can see, close to the front line, it's red, meaning that the supply is bad. So they are probably building up railways and stuff. No, yeah.
Yeah, some railways.
But these are in.
This is not for the winter war.
They are not building up any railways as they attack.
And this is interesting. Like, the Soviets are not focusing as much on the winter war as one would expect. Because they had the momentum. Finland had more casualties.
Yeah.
Finland had somewhat broken front line. But if the Soviets does not capitalize on those gains, eventually they will have a problem.
How many do they need?
You can click the conditions there. Click that one.
I did. Oh, okay, so I can't.
Oh, right.
Is it like 150k casualties? Or?
Yeah, or hold the mouse pointer over it and see if we get any information. No, we can't do it as observers, I think.
Yeah.
But the conditions for the winter war is, once the Soviets reach a certain number of casualties, the Finns can declare victory.
I think it's 150k maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, he's halfway there.
Yeah. And also if the Finns capture Leningrad, for example. But it's really the encirclements that matter, because 150k is not that much losses for a fully stacked Soviet infantry division. So if you encircle like 2 or 3 Soviet divisions, kill them, then you can declare victory quite quickly. And that's probably what the Soviets are scared of, because the tile there south of Lappeenranta, and Lappeenranta itself has actually no defenders.
Yeah.
So
but they're really scared getting cut off by these guys here.
Yeah, they really don't want... They see the trap, right? Yeah. Because if they moved like 3 troops into there, Finns cut them off, kill them, declare victory, and you've lost the winter war.
Christer seems content, though, just to beat back their advances just a piece at a time. He doesn't follow them out. He's not trying any encirclements or anything. But with this tactic so far, I mean, he is winning slowly but surely.
A very interesting tactic, though, because he's also pushing out. Like, this is not a Finland that just sits and waits.
Yeah.
They did not focus on the entrenchment. They rather pushed out the Soviets from key tiles, and that might also be a meta shift that we're seeing.
Yeah, so we're having a look down at the African front. Now the Canadian armor is here. Canada has at least 2 tanks up here. So Benghazi is looking a bit, I don't know.
Yeah, I would say that the Italian tactic has backfired. If we look at the West, now, have they made any progress towards... No,
I mean, managed to shore it up.
This is stabilized. With those cavalry divisions, they can never push further than this. No. They have already lost El Alamein. If they also lose Benghazi, this is looking like an Axis loss in North Africa.
Yeah. Which, of course, it's not a disaster, but it's not nice. You would much rather have your defenses down here in North Africa than up here on the Mediterranean northern coast.
Especially when you do this, these bold strategies, then you need to capitalize on them, because you plan so much of your game plan around them. You say like, oh, we're going to do naval invasions in the back, then you need marines, naval superiority, you need to build around it. And that takes a lot of energy and industry. The easy route is always to say, okay, we're going old-fashioned El Alamein and just placing 2 lines of tanks. But if you have an audacious battle plan and it fails, then you also get a very high alternative cost of things you could have done instead, even if it's not a disaster losing it.
We can see here the horses are grouped under Emily's Hästar, and Emily is our Vichy player who is now playing a co-op with Italy until Vichy arrives. Yeah. So she's apparently controlling the horses.
Yeah, we see Emily is making some questionable pushes, I would say. She will never be able to break through these divisions with just pure cavalry. Can we look at her divisions here?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not something to write home about at all. Then again, it's very cheap on supply. So if they were to consolidate, if they were able to find a gap, she could really do work with these horses. But
this light tank division is pretty okay. It's a 30 widths and everything, and she's keeping it here in reserve, protecting the.
Yeah, I mean, probably that's a good idea, to be honest. I mean, she could stand to lose a couple of horses, but the light tank division, that would not be very nice. We can see, though, that he has managed to close up the gap here. He might be able to save the Benghazi pocket.
This. Magnus and his Canadian tanks are moving in here from the north.
Yeah,
so
if they manage
Italy
to
is holding, but yeah,
he has broadened the front now, though, so
this port is not heavily defended either, so
it's still somewhat scary for the Italians. Yeah. It was more scary a couple of minutes ago, but they are by no means out of the woods yet. Then again, they might be able to push back on Magnus' tanks. If he pushes this tile, then and they have to be scared.
They are out of supply as well, so they have to be really careful. When they are out of supply like this, they move really, really slowly, like 1 kilometer per hour or something.
Yeah.
Okay, lots of pinging going on here in France.
We see a little encirclement down in the south there along Nice. It's a harbor, of course, but
Sticky went on the offensive here for a bit.
Yeah, France is falling. I think that Germany can be rather satisfied with this war.
Yeah.
I want to see Finland again. I'm very interested to see how.
They are holding.
Yeah, this is a very good result for Finland so far.
Okay, up to 92, and he hasn't lost much since we last looked at it, so he's looking good.
Yeah,
it looked a bit scary there in the beginning, but things look much more stable now. And look at this; he's going on a counteroffensive here, trying to really push them out.
Yeah, I mean, Finland is going on quite a broad counteroffensive. I mean, this is a daring Finland. I think it's very...
He's holding the line here.
It's very interesting. Now we see Mongolia joining into the Winter War as well. So Boppus might be coming with some interesting divisions here. Let's see what he has to offer. But
they're all home in Mongolia, though.
Yeah, I mean, they are... I mean, this is dangerous for the Finns, but I mean, they will have incurred the losses
before he gets there.
Yeah, before he gets there, to be honest.
Yeah.
We have a question in the chat. Where the hell are you guys? You two dressed in blazers. Give me a location. We are in the west of Sweden, on the beautiful western coast of Sweden, in the Halland region, outside Falkenberg. What famous stuff is from Falkenberg? Falkenberg is a very
Falcon, the beer.
Yeah, Falcon, the beer Falcon.
Too famous. What else?
They have Carlsberg now, a big plant.
Yeah, not too much to say about Falkenberg, really. It's,
Fredrik Ljungberg, football player.
Very true.
Also,
he used to play in the Arsenal, I think.
Yeah, they are also the municipality that gained the most places on attractive workplaces for young people the last year.
I think they also have like the most windmills per capita or something, like a huge amount of windmills here in Falkenberg.
We have Gyllene Tider, but that's Halmstad, so...
Yeah, that's very different.
And also Fredrik Ljungberg is Halmstad as well, I think.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Well, back to the war.
Back to the war. Okay, so France is split in half, and it's just a matter of time here before it capitulates. Let's have a look. Quite close.
So France is not doing too rosy. Benghazi is...
still holding.
Yeah, being pushed in again. Do we have...
He's got no troops down here to defend, though. So if the Allies choose to just move on, they can pretty much roll up all of Italian and look at this.
Yeah, I think Emily's horses are in dire straits here. If the French manages to push down. I mean, they have some harbors, so she can probably get out, but... It's me, the Swede, says Bröderna Berg var ute och gick. Ser du Falkenberg? Varberg. Varberg is another municipality in Holland that is north of Falkenberg.
Classic joke.
Yeah,
but it's really like Corey is saying here. The Italians are waiting for the French to cap, and they can't really cap quick enough because you see the French are passing here. As soon as they capitulate, they will become Vichy France and stop attacking, of course. So it's really a fight against the clock here.
I think the Italians might be able to win that fight against the clock, though, because they will capitulate any second now.
Yeah.
And Emily's horses are still not surrounded in Constantine.
Yeah, but it's a matter of real estate, though, because now Algot did not get the provinces here close to Gibraltar that he had hoped. So no railway guns in the fight for Gibraltar, which makes taking Gibraltar more unlikely.
How is the pocket doing?
The
Benghazi pocket.
All right. Okay, so the French capitulated. I know we said we wouldn't drink, but
let's do it anyway.
He fought a good fight, I think.
Yeah. Salut.
Salut. Why are they still fighting? Shouldn't they become Vichy France? Or maybe it has to
Oh, yeah, that's the Free France. I want to see Benghazi. If they've fall here, they are going to have to retreat from this eventually. I wonder when they decide to call it a day here, because this is getting dangerous.
I don't know. Now the French have capitulated, so
yeah,
in theory, Germany could send down some stuff if they wanted to.
Yeah, we see the Emily's division has been renamed to Emily's Hestad Mad Mera, probably referring to the one light tank division there.
Yeah.
Which honestly might be able to save the Benghazi pocket if they push it correctly.
Yeah, but I'm a bit confused about this. Shouldn't Germany set up Vichy France now?
We have a question here in the chat. How do I subscribe to this? And you can subscribe to our Twitch, you can subscribe to our YouTube, and you can also become a Patreon, both a free Patreon and a paying Patreon, in order to support our community.
Yeah.
If you become a paying Patreon, you will be able to take part in a quiz. I think it's a moot point now because we have gone far in the game.
It's a bit too late.
But even as a free Patreon, you will be part of the raffle, where you can win a free DLC of your choosing.
Speaking of the raffle, how are we doing on the... Almost, yeah. In a few minutes, we'll do the first draw, and someone wins a free Hearts of Iron DLC, and someone will win a content pack of guides. So there were some British troops up here, but they got thrown out. So now France is properly occupied, but we still don't see a Vichy France.
Yeah, we had a very knowledgeable member in the chat, Crafting Ruby, said that Vichy hasn't spawned because France still owns Paris. And that is indeed probably the case. So we will see a Vichy France spawning rather soon, and that means also that Emily, our co-op player on Italy, will go over and control Vichy France. So that means that Algot will have to take care of her horses. Yeah, what do we have more here? They want to kill the pockets first, I guess. Yeah, that's probably true. We saw some divisions from United Kingdom getting surrounded in France, and they probably want to kill those off indeed. We heard from the German player here during the interview that he wants to cripple them for the later war efforts. They are playing the long game here in Germany.
Looking at the casualties now in the Winter War, we are closing in on 150k. So I think Finland might just be able to do this.
Finland is doing very well in the Winter War, and it did not look that way initially. I feel that the Soviets had an advantage that they could have utilized much better. But now this Winter War is the Finns to lose, so to speak.
Yeah. I'm a bit unsure why we can't see the details on this combat here, even though I'm on the Soviets.
We have Jinx saying, well, I don't see where to subscribe, but the Brits are using .303, and around this time period, a lot of those rifles are still #1 Mark IIIs with an expected MOA of 4.5. Not good, I say. This is a combination of all I don't understand about weapons, combined with all I don't understand about history, but you're probably right in that case.
Thank you for your input. You can subscribe on our YouTube, which is Hygge HOI, I think. So please go in there and subscribe.
We have Night Round also. Halftime in football. What have I missed in the last 45 minutes? How has the war begun? Germany has capitulated France in a timely manner. Italy has tried a daring invasion, trying to push to the Spain border. That, however, has failed and not at all panned out the way Algot had hoped. And now Benghazi is surrounded instead. So Italy has not done too well, but they might be able to push back now when Vichy France spawns and Emily's divisions will be freed up to fight on the eastern front of North Africa.
I also saw across the sea some Albanians on the move, I think. Yeah, you see them moving here down towards Africa as well. So he's on his way to reinforce.
Yeah, we have reinforcements coming to North Africa, but Corey Taylor says here in the chat that Germany has not done Vichy France. They need to do a focus or a decision.
Yeah.
And that is probably a button I would click rather quickly, because Italy is in dire straits. We have Night Run. Thanks for the update. I have it on the second screen without sounds. I've seen it in bits. We have a Winter War in Finland that is also going. I would say it's going in favor of the Finns at the moment.
Yeah.
The Soviets had some early successes, but the Finns have really managed to push back, and with quite daring pushes in key tiles have managed to take back initiative, I would say. So
yeah, we can see him here on the march. He's taken a tile here, and these guys are in danger, so they may have to pull back. And we think the limit is 150k Soviet losses. So with just a few more losses, and then Kriste on Finland can press the win button, and he's won the winter war.
Yeah. We have a question. Is China done? Yeah, China is done. It was done in a very timely manner by the Japanese. They did a new tactic where they invaded from the south instead and linked up the fronts right when the wave spawned. Very smart choice. This has probably set a new meta for the Hygge HOI community, because this was a fast winter war with very few losses on the Japanese side, and they have gotten a lot of veteran divisions. So
and look at the amount of infantry equipment here in storage.
Indeed, that's a massive stockpile.
Yeah, he said he got 250,000 stolen from the Chinese, so they don't have to build the guns, basically.
I mean, the US, Dankers should be a bit scared of this Japan. It will be interesting to see them meet on the high seas. We have what would the Swedes do with Canada after World War II gets in full swing? Let them gain their independence, or well, I think Canada is part of the Commonwealth. But
yeah, what would the Swedes do?
Yeah, what would the Swedes do with Canada as a neutral country? I think that they would be able to work.
If Sweden was the UK, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think we'll probably use the fishing rights at least.
Yeah, I think Canada usually does what Swedes do. I mean, we're quite similar culturally.
But I still want to know what my Scandinavian brothers thinks Canada should be doing. I think Canada is doing pretty much what can be expected of them. We have Canadian armor in North Africa, and that's to be expected. And the Canadian armor in North Africa has performed quite well, but that does not say much, really, because the Italians did not focus on El Alamein. They instead tried to invade west and failed. So even a significantly weaker Canada would have been able to reach this point. So it's definitely a rather interesting situation. Canada is still somewhat of a blank space.
So we seem to have lost the server, which means we're going for a rehost, which means we have time to do our raffle.
Yeah, indeed. Let's do the raffle. So sometimes when you play Hearts of Iron, you get desynced. We are 35 players. Stuff will happen, but we will do the raffle, and then we will be back. Here we have the raffle in a Soviet army helmet.
Amazing. So if you didn't have time to join the raffle right now, which you do by going to patreon.com/HyggeGaming and becoming a free Patreon, you get a second chance this evening where we'll do another draw. So now we will draw 2 winners. The first will win a free Hearts of Iron DLC.
Yeah.
And the winner is... Renee Rasmussen. Congratulations, Renee. You will be getting an email from us where you get to choose your own Hearts of Iron DLC. And now for the free content pack, where you get a bunch of guides that are otherwise only for paying patrons.
Yes, let's see.
Let's see what it is.
We're reaching the bottom of the helmet. There is some kind of fodder piece here. It's very hard to... There we have something. Henrik Wallström.
Henrik, congratulations.
Congratulations on your content pack.
Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna.
So we'll give the army helmet back to the technicians here. We have some funny hats. We have here we have a German helmet, and there we have the Soviet helmet. We also have a Chinese hat, and that's all the hats. I think I forgot to bring my cowboy hat.
So we're restarting the game because we had a crash of some sort, so we'll be back in it in just a bit. Jinx says we should wear the hats. Yeah, okay. But I guess this one looks a bit French with the ridge on the...
I think it's not the real army because it's painted, because there is a cross on it. So
I think it's like a fire brigade.
I think it's a fire brigade hat that we have painted in a German color, I guess, or whatever.
Enough.
And there's the Soviet helmet, but that's authentic, I think, the Soviet helmet, because it doesn't really fit.
So we had a prediction quiz yesterday with all the players, where you got to predict what you think the outcomes will be of the game. And one question was when the Spanish Civil War would end. Another one is who will win the Finnish Winter War. And right now Finland is looking quite hot, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen the latest games because, I mean, before Arms Against Tyranny, where this medal is from, the patch when we had our first Bergagårdhof that we live streamed. Before that patch, Finland never won the Winter War, basically. As I said, I won it once when they forgot to press the button, but otherwise you didn't win generally. But since Arms Against Tyranny, Finland have gotten this buffs where you can get the sisu if you have a high trust in your political leadership. And if you manage that correctly, it is very, very beefy. I would say that Finland has the best winter infantry in the game. If you manage to control that correctly. So
even more so in core territory, then they become real monsters.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said before, this is Finland's war to lose at this point. So if Finland doesn't make any major mistakes, I think we will see a Finnish victory in the Winter War. You need to get Italian and French berets. We have some French berets up in the Axis house. We could actually go and do a little look around.
The French player has a French beret.
Oh, no, we can't. I get from.
So we had a question, where do I donate actual money? Well, you can become a paying Patreon. It's also on our Patreon page, patreon.com/HyggeGaming. That's where we get our income, basically.
Yeah, that's nice. You've started a company around this as well. So this is very official now. We have
I can say none of us have quit our day jobs.
No. At some point, if I don't get re-elected for a councillor, I will.
It would be awesome. That would be awesome. No, it's mostly for fun, but of course, if we could spend more time doing this, then that would be awesome as well. So we're grateful for any support you can send our way.
Especially, it really helps for us getting this like fun equipment, like webcams, green screens. I guess we should do a Hygge HOI stream where like me and Petey goes to some army surplus auctions and buys like funny helmets and old army gear for our Patreon money.
Yeah.
You have to check that with the board, of course.
I have to get that approved. So we're still waiting for the game to get back up. Mark Zimmerman has written, it's strange that the USSR doesn't CAS Finland. Yeah, they haven't been using CAS, have they?
Yeah, that's true. They have. I mean, they would dominate the air because Finland has no air.
Yeah.
So, and that's the thing about air. If you have a green air zone, then it's green. Then you get your bonuses. And basically, if your opponent has 0 planes, and you have 1 plane, and you send it up, then you get the same effect as if you have 1,500 planes and your opponent has 100 planes. So that's a very good point. They should probably utilize the air better. We have a donation there from Jinx of $5. Thank you very much. Thanks for your support and welcome to the channel. I hope you will stay with us for the evening here. We are looking at a very entertaining game. The war has just started and we will be going until late or until 8 o'clock.
8:30 is
8:30.
the stop date.
So we'll see. The rehost is coming up here.
We have a comment from Crafting Ruby. If Finland gets air from their focuses, I think they do still. You should know. Played Finland.
Yeah, I think you have some air focuses in Finland, but the thing when you play Finland after this patch, Arms Against Tyranny, you really just focus on like defense on core territory, the sisu, trust, those things, and you pretty much just sit on the lines. Then again, this Finland did not do that at all and has managed to succeed. So we'll see. Now when we have a little break, if you are just joining us, we have some new people. We can see on our analytics here that we have had somewhat of a spike in viewers. And we are the Hygge HOI gaming community.
We are.
And we are doing a full-length World War II stream in Hearts of Iron 4 with their finest bra mod with some modifications. And we will be casting this whole game from the studio. And we have 2 houses. This is a physical on. We can roll the footage. Here we see
the Axis house.
This is the Axis house where we are sitting on the ground floor level. We see the German car and the British car parked outside here. All the flags from the participating countries. So this is where the Axis and the studio are sitting. And coming right up now, we have the Allied house situated beautifully on the countryside of Bergagårdhof. We see some players walking towards their cars here, and we have the Comintern sitting in the outer space of the house.
Here we have the live feed from the Allied house.
Indeed, indeed. And here we see some parts of the Comintern and some parts of the regular allies. And as you all know, the sun is the enemy of the gamer, so they have blocked out the sun with this very nice Union Jack flag.
Yeah, so we see a bit of a slump in the action now as we're trying to get the game running again. We are not quite sure what the problem is, but we rarely get told anything here in the studio.
Yeah, we're just sitting here keeping you all entertained until the people that know what they're doing fixes our problems.
And if you are entertained, we are entertained. Cheers!
Indeed, indeed. I am out of beer.
Oh no.
But I will get some more. So.
Yeah, but it's a good opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see when Mossberg comes down again. He can run and get us more beer. Here we see the Axis house on the top floor.
Yeah,
Mossberg have
seem to be
walked
moving
out.
back towards the computers.
Yeah, there we have Emily just walking by, who has now transitioned into Vichy France from controlling the invasion of North Africa. We see Jacob here, the Japanese player, doing a very successful war in China and seizing a lot of equipment that he will be able to utilize later.
Lucas, maybe we could get a background that's a bit less fail. Now we just get the connection timed out background. It's not a good look. Yeah, Jacob looks ready. I think he's really proud of his China war, but I think he's really scared of Dankes deep down.
Yeah. We should go back to live feed of the Axis, actually. We can do the connection failed background. It's more fun to see.
Now they're singing.
Yeah, they are singing here. They are very happy about something. That's a little tank.
Yeah, that's his slippers. I bought them for Christmas. So they are Sherman M4 tanks slippers from the tank museum in the UK.
Okay.
But since Brexit, the tolls were like more expensive than slippers.
Yeah.
Pretty epic slippers, I would say.
Yeah. Now we have laptop HOI is best HOI. Are those beer kegs or grenades in the background? They are indeed beer kegs. In the Axis house, we have 1 30-liter keg of Italian beer and 1 30-liter keg of German beer. And in the Allied house, we have a keg of American beer and 1 keg of French beer, actually.
I think it's British and French.
British and French. Okay, so no American beer. Probably for the best. Yeah. The rehost might have been because the Vichy event was bugged, because France still controlled Paris after they capped. That's probably a sound analysis.
I love that we have such knowledgeable viewers.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
What would we do without them?
Yeah.
It would be...
I have to remove this. It's way too small for me. I get a headache.
We see on the chat here, Dankes is of course streaming on his own channel as well, and Stationary here is saying hi to Dankes chat.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dankes is streaming as well. I would dare to say that he might have more viewers, but he does not have the production value.
No, he does not, and he does not have the bird's eye view that we have. We can see
Indeed.
everything.
So let's see here. Too small, that fit wonderfully. Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be tight. I mean, army helmets were not generally made to be comfortable, but to be protective against shrapnel. And in that sense, I think it would have worked.
Have a look at this little peculiarity. Free France has kept a piece of North Africa and Corsica. This is something we usually see.
Yeah, there is. You're probably right, Crafty Ruby, because we do see some weird Vichy France shenanigans. Here we also see a feed of the inside of the Allied house.
How are they looking?
Yeah, they are looking quite happy, I would say. It's we have some laptop gamers, some stationary computer gamers.
And there we see Bopus, the Mongolia player.
Yeah.
I think he's so relaxed. He's usually quite stressed out, but now he's got just his little Mongolia. Look at him laughing. Laughing. He's looking really wholesome. Jonte there behind him, that's the main controller for the... Yes, please.
Yeah.
And he looks a bit more concerned. So that's the rest of the Comintern. Look at that beautiful Russian hat.
Yeah, they have some hats. We have also the British, with the British have a British officer hat.
Oh, yeah.
And we have the Canadians also have, I guess, a Canadian officer hat or some matching. Yeah, there we see the hat in question. We have a live feed of the sound into this live cam in the Allied House. So thanks again to our beautiful technicians. We have a beret there, as was asked about in the chat before.
Amazing. And that's the French player Sticky, who's got the beret, of course. Sticky in real life being from the Shetland Islands, which is a bit exotic. It's like
indeed. We have Scootness. The commentary is 10-10 as always. Thank you very much. And today the sound is top. No complaints about the production. That's very nice to hear. Usually we have 3 casters and we sit in Petey's living room and we rotate out 1 technician every time.
And usually we have 1 mic taking up the sound, but now we have these fancy little studio mics, so we don't pick up too much background noise. So even though there can be quite rowdy upstairs from the Axis team, we can't. I don't think you can hear it in the stream.
Yeah, we will probably do some live commentary up there again at some point. We were up there running before when the camera got overheated, but this one has gone on quite well so far.
Yeah, so we are in the lobby right now waiting for the last players to join up before we start the game again.
Yeah, indeed. We have Jinx pointing out that he is Canadian, so I guess we hope that it's a Canadian officer hat then and not a British.
So there's a bit of a negotiation going on here between the Italy player and France. Snistan, the Italy player, he's saying, Sticky, I will let you disband the Marines if you want in exchange for occupied Corsica. And Sticky replies here, I mean, you can literally just walk into Corsica, so I probably would probably take it. So for some reason, Sticky got to keep Corsica, and he still has some Marines standing here on these tiles.
A humble bribe.
Thank you.
We just got a bribe from one of the Asia Axis players here.
Yeah, amazing.
Beer.
It's interesting. Now we have some negotiations going on for Corsica here, but we'll see how they work those kinks out. Of course, it's important to keep a diplomatic channel open even when you're at war.
We have a question here from Mark, if we have an air Hungary in Axis, and we do not. Hungary is going for tanks, and Germany will be the air controller, I guess.
Yeah, I think Germany has gone very heavily into air, and they are also, when we did the interview, when we spoke to them before, they are going into jet close air support. So they are going to have jet-powered close air support, and that's greedy.
We're seeing a bit more banter here. The Badger is saying, "You did great in France, UK. So good. I think he lost."
He got like 5 divisions encircled. So that's.
They didn't Dunkirk in time.
No, they didn't Dunkirk at all. They got surrounded in like Bordeaux or something. It was a very strange situation.
Yeah, I think there will a fight will break out in the chat unless we start the game soon. But people are readying up, so I think we're just about to get back into it.
We have Mexico ready. That means the important players are here, right?
Are we having a raid? Is there a raid from? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a raid in caps lock here.
Yeah, might be Dankes' stream that's raiding us. I'm not sure.
Very nice.
To any new viewers, you're very welcome. You are watching Hygge HOI Grand Bergagårdhof 4. It's a physical LAN. We're playing a historical Hearts of Iron 4 game with their finest bra mod, modified a bit for our needs.
Yeah, indeed. Run the drone footage again. I love it.
Hit the drone footage.
We really need to emphasize our production value.
Yeah, look at that beautiful house.
This is not something you see in Petey's living room. This is professionals that have made this.
You don't see Tommy K with the drone footage, do you?
Indeed.
And here's the Allied house. Beautiful stuff. Yeah.
Okay. We get a congratulations from Restream.io. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
Wow, thank you, Restream.
Very nice. Thank you. Cheers to you, all our fantastic viewers.
So we're trying to keep a bit of a drinking game going. So far, the rules are every successful naval invasion, we drink. Every capitulated player, we drink. If you come up with any more nice rules that we can add, just let us know.
Right, I just got from the technician's booth that our backup computer should also join the game, so I can look at interesting stuff. So I'm going to.
You're going to single player now. Don't.
No. Let's see more.
So on the screen you can see the Allied House. They are they're waiting and getting ready. Everybody's in the lobby. So Finland is doing quite well in the Finnish Winter War. From the map, it looks like they've taken a lot of a beating, but they haven't lost many troops, and that's the key.
Yeah, the thing is with Finland, all your victory points are in the south. Like everything north of Oulu is basically dead country. You usually give that up. We have seen examples where they haven't, but then they have also lost. So that is indeed the way to go. Let's see, and we're ready. There we are.
Right. So now I think every player is in the game, and we are starting.
Yeah.
So if you guys in this chat, if you have any requests on what you would want us to look at specifically, we can do that. I think now that Vichy France has come into existence, we should present the Vichy player.
Yeah, indeed. Let's present the Vichy player. On Vichy, we have Emily playing, and she has been with us for the last Bergagårdhof and a couple more games, but the last one was more than a year ago, and she has played Vichy before, and it shouldn't be too challenging, but it opens up an avenue for a D-Day. But now she has warmed up by playing a co-op to Algot on Italy, and it is also her comfort pick since last Bergagårdhof, so she might punch well above the weight of Vichy France once we get into the late game.
So we're seeing here down in North Africa where the Allies have pushed up to the Italian positions. The Italians are still holding on to the Benghazi region here, but they are having a hard time of it. The Allies still have a bit of a supply issue, so they can't really push on as much as they would like.
It's dangerous for Italy, but they can still get out. Jinx has a question for Swedes. Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear the question for Swedes. Okay, so here we see these French Marines that they were bantering about before, and it looks like they are being killed by the horses here. But anyways, when it comes to Emily and the greater Axis plan, there's a plan where they've split up responsibilities on the Eastern Front. So Yugoslavia is going up to Finland to help Finland defend. Romania and I think just one of the German co-ops are going to take the Baltics. And then Hungary and Bulgaria are tasked with taking the Ukraine. All of this will be supported by the German infantry. But the last axis of attack is to take the Caucasus, and that's supposed to be done by Spain, Vichy France, and Italy. But I think that's more of a bonus objective if they can.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see like how Remmerfors and Yugoslavia adapts to the changing situation, because if Finland manages to win the Winter War, then there is much less to defend in Finland, and Finland gets a lot of buffs. So if Finland are able to defend their own country, hold the Mannerheim line, keep Viipuri, then those Yugoslavian divisions could be used very well elsewhere. And that's also a big question. You can plan a lot, but as Napoleon once said, plans rarely survive contact with the enemy.
Oh,
then you have to adapt.
I thought it was Clausewitz, but
yeah, it might have been Clausewitz. I just said the name of a general. I think it was. I don't.
Look at this. They were up to 166k losses. Shouldn't they be able to just push the win button now?
Yeah, probably it's more losses than 166k though. But
it's an even number. So if it's 150, then it's 200, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much everything is working in Finland's favor now. Eventually, though, like
this, though.
This can they
screen
held it, and this is also dangerous because if the Soviets fulfill that push, if they keep pushing and don't cancel, then they lose their organization, and then the Finns can make a push for Leningrad, and you see there are no Soviet troops in Leningrad. So if they are in retreat, the Finns can take Leningrad, and then they can win quite handily. But that's also very dangerous, of course, because if they manage to encircle the Finns, it's good game the other way. So We have a question about Lee Enfield rifles and Car 98 from Jinx, and we do not really know. We will have to ask one of our military men later.
I think, do they even remotely compare? Yeah, they probably remotely compare. I think they're like single action, bolt action rifles. It's no M1 Garand. I mean,
they don't have the ping.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have the ping. So I would say they're comparable.
And then who is coming to help Italy in North Africa? Probably not. Oh, white peace between Finland and the USSR.
He lost.
He lost. Finland actually lost Viipuri and signed a white peace. And
I'm a bit perplexed.
Interesting. I'm a bit surprised as well. We'll have to ask in an interview later what really happened there, because I felt that this was going the way of Finland, but he might have gotten some encirclements or lost some victory points.
There's a limit to how many casualties Finland can take as well. That's also a win condition for the Soviets. So maybe that was it. We'll have to ask.
Possibly.
We'll have to ask.
Okay, but that means that the plan stands, that Yugoslavia will go up and defend. But it was a very well-performed winter war by Finland. They performed very well.
Yeah, no shadow on Kvist there. He did a really good job there.
Yeah.
But and it's no big disaster either. He didn't lose too many troops, and that's the most important thing. If you look at his manpower, you don't have too much of it as Finland. So what you don't want to do is lose your army, and he didn't. So
yeah. We have a question. Are you allowed to naval invade Finland? And no, not in the winter war, but in the continuation war you can do so. And considering Finland just lost the winter war, then Yugoslavia will need to go up and garrison those ports.
Yeah. We have some love from Switzerland, right?
No, CH.
Yeah,
Czechia.
No, I think it's Confederación Helvetique.
Yeah. Well...
you can clarify.
Yeah, I can't see the emoji here. That's the thing. It's only shows on YouTube. We have restream.
No matter if you're from the Czech Republic or from the Switzerland, we still love you, and thank you for watching.
Yeah, indeed. And who has air control in North Africa? That's actually quite a good question.
It's the Allies.
It's the Allies, and that explains their success in Benghazi.
It is quite close, though. Italy has more fighters, actually.
Yeah, if they sent some down there, I think some German planes would be able to help out here.
They do have some space in the, at least in this airport. Okay, not too much space, but it doesn't seem like he's built up his airports much. And the Allies have taken this 1,000 airport here.
Yeah, I mean, the Benghazi pocket, it has bound up a lot of Allied troops. It has taken in quite some while and quite some losses. But I mean
they would be standing over here if they weren't here. So
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Italy, their plan to link up with the Spanish border has really not panned out in their favor, and thusly they have lost control of El Alamein, but they still have a foothold in North Africa that they might be able to utilize. But it is looking grim for the Axis in North Africa, and that is probably the first real Axis setback that we have seen, apart from losing the Winter War. But that you usually do that. So, because in the Civil War, Axis killed 4 Soviet divisions. We saw a Sino-Japanese war that went very handily in the way of Japan. So the North African campaign is really the first real setback for the Axis players, I would say. Switzerland is right. We got the information now, so nice. Very correct assumption.
Corey says that there is no supply for the Allies in North Africa, so Italy could do a push, and I think you are correct. They are still very much out of supply, and these are expensive units that they have here. All the South African armor, all the Canadian armor are here up on the front.
I'm looking especially here at this little tank here. The tank that was in Emily's division.
Oh, right.
Because she made only horses and 1 light tank. But that single light tank could really try to run up there.
Yeah.
And the thing is that since Algot just lost her as a co-op, he needs to consolidate that into his army. And
but the South African tanks, they still seem to have some supply. They are taking attrition, but they still have some org. So I guess if that light tank moved up, it would get pretty wrecked.
Yeah.
Someone is saying you should take this tile here, Algot. Take this tile.
Yeah, they are invading Malta, by the way. Crafty Ruby says.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, indeed, they are. Who is it? Is it Algot invading?
Yeah, but it seems to have failed.
Yeah, probably. Here we have once again the play card of Algot, main controller of Italy. Yeah, you see the veteran stars, you see the awards. He is a decorated player. Yeah, he usually tries some innovative strategies. He is not one to like prepare for executing a perfect meta strategy. It's more like, let's try this, let's try this.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. And
this time it didn't, but...
Here we can see him preparing another naval invasion towards Malta, but there are only 3 Marines and a bunch of regular infantry. I don't think he will take it.
No, I think this... he has lost momentum a bit, I feel like. He tried the North Africa thing, didn't work. Tried the Malta thing. If that doesn't work, he needs to adapt, to find some new avenue, because...
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a bit concerning for the Axis, I would say, because as the Axis, you have a certain window of time where you get to do stuff, and then it's just wait for Barbarossa. And now they are basically in wait for Barbarossa mode. So 1 year from now, we will see the Barbarossa, probably quite late in 41. And they don't have much else to do.
Yeah, we will see how that pans out. And also, like, Japan, considering the Pacific theater, Japan has been very dominant so far. It has been incredible plays by Japan. But we also know that we have Dankus on the USA, which is not only a big name in Hearts of Iron, but also a very, very competent player. So that will be very interesting to see how that pans out.
Just having a quick look here at Japan, it doesn't seem like he's planned any naval invasions yet. We will see when he's getting ready, because the map will look like a big octopus with, I don't know, 50 naval invasions going off.
Can you check the Japanese logistics?
Yeah.
Because we have another question about battle rifles. Hold the mouse over the infantry. Yeah, you can't see that. But China is not player control, it's an AI. Yeah, there we see. We have Type 99, Type 88 there, it's 81,000.
That's the Chinese one.
That's the Chinese one. So most of the Japanese stockpile is Chinese battle rifle.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
Free weapons.
Free weapons.
Shouldn't they be giving some to Siam? Or yeah, maybe he's not joined the faction yet.
Yeah, that's probably a possibility.
Looks like Emily has some exiled divisions here.
Interesting. Yeah, I will see because Vichy France doesn't join the Axis until quite late. So she's playing the waiting game. But once she joins the Axis, that means you can run up the railway guns to the Spanish border anyway. So at some point they can... Algot could make a push for Gibraltar, but...
There was, in advance of this game, there was a breach in operational security. So Dankus was offering to Falk, who plays the UK, to help him with a strategy how to defend Gibraltar. And Dankus obliged, but apparently he accidentally wrote in the public Discord. So the German Badger managed to see what was being said. And it was something about 15 with garrisons. If he's taken that advice. So we have 15 weird garrisons and quite a lot of them too, as you see here. And here's another one, another division. Yeah, these are a bit stronger. This is hard to break.
Yeah, indeed it is. And I mean, that's it's always sad when you have a break in operational security, so the enemy knows your plans.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter, because if your plan is to garrison Gibraltar with a lot of divisions, then it's like a moot point. You know what's going to happen, right?
And Falk has one of his own railway guns here in defense. So yeah, hard nut to crack. We probably won't see the Italian Navy leaving them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, if Gibraltar is to fall, it needs to fall somewhat early, right? Because if the Axis dominate late game, it will be the war in Europe that decides it anyway. So if you want to utilize and capitalize on the fall of Gibraltar, you need to if not blitz it, at least take it in somewhat a timely manner.
Yeah.
Then again, if you take it late game, you can really put a dent in the D-Day planning of the Allies, because you can just convoy raid along the coast.
I think we should see if we could get a Soviet player on the line for an interview.
I interviewed them when you were eating.
Yeah, but I want to hear what happened in the Winter War.
Oh yeah, definitely. Should we get the Finnish player?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, let's see. Mossberg is out collecting some food delivery. We have catered banquet food for the dinner, and it just arrived, so it's some logistics. We don't want to run out of supply.
And as it's a proper Swedish banquet, we also have a songbook with custom-made songs that we've made on a Hearts of Iron theme. Maybe we can show you one or two later on. But
yeah, definitely,
it's always great fun.
Yeah, indeed. How does Mongolia? Zimmerman asks. Yeah, how does Mongolia?
How does Mongolia? That's a good question. Yeah, he's doing.
Yeah, he has 4 of those quite decked out divisions.
Look at this. He has so much time now. He's even named them individually. He's got the first Mongol Death Squad, the second Mongol Death Squad, etc.
Yeah. And these are competent divisions. Like this will be able to make some headway.
But I mean, they are light tanks. They have no self-propelled artillery or tank destroyers. I mean, they will run into a wall if they meet like the Hungarian armor or whatever.
Yeah. Speaking of the Hungarian armor, should we look at the Balkan Bros? We haven't really talked about them.
Yeah, we should probably present them a bit more formally.
Definitely.
So let's start with Hungary. On Hungary, we have Ivan, or Stationary, as it's also called. Ivan, he's been with the community for quite a while now. He's a strong and preppy player. He's played a lot of majors lately and has participated in every grand game since he joined the community. So much like Sticky, a perfect attendance record. He's played Hungary once before, and I think he will do it to great effect this time as well. And he's tasked with killing Soviet infantry, basically. So the German Eastern Front strategy is to not take any risks, like not try to go for a huge breakthrough, but just slowly but surely eat out of the Soviet front line and kill him that way.
Definitely. Moving on to the next Balkan Bro, we have Romania.
Yeah.
And on Romania, we have Yuri.
Yeah, so Yuri is one of our Dutch players, one of 2 players in the community, I think, from the Netherlands, and he's flown all the way here from the Netherlands, which is awesome. Really nice to meet him in person for the first time yesterday. He's one of the newest members of the community, and he's only played 1 game with us before, but he has a lot of outside experience, much like Mako does.
Yeah, indeed.
And the last time he played New Zealand, so Romania is definitely a step up in responsibility there. Fortunately for him, Germany is doing quite an infantry-heavy build. Otherwise, usually as Romania, you get to be the front line while Germany does things with tanks. But yeah, not this time. Right now, Yuri only has 1 training division, so he hasn't started building his army yet. Probably timing it for Barbarossa.
Yeah, I would imagine so. He also has this, him and Ivason has this plan for the Baltics.
Oh, yeah.
And that will be very interesting to see how it pans out. They have quite intricate plans for their miners, Germany. And if they manage to execute them correctly, that could really be a headache for the Allies.
Yeah. And this is a bit unusual. Usually Romania is just tasked with holding their own front line towards the Soviets. But now, as Victor said, he's tasked with taking over the Baltics up here.
And I mean, that is one wrench in the works. Like Germany, they said that they were not taking any risks. They're taking it slow and careful. But a naval invasion of the Baltics after the Finnish lost the Winter War is not an unrisky maneuver. So it will be interesting to see how it pans out. Another Balkan bro that we have yet to talk about is Eric.
Yeah, Eric is playing Bulgaria. And he's a long-time member of the community, a solid player. He's got a number of awards, MVP, greatest play, greatest grit. And in his 5 years of playing with us, he's only played Bulgaria once. So, yeah, but I think he can be expected to do really good.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah,
we were talking about an interview here.
Right.
Right.
So we have a Soviet player for an interview, I think.
No, a Finnish player.
A Finnish player.
It's our house. Let me just start up my...
Is he coming down?
I don't know.
Ah, he's standing over there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're doing the... I'm just going to start my headset. So there.
So, Krista, you can hear us? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, what actually happened in the Winter War, Krista? We thought you were winning. Isn't like 150k casualties for the Soviets where you can press the win button?
No, so it's 300,000. And so the Soviets actually, when they failed to take the push to the pillboxes in the south in Karelia, they actually wiped most of it. And so they were losing way too much equipment and ammunition. So I think they just cut their losses and quit the war.
But they won, didn't they? They got the territory.
Yeah, they got the territory. But they were allowed to. I think they got to a certain point where they can make the surrender right or wipe it.
Right.
But I didn't lose. Like I didn't get occupied basically.
Yeah.
And so I didn't get 300k.
Yeah, but you also didn't lose a lot of troops, and that's the most important thing as Finland in the Winter War.
Yeah, I'm quite happy actually anyway because I didn't want to win because I don't want them to get the bonus general. So my idea was to actually surrender anyway.
Okay.
Somehow later on, so it's fine with me. I would have liked to take in some more critical blocks, but that was okay.
That's a 4D chess move. You were planning to lose.
But,
yeah, I mean, you played very well in the Winter War, I have to say. I mean, you're setting up for a great continuation war. What is your plans in coordinating with the rest of the Axis going forward into Barbarossa?
So I'm actually just going to hold. I don't want to get captured early if they do that kind of strategy. And I'm just going to wait for Yugoslavia. And then we're going to do a lot of anti-tank and try and push north. Occupy double supply hubs, close the Archangels. And then try and push north and Snake. And force one of the co-ops for Soviet to have to redirect resources from the eastern front.
Right.
So we'll see how that goes.
Nice. Well, it's an intricate plan, but I think it's a good one.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm quite new to this stuff. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well, Victor has played a lot of Finland in the past, and he gave you quite good grades, I think.
Yeah, I think it was interesting that you didn't do the passive Winter War. You actually pushed some key tiles. You were rather active in the Winter War, and it almost worked out quite well. So I think you did a great job, and good luck going forward into the war.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So there we have it, some clarity into what actually happened in the Finnish Winter War that made Finland lose. But Krista didn't seem very sad about losing at all.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you manage to do the white peace as Finland and inflict a lot of casualties on the Soviets, of course it would be nice to keep Viipuri. Of course it would be great to get buff from winning the Winter War, but still, in general, you don't win the Winter War. But he did not get any divisions encircled. He did not lose too much in comparison to the Soviets. So it's a good Winter War.
So while we were interviewing, Italy lost his last foothold in Benghazi. I think he got out most of the troops. Let's have a look at the losses here. Just 145. Yeah, I don't think he lost too much in the... Yeah, we got a server lost again. A bit of stability issues.
Yeah, some stability issues. I remember because I had trouble with my hearing when we did the interview, and I realized that was because we have the videos from the Allied house and the Axis house open, and I had the sound on in the Allied house, and I have to say that they were very happy. They were applauding and they were screaming like, "Oh, push this tile, click there, make sure to do this and that," and it worked out in their favor, and Benghazi is now in Allied hands, and we can say that the Axis as a whole have lost quite decisively in North Africa, which is not a disaster for the war effort as a whole, but might spell disaster for the Italians' ambitions navally in the Mediterranean.
And I mean, they haven't lost all of North Africa yet, but there will need to be some major changes if they are to keep hold of what they have, because they have almost no anti-tank capabilities here defending the border. So if the Allies choose to move up, there's nothing really stopping them. And it doesn't look like Algot is getting any help either. So we are doing a bit of a rehost. Maybe we could get a more pretty background in the meantime.
Yeah, we are looking into interview possibilities with our technicians booth. We are discussing things back and forth here. We have, since we are two different houses, we have this little communication channel where we write to the other house and they go in front of the cam and we put on our headsets and Yeah, this has really worked out very well. We did have a lot of trouble when we prepared, full disclosure, but as of now, this works much better than the Discord interviews.
Yeah. So, we're waiting for the game to get back up. You can say that the Allies are looking quite good at the moment. I think they are feeling quite sure of themselves. And, Dankus hasn't even activated yet.
Yeah, true.
They still haven't used their strongest weapon.
We have a question in the chat here. Are there any mods used on this game?
Yes.
And yes, we're using Hygge HOI mod, which is a modification of their Finest Bro, which is the meta mod for multiplayer Hearts of Iron. And
you're getting a bit of a behind-the-scenes look right now.
Indeed. This is our studio. We have the technician's booth. We have all our different... Yeah, we have so much.
And to the left there, you have the bed that the technicians are sleeping in.
Yeah, we have so much gear now. It's insane. No, that's very nice. And all of these lights. I should have asked if anyone had some makeup.
Some powder or something.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you go. We can do a live makeup. I'm not sure how to do it, but
So we had a raffle a while ago where 2 lucky people won either a free Hearts of Iron DLC of their choice, or they won a content pack where they got a bunch of guides, which are usually reserved for our paying patrons. But we will have another draw later this evening, and if you want to be a part of it, you can, just for free. So go to patreon.com/hyggegaming and you can be part of that raffle. And you will also get news and information of when we do stuff. So
we have Soviet on the line, I hear. Hello, привет.
Привет, товарищ.
How do you feel about the Winter War? Did it go to your expectations? You managed to eke out the victory in the end, but I felt you had a bit of a back and forth.
Yeah, it was a tough battle. We struggled a little bit, but we held to the plan that we were going to make a long war. We were not ambitious, we were not greedy, but we held the line, and we got a good ratio of casualties. So we are happy on the Soviet side, at least.
Yeah, it went quite historically in a sense. It was a bit dragged out, but eventually the White Peace was signed. How do you feel that this affects the continuation war? Is it going according to your plans, or do you feel that you have something that you need to rectify going on?
We have a good spirit. We felt that the Winter War went good, so we're ready for the Great War now. And the team is really... we have good communication, so we have no hesitation that the war will go good.
Interesting. So I have a question. Usually Don Boppus is the one playing the Soviets. He's usually the big Stalin guy. Now he's playing Mongolia, and the Jonte instead is the man in the driver's seat. How much has Boppus been stepping on Jonte's toes?
They have had a good communication between each other, so I haven't felt any bad vibrations. Boppus has helped Jonte a lot, and they are cooperating for the communal goal of destroying Germany. So no bad vibration, no stepping on toes. It feels good.
That sounds great. So you're not worried that mommy and daddy will start fighting?
Then I will start crying, so hopefully not.
Okay. So who was controlling what in the Winter War? Was it like a communal effort, or was it like a responsibility of one or two of the players?
Yeah, so I had control of the garrison units holding the front line, navy and air, and then Francis was the spearhead with the tanks and mountaineers doing the pushing.
Did you have lots to do with the navy?
Sorry, what did you say?
Did you have a lot to do with the navy?
I got them to do short bombardment,
nice.
And they did very good of them.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's true.
calm seas.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We have to move on now. The game is starting up. But thank you for the interview and good luck going forward. We're looking forward to an exciting Barbarossa.
Yeah, definitely.
Spasiba, spasiba.
Just one more question. During Barbarossa, what's the division of the responsibilities? Who's controlling what?
So I'm taking the north. Stan is taking the south, and France is in the middle. And then we have the god Emperor Jonte that will come with the heavy tanks.
Okay.
That's the division.
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. Spasiba, spasiba.
So there.
Epic hat.
Yeah,
Soviet
indeed.
hat.
Game is coming up. Now we have... Okay, so how does this work?
Varsitt.
Okay.
Torka av det först, sen använd.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to try to do a live makeup here. So I have gotten instructions here.
Can I please get a refill?
Oh yeah, can I get a refill also? We have gotten instructions from the from Emily. I would expect. I didn't want to be like gender normative, but I would expect that it was Emily that actually had makeup.
Hello, welcome to Hygge Gaming. This is our makeup stream.
Yes,
now we will
indeed.
see how to apply some
This is a makeup tutorial for casting.
light foundation of powder.
So I guess I take this one, right, and I do like this.
And you can see the before.
And I do like...
It's pretty shiny.
Yeah, and now I do like this, I guess.
Ah, look at that.
Do I...
Immediately, he looks distinguished.
I think this is the way I think this is the way to go, right? The technician is laughing here. He has a better view on the...
This is production value. Okay.
Yeah, indeed.
So it looks like we are in the lobby still. We're waiting for New Zealand. People waiting for players to ready up. Are you in the game, by the way?
Yeah, I mean... Oh, wait, I should check. Yeah, I'm ready.
Great.
Okay. Well, now I am, I think... Do I look a little bit nicer?
It looks less shiny.
Less shiny.
For sure. Nice.
Yeah, very well.
Thank you.
It works.
Yeah, sponsored by Sexy Mama Anti-Shine Translucent Powder.
Oh, wow.
And also I have this sponge, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wet.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's supposed to be. You drag it out.
Oh, that's nice. Does it feel good against your skin?
Yeah, it's very... I could get used to it. Okay. Well,
Hashtag professional. Where's the rest of the team? Good question. Yeah, part of the team was getting us...
I don't know. Quite nice, I guess.
Or maybe you're asking about the other people who are usually in the studio. They are playing right now.
Yeah, indeed.
Olof is playing the Soviets, one of the Soviet chairs. Snistan has been with us in the studio. He's playing Italy. Magnus, who was with us once, he's playing Canada. And Badger was with us once as well, and he's the main German controller right now. So we're just waiting for all the players to join before we start the game again. Some stability issues today.
Yeah, we have had a bit of a trouble, but the thing is, the stability kind of adds up because you get so many expansions just piling on each other, and you have like people traveling from far to be with us to play. Usually can only play on laptops because I mean you can't bring your whole gaming tower on the plane, and then you might get desynced and stuff like that. But hopefully we will be able to truck on. We are in 1940, so things will begin to intensify. But
yeah, and the game has started. Germany is yet to do a Operation Weserübung where they take Denmark and
yeah, that's
Norway.
true. We have not seen any ambitions from Germany towards Denmark and Norway.
No,
which you sometimes don't in these games because it's not like a rule that you have to go historical in that sense.
No.
It does offer some opportunities, especially if you're going like the sea level route and trying to get like the UK and so on.
And you really want, at the minimum, to take Denmark because then you... Oh, what? We missed Greece.
Oh, Greece.
That was quick.
Yeah, okay. Greece capitulated.
Looks
Balkan
Bros and some Germans gathered up.
I guess we have to drink then.
Yep, and all you guys at home, you have to drink as well because the play capitulated. The technicians are drinking. No, technicians are not. Half the technicians are drinking.
Ooh.
So we missed that. Not a big thing though, because they were not a player. Yeah, like I was saying, you really want to take Denmark though, because unless you do, the Allies can come into the Baltic, and you don't want that. If you take at least Denmark, then this becomes an impassable strait, and then you can't get naval invaded in this area. So we probably see them taking Denmark, Norway soon.
I mean, also it will help if they have this plan to like synchronize with the Balkan bros in order to naval invade the Baltics and so on. It really helps to have Denmark and Norway as well, so they don't get raided on the way.
Look at this. Italy is in full retreat. There is nothing here to stop this Allied advance. And I mean, it's a bit surprising because you always see 2 Canadian tanks. You always see 2 South African tanks. Why don't they have anything that can beat these tanks? I mean, that's basically just giving up North Africa. And if you're giving up North Africa, you're better off just evacuating your troops. Right now, he's taking a lot of losses and not gaining much of anything.
We have a question from Thomas in the chat here. I missed how it went up to now. Can the commentators give a small summary? Well, to start off...
China War.
Yeah, we started off with the Spanish Civil War. Nothing surprising there, nationalist victory. 4 Soviet volunteer divisions got killed by the Axis, so Axis advantage there. A China War, that was probably the fastest one we've seen in a long time. Big Axis win, very well played by Japan. Then the real war broke out. Run of the mill. Surprising though that Germany went straight through the Maginot with railway guns instead of going around it, but ultimately it didn't change anything. Then Italy with Algot and then Emily, that's now playing Vichy France, made an audacious plan to invade to the west and link up with Francoist Spain, but that failed. And hence they also lost Benghazi and El Alamein. And you can see now they are getting pushed here by armor and will probably get pushed out of North Africa. So that's the first really decisive Axis loss in this game, that they lost South Africa in that manner, because they will probably not be able to hold on against this South African and Canadian armor here.
Also a Soviet win in the Finnish Winter War, but we spoke to Finland afterwards, and he said that was all according to plan. So there you go, and he didn't lose many troops, so no big deal.
Yeah, Finland did a very well played Winter War, I would say, but I mean you need to do an exceptionally well played Winter War in order to actually win it. So nothing new there really.
But look, this is really bad for the Axis. I mean, they have no plan to stop this. These troops won't hold against the tanks.
Yeah, Corey Taylor says here, Germany are going to have to help North Africa. If not, it will crumble. And that is probably a correct assessment here.
It has brought down some troops. Let's have a look what kind of divisions they are.
Yeah, Germany has brought down some line infantry here, I see as well. Do they have anti-tank? They do. No, heavy artillery. I mean, it might be too little too late, to be honest.
And look at the hard attack and the piercing. I'm not sure that's enough.
Also, I mean, how much energy do you want to spend to have a foothold? Here, if they pin this tank, though, go in behind, they might be able to get one of the South African tanks. That would be a very big win.
It's a bit of a make or break. Someone is getting surrounded. The question is who?
Yeah, they're not clicking. I mean, if they click the left tile.
They're moving here.
Click here.
And they are moving. No, they're not moving.
Click. Yeah, they should click there, because then they will get the South African tank. But I mean, it's easy for us to say because we are sitting here viewing it from a bird's eye perspective.
Out of supply though, so it's really slow.
Oh yeah, I mean, if the Italian tanks, that's the last of the horse divisions, but he will probably get out there, or maybe he will get overrun now because he's too slow.
Sarge there playing South Africa. He was a bit careful, moved back a bit. They're playing really conservatively. They don't want to risk their tanks because, of course, if you're playing South Africa, 2 tanks is all you have. So 1 tank would be half your army.
Yeah, indeed. I wonder, no, he will not get overrun because they captured that tile. But he moves so slow when it's out of supply, so he could easily be overrun. Overrun
he lost his light tank.
Yeah, he did.
He's already lost a lot of troops here. Let's have a look at the losses. Let's just do like this. Having a look at the losses. Yeah, they're racking up.
Yeah, I mean, 359 Germans as well.
Yeah.
359,000 rather.
Mostly in the capture of France.
Yeah. They must have gotten encircled at some point. I mean, it's nothing that will sink the Axis war effort, but it's not. They have lost momentum. It's not going so well for them. Also, as you saw there, overrun is because another little Hearts of Iron trivia that encirclements. You know what that is probably. Like when you surround a division, then they can't get supply from anywhere and they can't retreat anywhere. So when they run out of organization, they surrender. And you get their equipment and they just get removed and everyone loses the manpower and stuff like that. So that's something you want to do. But you can also overrun. That means if you push someone into retreat, they run out of organization, but they are not surrounded, then they will retreat to an open tile which is controlled by allied forces. And if you capture that tile before the retreating troops reach it, then the retreat gets cut off and they are overrun, which also means that they surrender and disappear. And that is probably the way to go if you have like tanks that are out of supply, because it's quite hard to kill them, right? They are beefy, they are strong, but if they are out of supply, they move incredibly slow. And if you have mobile infantry, if you have a full line and your enemy doesn't, it's very easy to take the tile where the tanks are retreating to, and then you can get an overrun instead of a encirclement, and
Very well explained that.
hence you can get the same effect, so to speak.
So Hygge here on South Africa is feeling a bit nervous. He got pushed back a bit, so he's trying to move back a bit with his tanks, but it seems like they're taking this tile, so they should.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is no reason for the Allies to be too bold here. As we said, even if the Germans come here now, they will probably lose North Africa. It's just a matter of to what degree. So if the South African tank, for example, decides, oh, I want to push left or west of Tripoli and cut them off and make like a cool play, he might succeed, and then they will take Tripoli a month faster than they would otherwise, but he might get cut off and lose 50% of his fighting power, and that's just not a trade that's worth it, because eventually, I mean, you see the Germans are already out of supply here, and eventually Tripoli will fall if they don't do anything. So
yeah, they are. The Allies don't have too many supplies though, so they can't go at breakneck speeds. You can see here, Hygge is moving back a bit, trying to consolidate. It seems like they're satisfied with their gains so far and will stabilize the front over here. So we have had a comment from Mark that South Africa is easy to take with medium CAS, max ground, and 50-50 on logistic strikes. Blade through butter. Yeah, that's probably right. I think we've banned logistic strikes in our rules.
yeah, it's
Just the game, right?
Yeah, if you do logistic strikes, then the game has to update the infrastructure, and it just desyncs us.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, you can't do that.
Yeah.
It would be nice if you could do that, because it could be an important play logistically, but we don't want the game to crash.
Look at this. Magnus Ek here on Canada. He's taking the
he's
southern route
doing
here.
the bold maneuver. We have Thomas asking, do you expect any special plays / invasions further?
Yes.
I think we will see Italy trying to make moves in the Mediterranean anyway, if I know Algot correctly.
Look at this.
This is very interesting.
This is the defensive strategy they were talking about. If the Allies choose to attack, their defense is to attack in the back. But of course, the Allies are expecting this, and they have defenses here. And last time I checked, Snistan didn't have too many Marines.
I mean,
these guys won't do it.
Algot has been. I mean, he does innovative strategies. He does interesting new stuff, and he has done so this game also. But everything has been seen through, like the attack on towards the west, countered by a push in El Alamein. The naval invasion of Crete, they prepared for that. It failed.
Malta.
Malta, I mean. And I mean, now with Benghazi as well. At this point, they kind of expect him to do that, I would say.
We can have a look here from the Allied point of view, and they'll be sure to garrison the ports here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could invade on like either side, do some shenanigans, take an airfield, but at this point, they read him quite well, I would say. It's a tricky situation for Italy here.
Yeah, the Allies are slowly, systematically breaking down the Italian defenses here, and soon he won't have anywhere left to run. We'll have to go back to Italy.
Can you look at the Allied supply line from El Alamein to the front? Rosen asks, and that will be interesting to see. They are stretched thin, they are indeed, but
Yeah, this supply hub is working a bit on overtime. Maybe they should retreat some troops, but they may be close to
I mean, at
taking...
this point, they could probably pick out some infantry, but if they take Tripoli, all of that will be okay.
Exactly.
And then the tables will be turned instead, because then the Axis will be out of supply. So
Yeah. They are really close to taking it as well.
We have a question from Zimmerman. Where are German planes? Where are the airfields? That's an interesting question, because Germany focused a lot on plane building earlier, and they are above the central Mediterranean Sea and across at English Channel.
I'm just gonna... Here we go. Now we have the German point of view, and we go for the air map mode. So here we see, lots of German planes here over North Africa. Having a look at the air map mode. Wait, like this. Yeah. So, are they contested?
I wonder what Germany is doing in the Mediterranean, to be honest, or not in the Mediterranean, the English Channel. I saw that they had a lot of planes over there. It's red now, though, but...
Yeah, they don't have any planes right now. Just the Brits. They see...
All right, Peter, there is the technician saying there is a fly at your microphone. Nice.
Important for production value. You can't have flies walking around on the casters. Not a good look.
Yeah, especially the microphone sound, you know. Yeah. Is strategic bombing of infrastructure allowed? I think so.
Yeah. So Tripoli is now surrounded. They live in port, so they can get out. We see a second line of defense over here with the Italian horses. But where are the good troops? Is it these guys? Okay.
Yeah, I mean...
But why...
They're good troops, but...
No, these are Germans. But why don't they have any anti-tank? They knew they would be facing tanks in North Africa. This always bothers me. Like, you will be facing tanks. If you don't have any anti-tank, don't even go. I mean, don't even go.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I mean, it is too little, too late. Like once you got pushed, and Benghazi fell, you could probably just retreat the troops and do something else. The problem is that as the Axis, there is not much else to do at this point.
Yeah.
And this is the slump in momentum that has caused the Axis to lose so many games before, because the Axis really dominates in the beginning. You have the Sino-Japanese War, early North Africa campaign, France, Benelux. But like at this point, it's the Allies' initiative, because Germany and the Axis are in wait for Barbarossa mode, and the only really active war theater is North Africa. And considering how hard the Axis have actually lost North Africa, it is quite hard to find something to do with those troops. You might as well fight, gain experience, try to encircle some little division, and then escape through a harbor than not do anything. But North Africa is the first real major Allied win for this game, I would say.
Yeah, it does look like it. And there's nothing really speaking for the Axis forces that things will change. And here we see some of the Italians evacuating. They still have a line of defense over here, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, we have Zimmerman here saying railway gun in North Africa. I don't know if there is a railway gun in North Africa, or if it's implying that the Germans should send one. I don't... there is
the Brits
a British railway. Yeah, it's a good game. Get out of Tripoli while you can. Definitely.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep hold of Tunisia in this area.
I mean, not with 2 horse divisions on the lower tile. If you have tanks up to those, that's what's left of Emily's old horse divisions. They are nothing to write home about at all.
And I mean, this is a good template. This is strong infantry, but they don't have much anti-tank. Okay, so it looks like they just took Tripoli.
And just as Rosen said in the chat, Germany has lost a lot of the good airfields as well now in North Africa, because if you have a long distance from the airfield, especially this early or mid-game, because once they get, as they were talking about Germany, the jet-powered close air support, then they get the reach, because you have the engines, you have the ability to strike further from the airfield without incurring penalties. But as of now, like, if you only have 1939-ish propeller planes and you lose a strategic airfield, then you can't support your troops anymore, really.
Yeah.
So,
I think this airfield just next to Derna was key because it has a capacity of 1,000 airplanes, and the Allies took it quite quickly, and then the Axis held on here for quite some time, but without the air superiority, their days were numbered.
yeah. Now we see Free France is starting to get some territory back.
Yeah, right.
We have the United Kingdom's domain has ended and Free France has started. And they will probably go all the way up to the border. And the thing is, when the Allies control this, if the Allies were to win a decisive naval engagement and still have Gibraltar, I would be a bit scared as Algot for an invasion of Italy at some point.
So these infantry have a skull on their helmets, meaning they're good. He's got some anti-tank in.
Yeah, now they have wisened up.
Yeah, let's see.
Division can beat the tanks.
They're a bit under strength, but yeah, they do have some piercing. And let's have a look how much armor the Allied tanks have. Let's check at the template.
It's once again, it's quite late. He might be just in time to keep that last line if he manages to get.
But if he does, that's a big win. If they manage to keep a foothold in North Africa, that's good enough. I mean, they need to bind up the allies in Europe so they don't all go to Asia and give Jacob a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, they bind up a lot of allies, and also if they manage to keep this line, it's at least 2 or 3 sea tiles in order to invade Italy.
Yeah.
So if they were to invade Italy, if they have Tunis, then they only need to gain naval superiority for a brief moment right in between Italy and Tunisia.
Yeah.
And they can probably do that. But if they manage to keep this line, they will make it at least somewhat harder for the Allies to make an invasion of Italy proper. They will need to start in the south of Sicily, for example. And from that point, it's quite a walk to Rome. But if they're in Tunis, it's the same sea zone. So then they can just land in Rome, basically. I guess that Italy would garrison that in that case, but still.
Yeah, right now seems to be a lull in the fighting, not much going on.
Yeah, quite the calm before the storm. I don't think Germany has any interest in going in earlier Barbarossa than they need to.
No.
Not at this point, especially after this little loss of momentum in North Africa.
No, the plan is to go pretty late, and I think it's so that all these Axis miners will be ready to go.
How are they looking? There's still only 1 division training.
Yeah, let's see. Both Hungary and Romania, just 1 division, but Bulgaria and Yugoslavia, they've started to actually get an army. These are the Bulgarian infantry for now. Usually we see Bulgaria going for motorized. Now it looks like it's going for regular leg infantry. We'll see. He'll probably change this template later on because he's got no artillery and so on. Yugoslavia then. 2 types of templates here. This is a good one. A solid 30 width mountaineer unit. Just 28 width for now, but probably getting there. How can he even get that many special forces when he only has 1 other division?
Interesting. Probably some focus.
It's a really big division, though. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Yeah, so the Balkan Bros are doing good. Did we didn't present Albania?
No, I don't think we did. Let's check him out.
Albania, interesting enough, actually has the biggest army of the Balkan Bros right now. I don't think we'll see that perpetuating. He's named all his army jelly or beans. I don't know if that's some type of
first jelly, second jelly.
Some type of internal joke that I don't get. Look at this. I think that's an illegal division.
It might be an illegal division.
It's definitely an illegal division. You're not allowed to have this many artillery compared to infantry, according to our rules. So we'll need to send a message. But maybe they're just not done yet.
Yeah, it might be.
But I think, yes.
We can give him the benefit of the doubt for a while, but I think this is indeed an illegal division considering our rule set.
Mossberg, maybe you could send a question. Aren't the Albanian divisions illegal? We'll see if we get an answer to that later. Also, in their finest bra, the capital, which is usually called Tirana, I think, is now called Aloha Bar. But there you go. Yeah, gamer humor.
No. New microphones coming up. Ja, den här lyser blått i alla fall.
Ja, men ni kan behålla telefonen på. Sen...
Så här, sätt kvar dem.
Ja, den är kvar.
Ja, men att den där får kvar. Det är den här jag ska peta.
Okej.
Och du kan skruva av. Så. Så.
Okay. Maybe now I'm being heard. We have to change our microphones. So this kind of thing that happens sometimes. So we see, the allies here in the African front, they still have some supply issues, which means they can't continue their advance. Supplies look fine all the way up to the border here, and then they do not look fine. So they will have to sort that out if they want to continue the advance. And now it looks like the Axis have started to build quite a solid defensive line. Albania is there with its illegal divisions. What, they just disappeared? No, wait. Here we go. Yeah, Albania is here with the divisions we were talking about.
Yeah, testing, you can hear me as well? Nice.
Nice.
Then we're going again, and I think, to be honest, the Allies, I mean, they won in North Africa, but it ain't over until the fat lady sings, right?
Yeah.
Because...
And you would never call a game too early, right?
No, never. I have no history of doing that at all. But the thing is, with the Allies in North Africa, is if they retreat, if they draw back and they think, oh, we have won North Africa, let's just keep a little token force on the border. Because you see, the Axis here, they are building up a lot of troops one tile behind the front line, so that the Allies doesn't see them. Because it's only the ones on the front line they see.
Yeah.
And if they get a heavy anti-tank down here, and Germany can really leverage their air superiority, because they are still very focused on there. And then...
right now they seem to be fighting mostly in the central med. This is where the big air battle is happening. We are looking now from the German point of view. So, Germans have a slightly...
Peter, let me check your mic.
Yeah.
We have to check the... Exactly. Yeah, this is not good. You have to screw the thing in.
Fucking suck. I wasn't screwed.
There we are.
Oh, there we go. Better.
Nice.
And occupation. What's this? French, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't care.
I wonder how they handle Vichy France later. Will they give Vichy France a big responsibility for the defense of Europe, or will Emily's forces just constitute some sort of token force?
I think the Badger will send her off to the east.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah, because they have a plan to let Vichy France, Italy, and Spain attack Baku and the oil fields.
Oh, they are doing that again.
I think, but that's like a bonus objective for them.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't happen, I guess Emily will just be defending the West.
I mean, we have seen the oil fields of Baku winning the game for the Axis one.
Oh, yeah.
And just stopping the Soviets dead in their tracks.
Yeah, more than once, I think.
Yeah, and people are not really expecting that, but...
They should.
They should, because it has been a couple of times. But the thing is, if there is one thing they do not expect, probably it is that Vichy France should do it, right?
Let's see. We have some questions here from Mark. Are heavy AA armor and piercing battalions also disallowed? No, they are allowed. We haven't seen too much of it though. Heavy AA Heavy AA armor. Now we haven't seen it.
No.
Maybe that's a good idea for a new meta.
Yeah, probably. I mean, if one side goes very heavy into air, for example, like Germany now, if Germany were to completely steamroll the Soviets in Barbarossa due to them focusing on air, perhaps we might see more heavy anti-air, but it is not something that we have seen to an extent. We see the Allies are trying to make a push here in North Africa again.
Yeah. They seem to be successful, and
in the first push,
the Axis are in a bit of a precarious position because this tile is about to be lost, and this tile is lightly defended. So these guys are in danger, and now someone is moving up here, but they're gonna.
They just moved back.
They're gonna come after the tank. Yeah.
Yeah, now they got pinned.
Like they will push.
Yeah, they will push them back. But things are happening again in North Africa. We thought it was kind of a dead situation before, but.
Keep talking.
Yeah.
We keep talking.
Keep talking.
Yeah, it looks a bit of a precarious situation here. But yeah, they're playing conservatively. Magnus is moving his tanks back, and so is Hygge.
The thing is, no one really wants to risk it, and I mean, at this point, the Allies have time on their side, right? Because once Barbarossa kicks off, then you can't have all of this German heavy anti-tank, light armor. Then you need that on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
So then they will need to go to Russia. And when they go to Russia, the Allies can just roll in. And I mean, Emily will not be able to hold the North Africa part of Vichy France either. So then they have that. And that also opens up a lot of avenues because, I mean, you can't naval invade Spain, but they could potentially do a D-Day in Vichy France.
Yeah.
If they wanted to. So Germany really needs to garrison that and keep it in their mind.
Italy is quite nice to naval invade as well, because if you, there are many defensible tiles. So if you just land somewhere, you can take a mountain tile here, for example, and you hold all of this. Like it's really a nice target for naval invasions or D-Day invasions in general. We saw Italy doing another try on Malta, which was unsuccessful.
Yeah, I think it will be very hard for them to take Malta at this point because the Brits are prepared for it.
Yeah,
maybe you can get some air superiority, some shore bombardment, but
this is not an overwhelming amount of Marines either. We've seen Italy with like 20 Marines in the past. I messed something up once again.
Yeah, you didn't screw it in.
I didn't say. Oh, you're supposed to screw that thing. Oh, yeah. There you go. You learn something every day.
Indeed.
Thank you.
There we see happy technicians now. They have been wondering why is the sound bad, I guess. And
there are no AA battalions in the mod. It can only be a support company. Yeah,
definitely.
There was another question from Mark also, if Canada is spamming transport planes to help with resupplying, and that's a good question. That's something I do when I play Canada. Let's see.
They are not.
No, and I don't see.
General surplus of most things except medium tanks, and
doesn't seem like they have any air wings either. No. So yeah, no transport.
How is the Pacific Theater looking? How is USA doing? Japan?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Because they are going to be butting heads rather soon.
Yeah, still no naval invasion plans. We see a big.
A big
army here of 135 divisions.
And many of them are... No, they are... I changed the... Yeah, that's the veterans. I mean, this is a fighting force to be reckoned with. They have medals, they are veterans, all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, if it takes those veteran companies, put some nice stuff into them, gives them a medal for like 10% division attack, that's going to be trouble, especially on land, like if you were to push into the Rush, and eventually if the game goes very long, he could push into the Soviets.
We still don't see any Marines though.
No, he doesn't even have a Marine template.
Aren't the Marine templates usually named Rico Sentai? I thought that
maybe he might have changed the symbol. I'm not sure.
But it looks like he has no Marines out at least, and none in production. And I mean, the war is not that far off.
Maybe he will transition the Mountaineers into Marines because they use the same equipment.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, and they are right now they are veterans, so maybe they'll get they'll lose a couple of levels, but they will still be quite good. So that might be the plan.
We hear the Axis clapping now. I don't know if they have managed to do something. Is it North Africa?
Seems like they haven't done much of anything.
Perhaps they were just clapping in general.
They're doing some ineffectual attacks. But yeah, the Allies are very out of supply here in the very front.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stalemate. I mean, that's the thing. If the Axis
attacks, though, this is
if the Axis hadn't done their plan to invade West instead, then this line could have been at El Alamein instead of by the border of Tunisia.
So it looks like Albania. He's got his units on frontline attack, so they just attack as soon as they get a bit of organization.
And
yeah, he should probably stop the attack.
This
yesterday.
is probably, it's not good. Albania is not really a country that likes losing supply and manpower without gaining something in return. They are. If Finland has manpower and equipment issues, then it's a lot more.
Yeah. So Germany is doing prepare for Barbarossa. We still don't see any Weserübung where they take Denmark and Norway.
No, Denmark is still a sovereign country. That's also
this means really that he should be defending these harbors. But I guess there's still plenty of time to take Denmark and Norway.
Yeah, I mean Denmark at least is just to pick up whenever you want. And in Norway. Yeah. You can run into trouble in Norway if you underestimate it.
We've seen many times where the Allies reinforce northern Norway, in particular. If you take Narvik, for example, you can hold this for a long time. For a long time.
We have also seen we had one game where the Brazilian Marines invaded Narvik, and that was when we had the Mid-Journey AI subscription, so we could generate AI pictures. So we generated an AI picture of Brazilian Marines storming the shores of Narvik. So
have a look at this. The Axis are doing a counter push in North Africa.
They are trying, yeah.
The Allies should really, I guess.
I mean, they are deorganizing them. Let's see.
These guys have no supply. They should really move back to where they have supply. Right now, they are just in danger of being.
And that's both the South African. If the Axis kills those two South African
divisions,
significant. That's basically South Africa out of the game for at least a couple of years in in-game time, a couple of hours in real life time. So
they still have a rear line of defense, though. We see India here as well.
Yeah, and they also pushed them back now from that tile that they would have needed to surround. So it's not any decisive actions, but
they're pushing back at least. I guess that's good for morale.
Yeah, the Axis are starting to regain some sort of initiative in North Africa, and I mean. To be quite honest, at this point, the Axis wants to keep the lines of battle as far as possible away from Tunisia, because if they get Tunisia, then you have naval invasion possibilities to the Italian mainland, to Vichy France, to Corsica. All of those are just one sea zone there. So, and since they still control Gibraltar, you can just park the British Navy and go Vichy France or go south of Italy. So the Axis really don't want to give up this foothold, and it's probably reasonable to keep a strong hold of it. I was quite sure that it would fall, but they got there in time.
Yeah. So it looks like the Axis advance have stalled somewhat. The Albanians are fighting well. Maybe if they hadn't kept continuously attacking, they would be at full strength.
Yeah, I mean, look at those divisions. The strength of that division is army strength of like 42% or something. They should probably just consolidate. They can't outproduce this.
Yeah, it's getting some deficits.
Look at the anti-tank equipment, for example. That's expensive.
Yeah.
That's probably a deficit for at least a year or so. 1,432 days.
With the current production.
Yeah, I mean, and the current production is not soon to increase, right? If you look Albania, they will take maybe half a year, and then they will have like 2 more military factories.
Yeah.
they will not get back this.
Albania really shouldn't be doing the heavy lifting.
No, it's very
short.
interesting that the initiative has been regained by Albania at great cost to their fighting ability. Then again, like Albania, I mean, it's a twin-edged blade, right? Because at the same time that Albania is 1,400 days behind on production of anti-tank equipment, if the Germans like lend-lease them 500 anti-tank equipment, then they're fine.
Yeah.
And that's not that much for Germany.
No.
So it's not as bad as it looks. But Albania is in the hands of its allies. Then again, I think they should repay Albania for all this
and
very valiant.
Someone should tell Albania to stop the attack.
Yeah, Albania is way too bold here. If you have divisions at no organization, 40 strengths, and a deficit in pretty much every military equipment, then you should not attack into entrenched troops in North Africa. It's generally a bad idea.
Away.
Stop attacking!
I know we're supposed to be neutral, but I just couldn't bear watching it.
And now, then again,
it looks like
now
it
Italians attacked, so. And when they can't attack anymore, the strength is too low.
Okay.
We are still neutral because we said it too late.
Let's have a look at Dankes. He's got an army now.
He's got an army. It's
these are the garrisons, I suppose. 30 width. No.
Oh.
15 width.
He has a big army, Dankes.
Yeah, 40 of these garrison divisions who will be protecting the islands, I suppose. And what about these guys? Are they just...
Here we see the ergonomic gaming stance.
Amazing form.
Very, very good. Good gaming form. We have a... can you release this save for download? We have a question. Yes, if you are paying Patreon, I think you can download our segments.
Yeah, I think that's what it takes.
I think Badger knows that better than me, but...
Yeah, to get the save games, you need to be a paying patron. But if you're a free Patreon, you can join our raffle later on. We had one just a few hours earlier, where you get to win a free Hearts of Iron 4 DLC of your choice, or a content pack where you get a bunch of guides that are usually just reserved for our pay patrons. So if you go to patreon.com/HyggeGaming and become a free patron, you can win.
Indeed. Lines have stabilized. Free France does no longer exist in North Africa. So somewhat of a foothold for Italy, a bit of a consolation prize, but considering how it looks now, I do not think that these lines will move. We have a question here. Is Yugoslavia allied? No, Yugoslavia is Axis.
Yeah.
Then again, they have some events that give a lot of resistance. You know, you have the Yugoslav, like the partisans, that historically were very effective in driving out the Nazis from Yugoslavia. So I think Yugoslavia is one of the countries that can run into internal strife if things were to go the wrong way.
And according to the Axis plan, Yugoslavia's role is to go up to Finland and help. And we can see he's already positioned his troops up here in Poland to be able to get there more quickly.
Indeed. I really need to go to the bathroom. I will just do that. And you will entertain our dear viewer.
Do it. And then I'll do what you will do.
Yeah, I will leave my mic here.
Good idea. That's that's what you get when you have professional casters.
Indeed. I will leave my mic a bit away from you, so it doesn't pick up.
You were taking off your sweater before, Lucas. Maybe that's for our OnlyFans account.
Meatballs are these? They're getting cold.
So we see the Allies doing a few prodding attacks towards the Axis, and it seems to be going fine. The Axis are still... They have a lot of manpower and material here, but they're not really geared up to what they're facing. They're facing both the combined might of the Allied armor, meaning both Canada and South Africa. Or right now, actually, I'm only seeing Canada. but he's managed to scrape together 4 divisions, which is quite nice. But there are also Indian Gurkha infantry here, which are quite formidable. Perhaps after the Finnish infantry, the Gurkhas are the best in the world. So I don't think the Axis will be breaking through. On the other hand, though, you can see that the Axis have gathered quite a number of forces, so it won't be an easy feat for the Allies just to power through there either. So maybe this is what the borders will look like for a while. Let's see here. Here is Italy planning another naval invasion. They still haven't succeeded in any naval invasions, but maybe sometime will be the first. Alexandria, though, is well defended, as you can see here. It seems like all the ports really are quite well defended. So I would be surprised if we see a big breakthrough there from Italy. It seems like these guys are they going? No, they're going back. Maybe they just tried a naval invasion and it failed. Yeah, a few more Marines than we saw a while ago, but still not the numbers you would need to actually break through a fortified position. Let's have a look over in the east. Now we see the Japanese octopus forming. Look at all these beautiful naval invasions being planned. So I was speaking to Jacob before, who is the main controller of Japan, and he said that at the outbreak of the war is really the only time you can do one of these battle plans, because later on things happen so quickly and so on. But now he has time to plan, and you can see that he's moving towards... it's a bit different than what he said he was going to do. So these naval invasions are all headed towards the Southeast Pacific, you could say, while the American islands, the ones of note, the ones that actually affect the game mechanics, they're up here in the north, and there are no planned naval invasions for them just yet, but probably to come. He said he was getting amphibious tanks, Amtraks, and that kind of stuff. Let's have a look what we can find. Here we go, Amtraks and Marines. He's got 40 Marine divisions. And look at the veterancy here on those guys. This is a formidable force. So they were just converted, I think. So they're a bit under strength. They'll probably lose a bit of veterancy as they go up in strength, but still they will be quite formidable, and they should be able to take the American islands during Tora Tora Tora. Tora 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 being the modifier in the beginning of the war, which gives Japan a bunch of buffs, which makes them really hard to beat. But here we see Dankes is moving out his garrisons and stuff into position. It looks like he's choosing a few islands to defend really well. So Guam, for example, is getting quite a lot of divisions. Yeah, it's probably the right tactic, because if you put a few divisions here, a few divisions there, they will just get overwhelmed and probably die immediately when they get invaded. So we're waiting for some rejoining. Maybe we can have a look how it looks in the Allied house. If we can get them on camera there. Yeah, not much we can see right now. I guess people are taking the opportunity to go to the bathroom and refill their beers and whatnot, since we have a hot join right now. Yes, please. I would love a refill. Yeah, where's the planned attack for Panama that he was talking about? That's a good question. And Crafting Ruby says he doesn't have the range. Yeah, that's probably it. Couldn't you, though? I mean, Cyan just planned a naval invasion to Los Angeles, and he got the planning off. But of course, you have to control all the sea zones to the destination. So that's a bit hard. But it looks like Jacob, his main naval invasion force being these 40 Marines, they haven't got any invasion plans yet. So it looks like the garrisons and the weaker infantry will take these less defended islands, while his main Marine force will go for the more heavily defended islands. And there will be some heavily defended islands, as I was just saying, looking at Danke's point of view here again. We see them a raid across the Pacific. 10 divisions here on Honolulu. We got some heading towards Midway, some heading towards Wake, and some heading towards Guam. And these, Guam, Wake, Midway, and Pearl Harbor here on Hawaii, these are the key islands for the island mechanic. So if the Allies control all these islands, that means that the Allies, even in Europe, will get a buff to fighting. And conversely, if Japan controls all these allies, even the Euro axis will get a buff to fighting. So it's really crucial who owns these islands. And you can see both the US player and the Japanese player focusing heavily on taking control of these. So we're in June 1941. We know from behind the scenes that Japan has planned an invasion for December 41, which is, according to history, December 7th, the attack on Pearl Harbor. Ooh, let's have a look back here in Europe. It looks like the Axis are keen to try to attack from their position here, and it looks like the Allies are driven back a bit. And here we see Victor coming back, so I will take the opportunity to visit the bathroom, or I'll just let you look at the front line before I go. See you in a bit. And I'm going to be professional and take off my microphone.
There we are. Hello. Let's see. I'm just going to make my way into the studio here. Nice, and hide the cables. And we'll see. I see here. I have heard some activity from the confines of the bathroom, but it will be very interesting to see how the Axis fare in their counter push in North Africa. I do see that they have made some inroads towards Tripoli here, and let's see. Let's do some backlog in the chat here. We have, where is the planned invasion of Panama Canal that he spoke about? He doesn't have the range. Yes, indeed, that is probably the case. What the Axis does have the range for, though, is to push back in North Africa, and it seems like the Allies has pulled out of North Africa to a large degree, and hence given up the initiative to the Axis forces. And this could be very good for the Axis, because if they manage to push out, let's say, even if they get Benghazi back, is significantly safer for the Axis control of Europe, considering I don't have to worry about naval invasions of Sicily and the south of Italy as much, at least. Or, well, probably a bit further than Benghazi. They need to get the airfield at Derna and some more. But as of now, the Axis have stabilized in North Africa. Looking at other fronts, if we check out the German national focuses, we are probably going to see Barbarossa rather soon. See? There. Operation Barbarossa. They are ready to take it at any point. It's just a 14-day focus, so we're probably not far off in regards to the war on the Eastern Front. Some battle plans are drawn, at least the grand ones that just give the planning bonus. Finland is probably preparing also for the continuation war, have a push towards Leningrad. They have some divisions built up, and considering they did a somewhat good winter war, they look rather scary. Let's see if Hungary is still one division training. Romania, however, has managed to get some divisions out. We have infantry divisions from Romania, non-illegal ones, in this case, with heavy anti-tank, rocket artillery and infantry, and quite a few of them. So this is quite an impressive macro performance by Romania, being able to get this many divisions out. They are not trained, however, so that is going to take some amount of time. Bulgaria have started to recruit and deploy tanks and bullies. Let's see, tanks rather self-explanatory, but the bullies, I'm interested in seeing what they contain. It's mechanized infantry, SPRT, tank destroyer, and mechanized infantry. This is a big division.
The stats seem a bit bugged right
Yeah, definitely. That's not the way.
There we go.
There we go. I mean, this is scary for the Soviets if they manage to get some of these out. They are at the moment out of fuel, logistically speaking. Infantry equipment, 159, no worries there. Mechanized equipment, 517, not optimal, but also not an insurmountable deficit in the production. However, 248 medium SPRT and 164 medium tank destroyers is significantly harder not to crack, logistically speaking. Having a look at the airplanes, I'm a bit interested in seeing if we go over to the Air Force here. We have an overview. We have 3,600 fighters currently in the employ of the Luftwaffe. 1,200 close air support, 72 heavy fighters, 300 tactical bombers, and 10 transport planes, while their main adversary in the air, the United Kingdom, has 2,400 fighters, 300 CAS, 310 naval bombers, and 179 tactical bombers. So if you were to consider the air war in Europe, I would say it favors the Axis at this point.
Yeah.
I guess that the Finnish doesn't have an air force at all, but the Soviets, no, it's not too bad actually. 1,800
Yeah, we have
fighters.
some.
In that case, I wouldn't necessarily say it favors the Axis anymore, because once we get the United States into this, we will have
Nothing
nothing.
yet. What about in the logistics tabs?
They probably have some produced, right? We have 400 fighters.
No huge amounts, though.
No huge amounts, but if they churn this out, I would say the Allies have a slight edge even in air. But I would imagine that the Germans at this point have transitioned to a less air-focused production queue. As we see here, it's mostly...
Those are the special railway artillery that he was talking about.
Karl Gerhardt.
Which only Germany can build. So he's building a bunch of those, and they're apparently quite good.
Yeah, very high bombardment fort effectiveness. I would say very effective to build, but I mean, they are still railway guns, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not to diss railway guns, but they can't really.
Speaking of the air production, I was privy to the Allied strategy communication before the game, and Dankus, who's playing the US, he was telling Falk on the UK that you shouldn't produce much boats at all. Don't focus on shipbuilding. I will build the ships. You just focus on building planes. But yeah, I don't know. 2,400 planes or whatever that Falk had. I don't know. I think we've seen Britons with more by now.
Yeah, definitely. I would say so. Like Britain, in regards to the air war, which usually takes place between Britain and Germany, Germany is definitely ahead.
Yeah.
What
about Italy? Italy sometimes builds some planes.
Let's check them out. We have in Italy, this is not anything.
No, nothing, basically.
But then again, we see that...
What's going on here?
It's the revenge of Emily's horses.
Did the Allies fall back?
Yeah, the Allies, just after you went to the bathroom, I think the Allies actually pulled out most of the reserve troops around Tripoli. I don't know.
That's interesting.
I don't know why. They must have some sort of plan for it, because at this point, if I tag over to... okay, that's it. Malta has fallen to Italy. That's why they probably pulled out, because they realize it's untenable to hold with all the air support.
I guess, but still.
Yeah,
where will they set up their offensive line? Is it all the way back to El Alamein?
Yeah,
the Allied point.
I'm gonna tag over to the United Kingdom. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
they are going back to El Alamein.
Back to where they started.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, this is indeed. This is a big win for the Axis, because to get status quo out of the situation that they were in is a very good prospect for them.
They should be happy,
to be honest, because that could have gone so much worse. They were up here, and a stalemate at El Alamein. That's something that they could definitely live with, I would say. And we see also Italy have further naval invasions planned, this time of Cyprus, and this 3 infantry divisions with 2 tiles to defend, they will not be able to stand up to an Italian naval invasion. So Algot has really made a comeback here. We do see it's quite few divisions as well, but they are performing. He has performed very well with them.
Yeah, at least now recently. He had a lot of setbacks there in the beginning, just losing. But taking Malta is a big, turnaround.
Have we seen any losses? I mean, probably there must have been some sort of decisive fire exchange that we missed.
How so?
For example, South Africa has no divisions.
No, they have the same amount.
Yeah, they have.
Thanks.
Where are they, for example? They have pulled back to El Alamein.
Yeah.
I am interested in the reasoning behind the pullback to El Alamein, to be honest.
I think Canada had more than 2 tanks, though, before. I'm not sure.
It's not entirely impossible.
No, they haven't lost anything.
No. I mean,
Let's have a look at Canada, see if they still have... or if I... Yeah, probably... Oh, they have 5 in total.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Let's see.
On the seas.
On the seas,
going towards
UK.
I wonder if they're planning to help Norway, or if it's just a preparation for a later D-Day.
Yeah, this is interesting. I feel like I should have I shouldn't have gone to the bathroom, because I must have missed some sort of decisive engagement here.
I don't think so. I think the Allies just concluded that, well, we don't need to hold this territory, and we can just move back.
Yeah.
So we have a question in the chat. This map looks different. Is this a mod? And yes, we are playing a mod. We're playing a version of their Finest Bra mod, which is a multiplayer mod. Our mod is called Hygge. So you can download and play the mod if you want to. It's basically their Finest Bra, which is the multiplayer mod, as I said. We've made some slight changes to make, for example, Greece a playable nation, and so on. We don't have a player Greece in this game in particular, but yeah, some slight changes.
We have a convoy raiding on German convoys in the channel.
Oh yeah.
Losing quite some convoys. Probably can outproduce that though, so it's
have a look at the supply mode. We can see where the convoys are going. Where are they? Is it to Japan? Yeah.
Yeah, it's to Japan.
Yeah, they're exporting stuff to Japan. I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
I mean,
yeah, that happened while you were at the bathroom.
Yeah, okay.
These are just his garrison divisions. His Marines are still on the main islands, waiting for the proper targets.
I think that Dankes might get a run for his money, to be honest. Like, these divisions, they have a big army in Japan, and this, like, the moment the war kicks off, he will have naval superiority in all these tiles. He will just click, and then...
If you have a look, though, at Dankes' point of view, he's reinforced all the main islands. Here, Honolulu.
Yeah, this is not
Midway.
falling.
Yeah.
Midway is not falling.
But on the other hand, Jacob has 40 Marine divisions.
Yeah, he has, but...
Yeah, so who knows?
10 of these is not something to scoff at.
No. If you have a look further west...
Yes, he could land here and do some double attack something, but he will probably die.
Yeah, he's also reinforced the Wake and Guam. So all the important islands for the island mechanic are reinforced.
And they are quite steadily. Here is another division.
Is that the training division? No.
No, these are Marine.
Marine.
He is probably prepared to do something with those, right?
I think he used that division as a training division earlier, though. I'm unsure why he puts...
this...
IC tanks and the amphibious tank.
This is dangerous.
These guys are scary.
These are really scary.
Have a look at the stats real quick. Yeah, they are scary.
They are scary, and they are close to key Japanese islands.
Yeah.
As well. We haven't looked at Raj a lot at all.
No, have we even presented Raj?
I'm not sure.
I don't think we have.
Let's do it then.
Let's present Raj. So playing Raj, we have Pontus.
Yeah, indeed, and he played Raj the last Bergagårdhof.
He did, and he had an awesome outfit. Perhaps a bit questionable. Like, he had a big Raj outfit with the in these days you can't be too careful. But
where do we draw the line at cultural appropriation? Then again, you wore a Chinese hat before. So...
Was it Chinese? That's racist of you to say. Maybe it was Vietnamese.
It was a cone hat. Yeah. Anyway, he has been with us for quite some time, a dependable player. He's been with us since 2022, which is not that long in the broad sense, but he hasn't missed a game since early 2023, continuously developing as a player, and he is going to try to prevent naval invasions from the Asia axis. He hopes that he will be able to free up his harbor defense troops to help defend Singapore.
Yeah, so his plan is to build like basic battleships, and you can see there something in the Bay of Bengal. If you look there at the naval map mode.
Let's check out the Bay of Bengal. He has naval superiority here.
Look at that fleet.
It is.
Yeah, so he's got some early battleships to get some local superiority, and with this, he hopes to be able to move his garrisons that would be protecting the ports in India to Singapore instead. And you can see there on the map, it's exactly what he's doing. You have 12 divisions there from Raj in the Singapore area. Let's have a look at the Singapore defense there.
This is quite beefy. I mean, it's not that much on Singapore proper, but kind of hard to push through this.
Oh yeah.
We have seen though like naval invasions, because this is one of the places where you can do like floating harbors and stuff and just cross harbors here, like 4. If you do like floating harbor, invade here.
But it's also very common to see naval invasions from the Allies to stop the Axis advance, so you have to be careful no matter which side you're on there.
Definitely. We have a question in the chat here. Predictions on how the USA-Japan main fleet standoff would go. If we look at what they have at the moment, this is the Japanese main fleet here, or the heavy ship at least. We have 5 veteran carriers. Now they probably went off to repair. But this is a scary fleet, definitely.
I think in summary, during Tora, which is the modifier in the beginning of the war, which gives Japan a bunch of buffs, the US will not risk an engagement. And after that, I think the Japanese will not risk an engagement unless they have massive air support from the islands next to it.
But if we look here at the Japanese fleet in total Navy overview, here we have 5 super heavy carriers, 5 carriers, 6 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, 22 heavy cruisers, 67 light cruisers, 99 destroyers, and 57 submarines. So this is a scary fleet. But I would imagine Dankus also having a somewhat scary fleet.
Yeah. He's got more dockyards, like 1.5 times more dockyards.
Yeah, at some times he will pass them by. He has
120,
120. So he has transition, because he didn't have that much less than 120 when we checked him out last time. He has transition.
He stopped at 120, I think.
But he has 3 carriers, 18 battle cruisers, 15 battleships, 15 heavy cruisers, 12 light cruisers, 368 destroyers, and 71 submarines. And so Dankus' fleet is significantly weaker at this point, because he has 120 dockyards. Meanwhile, the Japanese at this point has 87.
Yeah.
So he will catch up eventually. But I mean, during Tora, the Japanese commands a significant superiority.
Yeah.
We have had Japanese have really played everything correctly. If I were to go through the Axis nations and see who made mistakes, who has played good and who has played bad, I still have to see Japan make a mistake. There was one Mountaineer division that almost overextended a little, but everything else has been meticulously executed. Then again, it has been meticulously executed against only AI opponents so far.
Yeah.
So once again, the quote, whoever said it about plants and the enemy.
Yeah.
But it will be very interesting to see. We have a question from Night Round about when Barb is going to start. Probably quite soon. We see research of the jet fighter program.
Yeah, this is part of the Badger's secret plan to get the jet CAS already in 1943.
It will be very interesting to see how this pans out.
Yeah.
I am very curious as to how if he's able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and they plan to do Barb quite historical, so in December 41, which is in just 2 months.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, against the Soviets, they don't need jet-powered CAS. That won't make the difference, to be honest. But I mean, of course, the strike range, you can support deeper into enemy territory.
Oh yeah, you can probably pulverize the Soviet defenders with it.
So it's not bad, but the thing where once he is able to churn out a significant number of jet-powered close air support, you will see it come into play once the Europeans are starting to hit the European shores. Which we really don't know when it is going to be, since the United States is focusing Pacific first, and Japan is super strong.
Yeah.
So that might put like the Raj and Siam into play. If Raj manages to work out the plan and free up stuff so that they can take out Siam, Japan might have to focus there, and which will open up a lot of avenues of possibility for the United States.
Yeah. Raj shouldn't be able to push, though, early on, unless they get a lot of support from the rest of the allies. And so far, it looks like they are alone, and they are holding the so-called Dhaka line. He's grouped up quite defensively, leaving Burma for the Asia axis, basically.
Yeah.
We have a couple of comments in the chat. Night Round is saying it'll be curious to see what this railway gun is going to be like, and I can only concur. I didn't even know it existed. We've probably had it built in a game or so before, but we've never seen anyone do it in this scale. And
I wonder how many he has at this point. Let's check the army overview here. He has 2 railway guns, 5 motorized divisions, 8 light infantry, and 93 infantry. And I mean, this is a lot of stuff. But you are Germany. It is November of 1941. And you have no tanks, right?
Yeah. He's leaving that to the miners. We'll see how that goes.
And I mean that's a gamble, because I mean we have said so that this is a game where we have a very strong setup. We said it in the pre-game analysis that we have a very strong setup of Axis miners, experienced players that have done their hours in these minor nations. But however, if you don't have any tanks as Germany, what happens if you get if Hungary gets surrounded by some Soviet heavy tanks, they die. You lose pretty much. You can lose the entire Ukrainian front, for example, or
And then you don't have any offensive capability anymore.
That's the thing. 93 infantry divisions, good for Germany, but they will not be able to compete with the 297 garrison divisions of Soviet if you're going to go infantry to infantry.
Yeah. So, according to the Germans, war is just a month away. How are the Balkan bros doing?
Yeah, let's check them out. We have Hungary still 1 division training. This is an ominous sign.
Yeah, that's good enough.
They have, however, transitioned into quite a hard template here. We have medium tanks, mechanized, and self-propelled artillery. And
great division, but there's only 1 of them. But
but they will be able to get out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before the outbreak of the war. They will definitely wait with Barbarossa until these hit
What are they missing? They're missing some.
They are missing
left.
They are missing mechanized. And looking over at the logistics, this is a deficit that they will be able to cover very quickly. Then they train them, they send them out. You just wait with Barbarossa a few days. And you have quite a scary Hungary.
So that was Ivan, or stationary on Hungary. And here we look at Romania, where we have Yuri controlling.
I mean, this is very interesting. Romania is also going infantry.
Yeah.
And we have Yugoslavia. It's infantry.
Yeah.
And in training, infantry. And special forces,
infantry.
Mountaineers, infantry. Bulgaria, infantry. And in training,
the bullies.
Yeah, the bullies, which are not infantry, though, tank destroyers, but they will only be able to get out 2 of the bullies before the war breaks out. And
this is not a lot of armor for the Axis side.
Yeah, it's very interesting that the Axis is going heavy infantry and the Soviets are going heavy tanks. To be honest, at this point...
But they only had 1 heavy tank out, right?
Yeah, and they are deploying...
Johannes Big Stomps. So
let's check
Johannes
out
is the name of Badger, so this is a
heavy tank destroyer, 2 of them.
Big at the big
but
brother.
This is good for the Axis because the Soviets are putting so much economy into building divisions that contain heavy tank destroyers, heavy tank, and all of the Axis is infantry at this point. There's very few Axis tanks.
Yeah, but he's not putting a lot into it.
Yeah.
He has 1 division out and he's building 3 more, so it's no big investment from the Soviets.
It will be very interesting to see an infantry battle going on at the Eastern Front. What do we have in the...
We are now at December 7th and the game is paused because they're about to start the big war.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm speculating here. We can see that Germany has gone superior firepower. They have not gone mobile warfare, so...
Makes sense if they're going infantry.
Yeah, definitely, but it's...
we do have a couple of questions here from Mark. He says that medium CAS can get more ground attack, I guess, as compared to the jet CAS. That's beyond my knowledge, but if you say so. Also, he has a question if India has invested into CAS. That's a good question.
Yeah, let's check out India.
Go for CAS.
They have none in production, and they have none fielded. 99 CAS planes, so 1 air wing of CAS.
Yeah, not much.
Of course, if Siam has none, then it's interesting. I am interested in seeing North Africa. It has stalemated, but I think they are bringing up railway guns. They're bringing up tanks. The Hungarians, the heavy hitters from Hungary, is here, and this is not that well fortified. They are bringing in reinforcements, though, so I think it will be...
This is a bit of a surprise, though, because those tanks should be on the Eastern Front now, but instead of preparing for Barbarossa, they are gearing up for another invasion of El Alamein, but very late.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see this plan of not going... here we see. This is the master
plan. Will
they
land, though? How they do have defenses, but will they be enough?
Yeah, maybe we will see. I mean, but this is the plan. Like, I think the Axis plan here is, since they have taken Crete and they have taken Cyprus, which we obviously missed.
Oh, the
Sorry about that.
Attacking.
Then they want to land here. They want to kick the Allies out. They want to win North Africa quickly, form a new front line.
They are not landing, though.
And if they win North Africa, then they focus on Barb. But this is not... I mean, they are prepared.
Yeah. But it seems like Snistan is doing safer invasions than he did previous games, because he's not landing next to the ports. He's just only trying to attack the ports. It makes it harder to take them, but on the other hand, you won't lose your Marines.
At this point, he probably should have tried, though.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, it seems pretty stalemated.
Yeah, and that is not good for the Axis, because, I mean, that was the plan, right? They wanted to succeed in naval invasion, kick the Allies out of North Africa, and win North Africa, pull the troops back to Barbarossa. But at this point, you end up in the same stalemate as you have had historically, that eventually Barbarossa starts. When Barbarossa starts, the railway gun, the heavy tanks from Hungary, they have no business being here. You move them out, and the Allies just march over here anyway. So if they don't take Alexandria, if they don't force the Allies down towards the Sinai Peninsula, then it has all been for nothing, more or less, because they will still lose North Africa.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious why the Hungarians, for example, came down there so late. I mean, if you're going there... Oh, now the Bulgarians are coming too.
Yeah, they are. They really want to punch through this.
So this means they are delaying Barbarossa, which I'm not sure is a good idea, but we'll see.
Yeah, I wonder when Italy won the Mediterranean, because both Crete has fallen, Cyprus has fallen, Malta has fallen. Looking at the Navy overview here, we can see that they have sunk 12 light ships from Greece, 6 cruisers from Greece, 30 submarines from Great Britain, and 48 submarines from Free France.
Yeah, the Brits probably evacuated the Med.
Yeah, I would say so, but I'm not sure as to why, because I think they could have.
Well, you're at the risk of being naval bombed. I think that's it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Once they lose Malta, that's
really dangerous, and the ports there are in range of port strike as well. Yeah. So
it's also the thing, like, as long as they hold Gibraltar, the Italians can't really get out anyway, and they tie down a lot of Axis troops here. Yeah, they are prepared. They are going to push again, I think. Or is the Hungarians moving to the Eastern Front now? Are they done?
They have 6 divisions out. Yeah, they seem to be moving back.
No.
They still have a front line. I think that's what's fucking it up. Look at the other Balkan bros.
Yeah, definitely. We have Bulgaria have taken control of Greece. They are preparing naval invasions. This is perhaps a smarter. No, there are 4 divisions there as well.
Yeah, they are delaying. It would be nice to go up with a camera to the Axis team and just like, what are you guys doing? I wonder if that's something we can make happen. I think we can make it happen. So we'll take the mobile cam again and we'll go up to the Axis and we'll say, what are you guys doing? Why?
Yeah.
Where's the Barbarossa? Is this good for you?
Yeah, we see. I mean, they are probably quite busy now though, because we have a breakthrough of Canadian armor in El Alamein.
So we have a question from Night Round here if we're going to have another game until 11 p.m. And no, unfortunately not. We have a hard stop at 8:30. So if the game is not decided by 8:30, it will be decided on points. Because we need to have a banquet afterwards. And last year we started the banquet at 10 p.m. and that was a bit late. So yeah,
we see a breakthrough here, but they perhaps might overextend here, the Allies. I don't think.
It looks like the Hungarians have moved back though, and they are the big anti-tank guys. If you look from the Axis perspective.
Yeah, let's check it out. I will go into the Hungarian perspective, and yeah, they have moved out. Okay. Should we go up?
Yeah, let's do it.
Checked about. We see the Hungarian divisions moving up to.
We'll keep our mics on and everything, and camera perspective will change.
Yes, indeed. I'm gonna put on my helmet.
It worked for a while.
Jag tänkte bara gå runt lite. So, we are up here with the Axis. And they are not doing a Barbarossa like we thought they would do.
Yeah, they have adapted to the realities on the battlefield, it feels like. They do have some shenanigans going on in North Africa, as we saw. A little bit of a kickback.
Let's go up and bother the Badger. So, Badger, why aren't you doing a Barbarossa?
That was not the plan.
The plan was to go December 7th. No, wait, that was the Pearl Harbor.
Exactly.
What was your plan?
So the plan is in spring 42.
Okay, so you still have time for some...
Yeah, so we're just in the final stage of preparations.
Okay.
Now they're going. So everything is according to plan.
Everything is according to plan. That's great. And yeah, we saw you pulling back now from North Africa. Okay.
So you see, we're preparing. We still have some lacking some equipment, but it's we have the railway guns, the really amazing ones. They are spread out all across.
Right.
We're ready for some fun.
That's nice. Okay, well, so the war in the Pacific is broken out, so we'll have to get back to the command station.
Yeah, definitely. We heard the screams from the Japanese player. Let's see how they fare against Dankus on the United States. War in the Pacific coming right up.
And we are back. So, yeah, things are apparently going according to plan. We misunderstood. And the war is on in the east. Let's have a look here. Yeah, we see the Japanese octopus executing.
Yeah, this will be very interesting to see like this. I mean, this is Jacob in a nutshell. This intricate planning, all of these naval invasions going. There has to be like 20 separate battle plans, just going at the same time.
Beautiful.
This is a textbook example of.
Oh look, Belgium has joined Luxembourg in the Manchu-Luxembourg War. That's what we're calling it now, the Manchu-Luxembourg.
We have a question, where are the spy networks? We will check that out in a moment after we see how the naval invasions pan out here.
Yeah, and they're mostly attacking unguarded territory, so this is just a bunch of free real estate for Jacob. But he still hasn't used his main force, the 40 Marines. We have 20 of them.
40 veteran Marines. Where do we want to put those?
20 are here, not doing anything at the moment. What about the rest? Okay, they are executing some moves down here towards Borneo. Let's have a look at the Singapore front. Nothing happening just yet. So Siam, reportedly, we're going for paratroopers. They seem to have some kind of anti-tank. No, just some nice line infantry here, 4 of them, and 5 paratroopers. So no huge army. They are moving up to this airport here to start doing some dropping here. Not too many nice targets for paratroopers, though. There's not too many places to land where you won't get killed instantly, but we'll see. But Jacob is still not moving to the main American alliance.
It seems we get a message here that it seems like Jacob have killed some of Danke's divisions.
Oh yeah, look at that. He took Guam.
Yeah, he took Guam. That's actually quite a lot of Americans.
Here's the next invasion going.
Let's see how this pans out. If Jacob succeeds in this, then Dankes loses a lot of the fighting force he has on Wake Island.
Yeah, you can see here the air is green, the sea is green, and here comes the naval invasion. Oh yeah, we're out of beer.
Yeah, we're out of beer. We said, Mosberg said, since we missed it, we have to drink, but we need to rectify the supply.
Yeah. Okay, so here they come.
Yeah.
Are the Amtraks as well? Green bubble here, red bubble there.
Yeah, but if that one lands,
can he reinforce?
Yeah, I think
this
is looking bad for Dankes actually.
Yeah. And this is a big amount of Dankes starting troops, and it looks like he's gonna lose all of these guys on Wake as well. Yeah,
definitely, they are done for.
But he does still have his own offensive capabilities.
Yeah, indeed he does.
But... Yeah, they're sitting here. Oh no, they just died. He just lost his amphib tanks.
Jacob is gaming.
Jacob is having a gamer moment right now. Yeah, look at the allies.
Yeah, I mean this is.
Look at the allies. They are looking quite despondent.
Yeah, I mean this has to be a surprise. That's like we said before. Japan needs to utilize this momentum that they have. They need to execute immediately with strength. They need to go. They need to keep rolling, and that's exactly what Jacob has done here. All these synchronized naval invasions. And all the other different stuff. We have a question in the chat. Can the presenters make themselves smaller on screen? Can hardly see the battle. Yeah, I think that can be.
Yeah, we can arrange this.
Definitely. We have a technician getting beer for us, so it's there we are.
Yeah. So we were talking about the Tora modifier earlier, and here you can see it. Lots of good stuff here for Japan. But yeah, he's been taking out Dankes's main army, basically. Like his super expensive amphib tanks and Amtraks. And right now all he has left is he's got a bunch of garrison divisions over here in the UK for some reason. And he still has 40 divisions to protect the island.
Yeah, I mean he had Hawaii, that's some sort of core territory, but I mean he was probably not expecting this quick moves from Japan. Jacob has really been able to utilize the Chinese economy that he got from that good start. I mean, he have kept the snowball rolling, and now he's reaping what is sown. Yeah. This is stellar play from Japan.
I'm really curious though why the Japanese Amtraks managed to beat the American Amtraks, because they were also here on Wake Island.
Probably Tora.
Yeah. So. Now, Dankes still holds Midway and he still holds Pearl Harbor, but I'm pretty sure that Jacob, that will be his next target. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, Jacob
he's already going. And here are the Amtraks again.
Yeah, that's the thing. He will not stop. And all of these are veteran as well.
Yeah, these are dangerous. And they have medals too that can be given out. You can see here Amtraks as well as amphibious tanks, and these are hard units. So Dankes has 30 divisions here to defend, but... Will it be enough?
I mean, 30 divisions. This will be harder than last island, that's for sure.
It looks like Dankes has a fleet here to defend. The air is red.
Yeah, but he gets the shore bombardment. And this is...
Yeah, he's taking it.
Jacob is cutting through Dankers like a knife through butter at this point.
And this is 30 more divisions of Dankers that are about to die.
We have a Crafting Ruby saying Tora doesn't give any bonuses to division stats.
No, that's true. That's true.
So that's actually true. And this is... Yeah, Jacob
is worrying. If I was living in Los Angeles right now, I would be worried.
Yeah, this is looking grim for the United States.
Yeah.
This is an incredible place by Jacob.
He still has a few months left of Tora. You can see it will be removed in the 30th of July. And we're right now almost at the end of March. So he's got a few months left, and he's taken most of the islands.
I mean, if he gets Hawaii before Tora,
he will.
Yeah,
he will.
Check the casualties at this point. This will be 539,000 dead Americans.
Ouch.
In a month or something like that.
Ouch! Yeah, this is
incredible performance by Japan.
Very interesting development. So we were saying the Allies were ahead. I would revise that statement now.
Yeah, definitely. The Axis have taken a commanding lead in the Pacific theater. This is
naval invasion is already off here.
Yeah, I mean this is a Pacific theater we have not seen in a long time in our games. An incredible. Place by Japan.
A comment from our technician that it feels like a man in the high castle feeling, and we might get there. Yeah. So the only person who has ever lost or been capitulated as the US is Snistan, and that was a few years ago. It doesn't usually happen, but that would be quite the development if Dankers Mimicus would be capitulated as the USA.
Yeah, definitely. This is looking. Yeah, I would say that Hawaii is going to fall, considering I don't know if they have any buffs for defense on core territory or something like that. But
he had 30 divisions defending Midway and just 10 divisions defending Honolulu. I think he just has 10. Let's have a look.
This is not holding.
A few of them, but
he is reinforcing some.
Reinforcing
and there is only one tile there. We'll see, but Jacob is a heavy hitter.
And here comes the attack.
Yeah.
Right now he's defending.
Yeah.
Because he has 34 divisions on that tile being attacked.
He is holding back.
Right now he's losing.
Yeah, indeed he is. And all these flies get away.
He 34 divisions. Let's have a look at the battle here.
Yeah, George Patton with 34 divisions.
But Patton is mediocre general.
Yeah. It's... this is... they are already...
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. This is...
Just eight Japanese divisions. They really need to... Yeah, they have a lot of divisions that they need to beat, but they are beating them one by one.
As of now, it's looking good. Perhaps he can cycle back reinforcements or something, but...
Yeah.
No. Pearl Harbor has fallen. 12th of April, 1942.
That's a successful naval invasion, and we will drink.
Indeed, we will.
This means that Dankers' only troops are in the UK.
Yeah, and
means
incredible performance by Jacob and his other players in
California
theater.
California is wide open, and also Panama is wide open.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Jacob and Mako proving to be a dream team for the Axis here in this situation.
Yeah.
Incredible showing from them.
Yeah.
Can see here Dankers is trying to desperately get some sort of initiative back here. But as of now, it is not looking too rosy for him.
Yeah, the last tile on Hawaii is about to fall as soon as Jacob moves his amphib tanks over there. And then it's the continental USA. What does he have? Like, can he push out? He's got nothing in construction, so he can't emergency throw out some units.
Yeah, I mean there is
he's in danger.
Not a lot. I mean Dankers is in real danger here.
He still has his navy though. It looks like the main stack, however, is on the east coast. No, that's another stack. This one is called main even. Let's see what he has here. But they're also in the east. Okay, he's got all his fleets in the east. Okay, we need to get Dankers for an interview later, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Very interesting. Very interesting to hear what he thinks about this.
Imagine if Jacob goes for the Panama Canal now. he can shut all the American ships into the Atlantic.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredibly. I mean, the swift loss of Hawaii even is incredibly dangerous for the Allies, even in the European theater. The Axis domination of the Pacific theater is to the extent that it threatens Europe as well. And also the debuffs that you get in Europe from all of these islands falling.
Look at those. Let's see if we can see the island mechanic. Where do we see it?
Yeah, it's after Barbarossa starts, I guess. Right?
You think?
Maybe.
Shouldn't it affect the Allies?
I am looking a bit on my co-spectator computer here, and I see that Italy has planned a naval invasion of Gibraltar because it was they probably won't get it, but this is interesting though. If you look over in Europe quickly, we see Emily getting invaded by the Free French.
How though? I mean, Emily shouldn't be in the war yet.
Yeah, she is though.
I guess.
And we have Barbarossa breaking out as well.
They've started an Operation Torch. This is a war on Vichy France.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. And this is interesting because now we have Axis North Africa being squeezed from both sides.
Yeah.
So it's not all Axis here, especially in Europe.
No.
The Pacific War is firmly Axis. This is a dream scenario for the Asia Axis.
Yeah, let's see. The Allies are moving up a bit. It seems like Italy has been left alone here in North Africa now. So we'll see how he holds. It's South Africa now, taking a few of these empty tiles. And at the same time, of course, we have this invasion by Sticky. He's trying to retake his old colonies. The Free French are on the move. Is that Mexico? Hang on.
We have a question from Nitron. Who is on Japan with Mako? That's Jacob. And he is the main controller.
Yeah.
So I would say that he and Mako have done a stellar game. First, perfectly executed Sino-Japanese war. And those invasions and those Amtraks, incredible performance. How many casualties does the USA have by now? Is another question that we can address. Probably the other war, right? Oh yeah, 880,000. That is not.
That's significant.
Funny for them. Japan planning to cut Panama is dangerous. Indeed it is. And just as we said here, like this was 500,000, but after Hawaii, it's up to 800,000.
Yeah, he's trying to replace his amphibious tanks now, as you can see here in the production queue. But and yeah, he's got 19 more garrison divisions.
We have our expert commentator crafting Ruby saying that the island mechanic is only applied to the US, and the ones that affects the Allies are indecisions.
Ah, there you go.
So thank you once again for your insights.
It's nice to have a couple of experts in the chat.
Yeah, indeed it is. Are we doing a short? I can go up and check on them.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Do it. I'll stay here and keep watch on the game. We are paused right now for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. Let's see. Yeah, we have a bit of a pause right now.
So here we are.
I think it's free.
Jacob. How do you feel? What happened?
So Germany just declared war on the Soviet Union.
We
and then
killed
we have
all the Americans, all their Amtraks, all their everything, and pretty much all their fleet. Yeah. They did.
But how did you manage to, because your Amtraks punched so hard, even considering the amount of divisions?
Yeah. It's just quality.
Yeah. And you won a naval engagement as well, I hear.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, we activate the decision too.
Yeah.
With Tora our fleet at the start.
for you that's from Arbetshuset.
So right now we'll eat Asia.
Yeah.
It's the plan.
Yeah, I mean. But what is your plan now? How do you plan to capitalize on all of these incredible gains that you've made?
India. And when we got India, we're going for the USA.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
USA proper.
Knock out the minors and then go USA. I think that's it.
Money first and kill in the US.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Yeah,
It's a bold strategy, but so far so good, right?
Sometimes the simple is very effective. Yeah.
yeah,
Feel like an American tactic, but against the Americans.
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's like
An incredible performance so far. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we see a happy Axis team here in the house. It has all have gone their way in the Pacific theater. We have seen some setbacks in Europe though, and the Allies are by no means out of the game. We do have potential to push back in North Africa. We do have the Eastern Front coming up, which often is a deciding factor in these games. So the game is not over until it's over, but the Axis are very, very happy with the results of the Pacific War here. You saw the Japanese players, Mako and Jacob, being congratulated by the faction leader on their performance in the Pacific theater.
yet to release the Manchurians and Siamese.
Yeah, that is true as well. You have the Raj, you have a potential invasion of the Eastern Soviets as well.
Yes, that's the idea.
Yeah,
That's the idea. So we're happy.
yeah.
People are winning. The good people are winning.
Look at him. Shit eating grill.
I wouldn't say that. Well, incredible performance. I'm going back to the studio to link up with Petey, and we will see you back on the front lines.
Okay, and while Victor is going down, we're getting signals from the Allied house that we might have Dankus available for an interview. I was just saying we have Dankus available for an interview.
Yes.
So yeah, let's just here we go. Hello, Dankus. Can you hear us?
Yep. Hello.
How are you
me?
feeling? Are you okay?
I'm not okay, but listen. It was kind of expected in a way with all the bonuses they get and doing anti-tanks. That's a really smart move to get the islands. I will get them back. Those bonuses go away.
But we got a comment in the chat that they don't get any bonuses on the ground troops.
They do. 30%, in fact, attack. Yeah.
Okay, I have the correct answer here. We'll have a quick let's see. I'm just gonna look here. But so your amph tanks they were lost on Wake, right?
Yeah, and then I had unequipped amphib tanks on the second island. No, yeah. So the first island, what's it called? No, wait. Wake is the second one. I lost amphib tanks on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they were unequipped, so and pretty bad. We're getting the quality stuff out now.
So I'm having a look at the Tora here, and there's nothing for ground units.
Yeah, there is a
Yeah, but
10% attack bonus.
Separate spirit.
Where?
And
At
then
the
also,
down.
actually, there is on Tora at the bottom 10% attack against the US.
Oh, right. 10%. Yeah. He did have his 10%.
But there's a
Okay.
separate spirit for division attack.
Yeah.
So that also goes away.
How will you come back from this? What's your plan in order to regain the initiative in the Pacific and
Their
indeed in
navy's
Europe?
trash. Their navy's trash. Once Tora is gone, I will go and clap that and quickly retake my islands. I'm sticking to the plan. There's no, deviations here.
Yeah.
Nothing going on here. Everything is going according to plan.
Yeah, you don't want to see me with another beer and some amphib tanks. Yeah.
Yeah, we are looking forward to it.
We definitely want to see you with another beer and amphib tanks.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Have you switched your strategy? We heard before that you were going a Pacific first strategy and focusing on Japan. Are you planning on transitioning to a European focus, or are you just sticking to your guns and punching out Japan, even if that
I
might
feel
be
like
delayed?
he disrespected me. I need to show who's boss before I go to Europe.
Okay, so
If you take a shot at the king, you better not miss, right?
That is true. I should take a shot. Then I'll kill
So,
him.
Dankus, we saw you had almost 40 divisions in the UK, but now they are gone. Did you just disband them?
Yep. I'm gonna retrain a bit of a coastal guard on the west coast in case they invade.
Yeah.
But mostly offensive stuff will be gone.
Yeah.
The UK will be fine also. It was more of a safeguard in case they were gonna sea line at the same time as Japan was invading. But now they're doing barbs, so they're gonna be caught up there.
Yeah. Well, it's an exciting game for us so far. Good luck in your continued war.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing your endeavors to claw back the United States in this game, and the war in Europe and the war in the Pacific. Good luck, Dankus.
Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're still getting...
Somewhat still confident, Dankus. Still high morale.
Yeah.
I do feel that he has either he's all talk or he really has an ace up his sleeve. I think we will see eventually.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
It is. He has taken quite a punch. It is not that easy to come back from this situation that he finds himself in at this point.
Well, it's a matter of time, really. I mean, Jacob is ready to attack the continental USA right now, almost. I mean, he has his amphib tanks and stuff. Oh, no, he's actually moving off a bit. Yeah, they're going for New Zealand. Look at that.
Yeah.
They're going to kill New Zealand.
Yeah. That looks like that might be our first player captain.
Will Andreas Eriksson be the first player to capitulate? I don't know who I thought it was yesterday. I think I put down Siam just because Siam usually sometimes forgets to garrison Bangkok and then they get capitulated. But it's looking quite likely that Andreas Eriksson actually will be the one to fall because look at his defenses.
Yeah, I mean, if Japan clicks the naval invasion button, Andreas would be the first player to capitulate, I'm prepared to say.
Yep, and he does look like he's going to click the naval invasion button.
Indeed it does. We have Zimmerman here. Elite versus trained plus bonus made a difference.
Yeah,
and I mean,
yeah.
that's quite true. Like when Jacob has like the veterans from the very well executed Sino-Japanese war with the 37% combat bonus, also the 10% combat bonus from Tora. I mean, they punch so hard and they really utilize that in the best way possible while he had the buff. It is, I mean, Dankus has a point that the buff will disappear. The US will still have more dockyards, still have more factories, will eventually be able to punch back somehow if they don't get invaded in the mainland, which we heard upstairs that the Japanese had plans to do. But, I mean, Jacob has really utilized the potential that Japan has to its fullest.
Yeah, but he said he would attack the United States, but if you're looking where he's actually going, he's turning away from the United States. It's like he's satisfied with taking Hawaii and now he's moving south. Or maybe this will be like the staging ground towards Panama? No, they're heading south. They're heading towards New Zealand. So instead of going for the kill on Dankus, he's heading towards New Zealand instead. This could be a momentous moment in the game where Jacob chose to go west instead of east.
Yeah, indeed it could. And this is one of those choices. Like, does Jacob and Mako continue to try to capitalize on their advantage and invade USA proper captain, like go hard? Or do they chill out, take out the miners, try the Panama route? It can be a decisive decision either way.
Taking out the USA, that's a game-winning move. That's,
indeed.
You don't get back from that as the allies. If the United States capitulates, you are done. So they are poised to make a game-winning move, but instead, right now they're moving south. It's a safer choice, perhaps. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it is also. I mean, it's also a game-losing move to try to take out the United States. But instead, you are so far away from home, and
we are running now, and Operation Barbarossa has kicked off, and here we see the Axis in Europe arrayed.
Yeah. Now we will see how the Axis infantry strategy actually performs in actual scenario. We have never really seen an Axis going this infantry heavy into Barbarossa.
I think we have at least one time, but it didn't go too well. Like, he left all the responsibility for building armor to the miners, and the miners couldn't build enough.
Yeah.
And So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared about it. I mean, the minors are very good players. We have very experienced players on the minors this time, very good macro players. So they have probably done their share, but it is always a gamble. Usually you say play to your strengths. Like, if you are Germany, focus on the mobile warfare, focus on your armor, focus on the on your production, and if you are Soviet, focus on infantry and meat wall. But now we have pretty much the tables have turned. The Soviets are building heavy tanks, and the Germans have 100 infantry divisions. So we'll see how it pans out.
It seems like the Soviets are not going hard day one on Finland, at least, and the Yugoslavian friends have started to arrive here.
Yeah.
So Finland looks safe for now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a misuse then, because if they had known that the Soviets would not go hard day one on Finland, then they would have put the Yugoslavians elsewhere, right?
The other axis of advance for the Axis, so to speak, is that Yuri on Romania, he's tasked with taking the Baltics, and they are just now meeting up the Soviet line. The Soviets have arrayed themselves in quite a standard defensive position here along the, is it the Volga River?
Yeah, that's the Dnieper.
Dniepro, whatever. They arrayed themselves behind the river, and up here in the Baltics, there's also a river.
Yeah, that made something else.
Yeah, they are holding against this attack from Yuri. So,
yeah, I mean, it's quite easy to hold against infantry, like a regular run-of-the-mill infantry division trying to push across the Volga or the Dnieper is not going to make any gains.
No, definitely not. We don't see any naval invasions across the Black Sea that we sometimes see.
Let's see, we have a question in the chat. Can you show what Mongolia's build is?
Definitely. So Mongolia should have a quite tight build. They seem to have 9 divisions out. These training ones are a bit different.
These are heavy hitters.
Different flavors of the same thing, I think.
Yeah, basically.
These are all quality divisions.
Yeah, and once again, like, Boppus, very optimized. Like, I do not believe that you had been able to churn out more divisions than this as Mongolia. He really executed this perfectly, considering the resources he has at his disposal.
And it seems like the Comintern, they are choosing to organize their armor in the south here. So both the Soviet armor and now Boppus's Mongolian armor are going here towards the Ukraine. And to the Ukraine, the Axis have sent the Bulgarians and the Hungarians, and they are here, but they're not very numerous, I guess. They will be supported by German infantry, but there's not a huge amount of German infantry there just yet. Okay, let's go back to the east and see if we see.
Yeah, let's check it out. We have in the chat Daugava River is in the Latvia. So thank you. Thank you, Ugis.
That looks like a Baltic name.
Indeed, it does.
I think Ugis is, he's from Latvia, probably. Nice. Okay, so here's the invasion of New Zealand. And if New Zealand were to capitulate, they have their good divisions here in Australia for some reason.
Yeah, they are moving back with haste now.
Yeah, but they're moving on land. They won't get there in time.
He needs to railroad. Yeah, he is already.
And this will be gone if he capitulates, right?
I think so. And I mean, he will capitulate now. Like, Wellington has fallen. That's probably it, right?
Let's have a look at his surrender limit.
Yeah, I mean, he might have some surrender.
Still a ways off, but he doesn't have anything here to defend.
He is holding against the northern naval invasion, though. You have to give him that. Oh, it's not anymore.
He's holding. No, it's not. Yeah, so these amphibious tanks will make short work of New Zealand, but I can't stop to wonder what would happen if these guys were going to LA instead. Now they're facing almost no resistance. I mean, his garrisons could have taken New Zealand, but instead he's sending them towards.
He's like taking out the biners here. Look at the United States. Are they garrisoning?
No, they have no troops right now. 0.
Yeah, like. Because they are still not garrisoning Los Angeles and San Francisco. Then again, like, if Japan was to naval invade Los Angeles and San Francisco, they need to go across the US, right, to DC in order to capitulate them.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's worth it. It's worth it. You basically take the US out of the game. They have to defend their homelands, which they shouldn't be doing. They should be, out and about, world police, that kind of thing. You can see here his garrisons are they can be thrown out right now, but then they would be very weak. His amphib tanks are not yet ready to be deployed, so Dankus basically has 0 army out right now. Let's see if Jacob does anything to take advantage of this. Still just a few small naval invasions here.
Yeah, I mean, you see, Dankus is producing a lot of divisions here, but I mean, it will take a while.
Yeah, I mean, he could push them out immediately, but then they would be greenhorns and so on. But these amphibious tanks, I mean, this is just overkill. They don't need to kill New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's really an overkill move to invade New Zealand with the amphibious tanks that just took Hawaii from like 30 American divisions. Indeed it is. I guess he will jump onto Australia, but even there I would say it is gross overkill. But they have ignored the Malay area.
Holland is basically out. Have we even presented the Holland player?
No, probably not.
Jesus Christ, we have to present.
Yeah, definitely. Do it quickly before he capitulates. Let's see. On Holland we have Anton.
Yeah, and Anton has only played 2 games with us in the past, both in 2023 and both times as Albania. So Holland is a bit of a step up from Albania. So far he's not doing brilliantly.
Yeah, he's not doing too well. Then again, you can't really blame him for that. I mean, those Japanese Amtraks after winning all the engagement.
But the Amtraks are down in New Zealand. He's fighting the Marines, but the Marines are still,
It's very interesting that he invaded New Zealand with the veteran Amtraks, and he's invading the Dutch East Indies with infantry divisions.
That's true.
But
these 5 divisions that you see here on the screen, these are the only divisions that Holland has left to fight with, and soon they
are going to capitulate. That's the question: will New Zealand or Holland capitulate first?
Yeah, that's a good question. Here goes Philippines, AI controlled. Nothing weird there. They're moving up.
Yeah,
slowly.
when will they start making moves in? Because he got so many veteran divisions from the Sino-Japanese War, so he still has like a fighting force of 40 or something regular infantry with support companies and artillery that have 37% combat modifier bonus that he can just send towards the lines in rush.
Yeah, I mean, look at this army. 159 garrison division, 150 infantry divisions, 37 marines, and...
I mean, Japan is significantly stronger than Germany at this point.
Yeah. Speaking of Germany.
Germany, they have taken Minsk. And are moving towards Smolensk. They have pushed up towards the Dnieper.
But they have just reached the Soviet defenses, right? They haven't really taken anything.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the Achilles heel of the Axis at this point. I think that the German infantry build is going to run into resistance. They will take Kiev now with the miners' armor, but looking at this, you have 6 armor divisions. Say that hypothetically 3 of those are lost in a somewhat botched engagement somewhere. That can very well happen. Probably will happen at some point. You don't do the Eastern Front without some encirclements on both sides. Then what do you do with the 20, 30 something infantry divisions that you still have to play with as the Germans? I understand.
So far, it seems to be going according to plan, though, because they plan to make small advances, taking low risks, and they just took Kiev. So far, no big encirclements or anything. The losses are quite moderate.
We have a question from Zimmerman: how the air war is going?
That's a good question. Yeah, so on the Eastern Front, it's an Axis domination. No surprises there. In North Africa, the Allies more have the upper hand, and there goes New Zealand.
Yeah, indeed. Let's drink. And in New Zealand, it's also Axis.
F's in the chat for New Zealand.
F's in the chat for New Zealand.
So that was Andreas Eriksson. It's a bit sad. He never got to show really what he could do.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a bit sad playing the minors in the Pacific because really, like, circumstances beyond your control can really wreck your game, even if you do everything perfectly.
Look at this, though. He still has one really solid division. Look at this. They are veterans. They are Marines. They've got pack artillery, pack anti-tank. So he still has one division, which is really nice.
Indeed.
Good for him.
We have reached a viewer peak as well of 79 viewers across our platforms. Very nice to have you all. Very nice to have you all here. Very nice to have you watching our game.
We hear cheers right now from the Axis because they just took Leningrad.
Indeed, they did. What happened there? And they...
Look at this. Ouch.
Yeah, they are happy upstairs. We hear that here. Malaya falls. It's just an Axis steamroll across the board at this point.
Yeah, this is looking grim for the Allies. Right now, there's not much light in the tunnel.
Yeah, it's not a good day for democracy in Europe. We do, however, see a repeat of the Bergagårdhof around. This looks exactly like it did right before we went to lunch break.
Back where we started.
And that might actually...
But look at this.
Yeah, we have
Allies
Italian
coming in from the west.
Yeah, I mean, Italy is probably going to get kicked out of North Africa. Finally, they held on for dear life. They did so longer than we expected, but it is nearing an end at this point, I would definitely say. And to be quite honest, I would say that, well, we'll see, of course. The game is not over yet, but the daring battle plans that have not really panned out are probably the Italian ones, because the Barbarossa is going to plan so far.
Yeah.
The Pacific War has been a resounding success for the Axis, but the Italians' endeavors in Tunisia and the attempts of taking back El Alamein through naval invasions of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Alexandria has not gone the way of the Axis. They do, however, control the Mediterranean islands, so they do have something to show for their engagement, but we are looking at a quite resounding Axis defeat in North Africa at this point, which will, of course, lengthen the supply lines for the Axis in order to supply a future offensive into Raj, for example.
So we have a question in the chat here. So the Italian fleets will be trapped, and yes, they are, and they have been all game. They won't be getting out of the Med, I think.
Yeah, they will not be getting out, at least not anytime soon. We have some cheers for Finland here in the chat. Woo, Krister, Sumi, let's go Finland. And
Krister is having a hell of a game.
Yeah, Krister is having a hell of a game. He did he did eventually lose the Winter War, but he played well, and now he has taken Leningrad, or Petey rather, at this point.
Yeah.
And at this point, if he takes the territory, he will do like we talked about before. He will be able to proclaim Greater Finland, and once he proclaimed Greater Finland, that 9,000 manpower will move up significantly, because then he will get cores on all those Russian territories.
Right.
And then he can churn out these very strong winter infantry divisions much faster than the rate at which he's doing it now.
Look at this, look at this. There's an encirclement here. Some German infantry and Albanian infantry getting wrecked.
Indeed. Sad for the Germans, of course, but probably more sad for the Albanians, because I think that's a non-significant portion of their army.
Where is the armor, though? Let's see. Yeah, Hungary still has his 6. They moved up.
Yeah, they are trying to make a push across the river. They will probably succeed in doing so.
What about the Bulgarians?
I wonder what happened to the naval invasion plans of the Baltics that we heard so much about. I haven't really seen them.
Naval invasion plans?
Yeah, they were talking about invading the Baltics with the Balkan Bros, but probably.
They are invading, but they're invading by land. So, So Yuri on Romania, he's the one tasked with attacking, but he didn't do too well, so now they brought up Hungary as well. And now they finally passed the river here.
Yeah, this is Yeah, I mean, they will be able to squeeze out the Soviets from the Balkans thanks to great plays from both Yuri and Christian on Finland and Romania, respectively.
Yeah.
Impressive showing from the Axis on his front.
Krister up here in the north, of course, being joined by them forces Yugoslavian units, and together they seem to be a formidable force. If nothing else, the Yugoslavians can allow the Finns just to go out and play. And look at this, what happens when the Finns attack. They have such Space Marine infantry.
Yeah, I mean, the Finns at this point, again, if the Finns manage to get enough territory to declare Greater Finland, they are unbeatable in the north of the Soviet Union. And that's also where you need them, to be honest, because it's very hard for the Germans and the Balkan Bros to be able to push that far up. You know, you have supply issues, you have all of these things, but the Finns, they really have a very, very good per capita punching power in these winter forests, and that can make all the difference when you need to conquer the vast spaces of land that the Soviet Union consists of.
We have a potential setback here for the Axis. Now Snistan has noticed. He's trying to bring all his troops back to the harbor. He's trying to alleviate...
I think it will be hard, though. I think we will see quite a big loss for Italy in the Mediterranean.
Have a look at his losses.
A railway gun is falling, 533,000 casualties for Italy. And
now it's losing the ports.
Yeah, and that's the port gun. That's one railway gun.
We will have a look
at...
Have a look at the losses in a bit and see how much he lost, because that's significant. But that's a good...
11 of infantry divisions and a railway gun.
This means that North Africa is in solid Allied control, and this is just what the Allies needed.
Yeah, indeed. That's very much what the Allies needed. They really needed a win. Gibraltar invasion fails. And we have a question from Crossing Ruby. What is it with Soviet players keep making garrison infantry?
Yeah, I think it's a trend that was started by Boppus. He made a garrison build Soviet, and in that game nothing came through. It was just a meat wall. And if you manage to get through that one, he had a second one behind. You can get a lot of infantry out if you do the garrison build, but they are slow and you lose your offensive capability. They can't retreat very fast either, so there's lots of drawbacks.
Indeed it is. We have Thomas here making a bold prediction. Allied comeback incoming if Italy doesn't break Mediterranean, I think.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, this will probably be a good avenue for a D-Day, since they control all of North Africa soon.
I'm very interested in, I mean, they control Gibraltar, so they have the free reign into the Mediterranean. I don't want to point out Emily as the weakest link, but it's looking like the south of France is not that well garrisoned. So if you get if Dankes manages to come back into the game, get his Amtraks out, get his Marines out, it's not that long of a walk from Montpellier up to the coast, and that can really put the Allies back in the game.
It is still anyone's game. Okay, I want to see this finished and check the Italian losses again, and then we'll go over to the Pacific, because a lot's happening right now. Full of New South Wales. That's Australia.
Have Australia is falling. I'm thinking we're starting to see an all Japanese.
And there we go. The last Italian troops were defeated. Oh, he lost more 200,000 man right there.
Yeah, I mean, Italy is not looking too rosy. That's Europe's weak underbelly, or what Churchill said. They need to watch out for the D-Day there, I would say. The Atlantic Wall can be propped out quite well.
The Italian army, I mean the Australian army, they are being completely beaten.
That's a big encirclement. That's the Marines, and Australia is also soon to cap.
Australia is soon gone. Holland is gone. We didn't get the capitulation message, I guess, because they already capitulated once. Singapore went sometime when we weren't looking, but India still holds.
We have some interesting. We have island hopping going on from the Japanese towards Pitcairn Island, and I think they are going to hop along until they get across.
It seems like he wants 100% completion on the Pacific Ocean. He's going for all the tiny little islands, but he's not going for Panama like he said he would, and he's not going for the continental USA. And the USA now has some troops out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he can't go for the USA because now they have significant garrisons in Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco.
Yeah, but I mean, still, they're greenhorns.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
they would get beaten. He does.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a very.
He does have some amphib tanks, but they're heading towards the east.
Yeah, I think Dankers, he talked a big game when we interviewed him.
Yeah,
but I remember
like he's leaving the Pacific to its fate.
Yeah, I mean, I asked him like, are you going to adapt your game plan? Are you going to go Europe now and not do the Pacific first in order to alleviate pressure?
You have to drink.
Yeah, indeed. I'm out of beer.
I'm out as well. Fuck.
Do I have any leftover beer in this? No, they are out as well.
Maybe this studio could get us some beer.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I mean, for all.
Oh, look at this! It's Andreas Eriksson's last division.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fighting for his life.
I believe
against the Siamese paratroopers. Yeah, it's a sad day. It's a sad day for the Allies in the Pacific. Look at this.
Yeah. It's not looking good for democracy and freedom in the Pacific.
I think the level of smugness on Jacob after this will be unbearable.
Yeah, it's not impossible at all. Hong Kong has fallen as well.
Yeah, no big surprise there.
And we see naval invasions planned of both this island, whatever the fuck. Yeah, this one down there.
Right.
Yeah, it's a tag into Japan. Look to the left.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, thank you so much. So, F's in the chat for Australia.
Indeed, F's in the chat.
Did we present Australia? Oh, good.
Yeah, we did, I think.
Oh, good.
Oh, let's see. I have a bit of a backlog in the chat now since I was tabbed into the second game.
You have a look at that, and I'll try to see if we can cover the action that's going on right now.
Yeah, Clint bet yes, I'm finally able to watch what's happening. How is the game?
Clint bet, we miss you.
Yeah, we really miss you.
Clint bet, he joined the army. And he joined like the what do you say, the conscripts?
Yeah, like
not the draft.
Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, the conscript.
What do you call it?
The menig. That's no infantry.
Anyways, he joined up to the army. Usually in Sweden you do it when you're 19 years old, but he's more than 30 now. But he's like, yeah, I'm doing my part, and so he's joined up. So he's like the grandpa in the platoon, and right now he's sitting on the army base watching our stream instead of fighting. But we wish we could have had you here with us, Clint Bet.
Yeah, indeed, and it's has gone so far, so it's hard to do a short recap. But we can say that Barbarossa is not steamrolling, but not going in the Soviets' direction either. They are doing according to plan, but the Pacific has been a Axis steamroll. They have taken over pretty much everything. Japan made a very good Sino-Japanese war and have really been able to capitalize on that all the way through the game. So a very impressive place there. And as for the Allied wins, they have managed to make a decisive victory in North Africa. It's now entirely controlled by the Allies, and the Italians have lost quite a lot of troops to the British and the French. So that's the outlook of the game right now. It's still anyone's game, but the Axis have done significant gains on multiple fronts.
Interestingly, Jacob, who is the main controller of Japan, he did not choose to attack the continental United States or the Panama Canal, while Dankers had 0 army units at all. Instead, he went down and attacked New Zealand and Australia to great effect. And now it'll be interesting to see where he turns after this. They're taking some small islands. Of course, Mako, his co-op, is tasked with controlling the land forces. They also have Manchu. Who did we have on Manchu again? Who did we have on Manchu, Victor?
On Manchu, we had August.
August, right. And August is going for light tanks. You can see a few of them right here, but this is not the best terrain for light tanks. So they have been unable to break through into India proper. But here we see an invasion of Ceylon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, India, it will be very hard to defend against all these naval invasions. At some point, if Barbarossa, I mean, if the Soviets don't turn that around, then Japan can go into the Soviets after they cap a certain number of countries at some year or whatever.
They can do it now if they want to. Because they've taken Australia and Singapore and I don't think they need to take India, but it's looking like they're poised to take India right now.
And if the Japanese take India and then invade the Soviets from the east, because they have so much infantry, right? The Japanese, they're not only strong at sea, they have a massive infantry army on the eastern side. And then the infantry might actually, like, it's a meat wall on the other side, right? Because the Germans are going full infantry. The Japanese have a lot of infantry. So then you have like hundreds of infantry divisions from either side just pouring over Japan. They can just do a frontline order. And, and what do? Like, okay, you have some divisions of heavy tanks, but we have Night Round saying, what's the India front with Siam like? We went over that now, but Italian manpower is not so good in the first place, right? We have Saxolive pointing out, and that might actually be true. If we tab into Italy, we can see he still has significant enough manpower to punch, but we can see at what level of conscription law he is at this point, because
he's lost more men than he has in the manpower pool.
Yeah, he's halfway there, like Bon Jovi said.
Yeah, if you look at the total number of losses here, you can compare the Allies here to the Axis, and of course there's a bunch of like France and Poland. They all fall in the beginning, but still it's looking good for the Axis.
Yeah. Well, this means now Japan can attack Russia from the other side, and yes, indeed, it means so. And we have Saxolive again, thinking on the potential mainland invasion. How does the USA core defense buff negate the Japanese Marines veterancy status, especially when combined with the War Plan Orange?
Yeah, that's a good initiated question, Saxolive.
We will see.
I don't think we will see, because it doesn't look like the Japanese are going for the mainland right now. And by now, Dankes has been able to mount the defense. Still nothing on the Panama Canal, as far as I can see. So this is a bit of a miss. If the Axis were to take this, it would of course be really inconvenient for Dankes, because his fleets, I mean, they are on the east coast, most of them. Yeah, that's the thing. All of the fleets are on the east.
Dankes is doing Pacific first. He said that he was going to stick to his guns and keep doing that. But Jacob doesn't know that, of course. And if he were to know that...
Look at this.
Yeah,
if he's going to the UK.
Yeah, he is doing Europe. And that's probably wise.
I guess. I mean, it's a bit too late at this point. I mean... You can't save New Zealand, you can't save Australia, you can't save Holland.
I mean, it will be very hard. At some point, if the Allies somehow manages to turn this around, they might be able to claw their way back in the Pacific. But at this point, it's looking like the Axis is dominating on most fronts.
Yeah.
Night Round is summarizing it pretty well here. Pressure is on the Allies now to make some moves. They know Japan is going to be coming in from the east on the Soviets.
Very true.
And that is indeed very true. The Allies need to find their initiative. They need to find some win. The last win they made was in North Africa, and that's not significant enough to turn the tides of the game, I would say.
Okay, so we have a naval invasion here. He's got his amphibious tanks on Ceylon, ready to go. And look at this. He's also planning naval invasions in the back of India. And Pontus here on India is all alone. No, he's not all alone. He's got some South Africans here. But that's about it. 2 South African tanks to bolster the Raj defenses. But other than that, he's on his own. And I don't think it will be enough.
Japan is just keeping the snowball going. Like, if we look at Barbarossa quickly before the naval invasions begin, if Japan is keeping the snowball rolling, then Germany is just doing what's expected.
Yeah.
It's not.
I mean, it's going according to their plan. They weren't planning on any big breakthroughs. They want to eat the front line slowly. Look at the Soviet losses. Yeah, they're up to almost 2 million. So they are eating Soviet front lines. They're going according to plan. I think this is. I think the Badger is just sitting there with a smug little smile, as he usually does. When it's.
Yeah, I mean, Badger knows the time is on his side now. I mean, he does not need to take any risks on the Eastern Front as long as he just holds.
Yeah.
Keeps going. Eventually, Japan will come, and then the Soviets will be in real trouble. And as long as the United States is not built up enough by then, they can probably, eke out a win there if they perform correctly.
Yeah. And on the Eastern Front, the big tank battles are happening here in the south, in the Ukraine. Both the Soviet and Mongolian armor, as well as almost all the Axis armor, because Hungary and Bulgaria are down here. So all the armor battles are happening.
Yeah, the Hungarians have crossed the Dnieper. They've taken Poltava, and they are moving up towards Sumy. And they might be able to encircle quite a lot of garrisons.
The Soviet light tanks are trying to cut them off here, but it doesn't look like they will.
Yeah, they don't really punch too hard at this point, I would say. Let's see if they have landed.
No, nothing firing yet. But look at this. The Siamese paratroopers.
I mean, they are doing so much planning. Like every time we tag into Japan, there is like 10 arrows pointing in different directions with different armies and field marshals and whatnot. Mako and Jacob is such a team.
Yeah, they're having the time of their lives right now.
Like I can guess that they match up very well, because I remember when I was Finland and Mako just told me, you do this focus, build armies, put them in this line, and everything just worked out. He's really a tactical commander in that sense, and Jacob is a good micro player, innovative player. This is looking grim for the Raj as well.
It seems like the Allies are trying to reinforce. France has moved significant forces over here. Look at this. Also, Australia, for some reason, still has troops in the field, and they are also arrayed here. No, some in the US, apparently, but at least some in India. But I still don't think this will be enough. I mean, they have just enough to stop the Axis pushing across the border here, but when these paratroopers drop and when these naval invasions land, I mean, they don't have enough.
Yeah, this will be very hard for them. Can we look at the United States and see whether or not Dankes has made any... I mean, he has a lot of troops now. And they are planning...
for the D-Day.
Yeah, and they are planning some stuff in Europe. And that's perhaps, much like in history, that might actually be the Achilles heel of the Axis as well. Because the Atlantic Wall is not as strong as it could have been, to be honest. It is still somewhat, but...
Yeah, nothing spectacular.
If you get out some American Amtraks, fill up with infantry, it is very possible to make a foothold in Europe for the Allies.
That's a very good point. If they send Amtraks, I mean, you would need tanks and defense, and there are no tanks, basically. All the tanks are here on the Eastern Front. It's Bulgaria, it's Hungary. They're the ones with the tanks. Germany hasn't built any tanks.
Yeah, and all the tanks belong to the miners as well. I mean, imagine if you make a D-Day, Hungary has to pull back their tanks from the front in order to defend the D-Day. And I mean, Hungary is quite easy to cap because they're a minor.
Yeah. It looks like Germany has lost all their light tanks, actually.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it's... Barbarossa is steadily chugging on, but it's not the win that I think that the Germans had been hoping for.
I think it's going according to plan, though, because they were planning for a slow advance, and that's what they're doing. You look at
this. I mean, that's true, but it's easy to say that it's going according to plan when everything is panning out your way across the other theaters.
Yeah, that's true.
If they didn't have the wins that they had in other places, I think that the plan would have been flawed. We'll see in the post-game analysis and so on, but even though they might win this game, that remains to be seen, of course. But
here we go.
But even if the Axis win this game, I wouldn't say that the infantry build Germany is meta. I'm not a fan of infantry build Germany.
No, me neither. Look at this. Japan has landed. South Africa is responding. They are training.
Yeah,
They should not be training.
they indeed should not. But I mean, this is an impressive combined arms effort here. We have the paratroopers, naval invasions, the support, the infantry pushing across the Burma front. It's.
Have you seen the division names? Hoppar from Västerbro.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Västerbro is a popular suicide spot, a bridge in Stockholm.
Yeah. But they have landed in Burma and not in the whatever the river is called.
Mälaren, I guess.
Mälaren. Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. This is, of course, Pontus playing India. This is where he has most of his army, and soon they will all be shut in and pretty much dead.
I mean, the coordination is impressive. Like Siam, Manchu, Japan, they just fire the naval invasions, fire the paratroopers, do it at the right time, link up. You really see the difference between our digital games and the Bergagårdhof here, because if this had been a digital game, I can assure you would have like 4 dead paratrooper divisions, and then someone presses the naval invasion button, and then everything falls apart. I like now when you're sitting across from your comrades, you can talk to each other, you can run to each other's screens. It's a whole different ballpark when it comes to combined arms efforts like this. It's beautiful to see.
We see the last stand here of the Indian army. They are trying their worst to break out. Yeah.
Not too many cheers in the Allied house there. Can you show the air? Night Round asks. Indeed, we can. It's
Axis.
It's Axis.
At least in the east, where the fighting is going on.
Yeah, and probably on Barbarossa as well.
Yeah.
They hold the channel, but...
Yeah. Yeah, this is the swan song of Pontus.
Yeah.
I think he probably had a pretty good game. I mean, he was there in North Africa in the beginning. He held the Burma front.
Yeah.
It's really hard if you're attacked by the combined might of the Asia Axis to hold out on your own, basically. He had some help, but not a lot. And yeah, most of his Asia allies friends were already dead by that point.
We have a question from Night Round here. Did Axis dominate air the whole time? And I would say, not necessarily, but the thing is they dominated the air where they needed to dominate the air.
Yeah, except for in North Africa, maybe.
Yeah, North Africa was a bit back and forth. Indeed, it was.
Out of North Africa, they lost a lot of troops. That was not an Axis victory.
Yeah, and they still don't control North Africa. So that's one of the silver linings of the Allied. Of the Allied faction here, that they still control North Africa. Whether they will be able to leverage that into some sort of real gains on the battlefield or some sort of momentum shift in the course of the war, doubtful at this point, but you never know.
Look at the Raj losses here, racking up. 1,000 every second or so. They're at 245 now, but when this pocket closes, look at this.
And you can see now they are starting to get coordination bonus in the Allied house here, because the capitulated players can start going around and talking to the other players and make tactics and discuss the next play that they need to make. So perhaps they will be able to do something, because the Axis are dominating so hard on so many fronts now, so they are really centered into what they are doing. The Allies need to make a battle plan, need to make a concrete idea to regain initiative in the war, and they seem to have that concrete idea
right
here.
So this is the D-Day invasion plan, and besides these 10 Marines from Falk, who's playing the UK, we have Dankas's troops here as well. He's got his amphib tanks, and this will definitely land.
And I mean, Dankas is very dangerous when it comes to the plains of Europe as well, because Dankas has lost a lot of troops, but it has been because they have been on islands that were invaded.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to the micro, to the fast clicks and the esports and stuff, he can really perform very well there, I believe. And as we said before, the tanks are in Russia.
Yeah, there is no response here from the Axis. The Allies could basically liberate France, and there's nothing the Axis can do about it right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, the war is still won in Europe in a sense. Like, let's say the Axis land, it is closer from Brittany to Berlin than it is from the current Eastern Front to Moscow, right?
Yeah.
So
so we see a lot of movement here on the Eastern Front right now. There's a big pocket here, but there's not too many Soviet infantry inside of it, just a couple of garrison units. It seems like the Soviet fronts are really out of men.
Yeah, I mean...
They're arrayed here in the back. They're trying to set up another defensive line. This is good play.
That's probably smart,
they need to lose as slowly as possible. As the Soviets, you just try to buy time for the Allies to eke out the win.
And I was wrong, by the way, when I said that it is closer between Brittany and Berlin than it is between the current Eastern Front and Moscow, because the Germans are indeed almost in Moscow.
Yeah.
So the Barbarossa have also panned out to the advantage of the Axis, and meanwhile India is indeed falling. So the Axis the Allies are playing on borrowed time here. We will see how they manage.
We're up to 839k in losses now for India, but we're about to see that number go up a lot.
Yeah, indeed, we have a big pocket here. We have Saxiliv asking when can we expect the D-Day, and I would say that is as soon as possible at this point.
Yeah, it's close.
They need to alleviate the pressure from the Soviets. The Soviets know it, the Allies know it, and to be honest, the Axis should know it as well, but they have not really responded to it in a sensible manner, I would say. So this might be somewhat of a light for the Allies if they manage to get this foothold.
We haven't presented Mexico, have we?
No, I don't think we have. They have not been seen that much.
No, they have actually. They were the part of the great advance here in North Africa from the west, and they are now arrayed to join the D-Day. Oh, we also see a planned invasion here.
And the beautiful man on screen is Sebastian. He has earned a veterancy star. He has played with us for 2 years, so about 1 in 4 games, I would say. He's only played minor nations in the past, except for Canada once in a Blitz game. And Mexico, while, I mean, it is a late bloomer, like most of the allies in the Americas, but they have enough strength to make a difference if it's played well, because they have a lot of manpower, they have some industry. Many of these allied minors in South America, like Brazil, Mexico, the industry is nothing to write home about in the beginning. You have a late entry into the war, but you have a lot of men. Like, it's 1.64 million. That's a lot for a minor nation. And Brazil has even more, so they can really churn out infantry as the war goes on. If the war goes on, that's what we're playing for at the moment.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, we see the Allies are punching back.
And they took it.
Yeah. The Allies have taken back Malta, and they might be able to island hop a bit.
Yeah, the Axis...
Italy garrison.
The Axis now, they need to start thinking about moving stuff back to the Western Europe.
Yeah, we said, Saxiliv said here in the chat, Germany is tunnel visioning majorly now, and I think that might be the case. I mean, when you are 2 tiles away from Moscow, you just have your screen zoomed in on Moscow. You just attack every tile. You say, oh, we have a little more org. They have a little less org. Let's push this tile. Let's push this tile. And suddenly you lose Malta. Next, you lose Sicily. Next, you lose Rome. And then you react, right?
Yeah, so India just capitulated. F's in the chat for India. Pontus, he did what was expected of him. I think he didn't do any big major mistakes or anything. It was just, I mean, if you're alone, you're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Yeah, indeed. And the night round has a point here. Like, in response to the reasoning behind German tunnel visioning, all that matters is capping the Soviets. And I mean, yes, that's all that matters in a sense, because if they do that, the game is basically over. But in the other sense, like...
Germany can't get capped.
Yeah, all that matters is capitulating the Soviets. But, I mean, even after you take Moscow, you have quite a ways to go before you capitulate the Soviets. And if, let's say that Dankes and Falk and the other guys land in Brittany with a lot of troops, and you are at the Urals with, I mean, the conquering of Soviet territory can really start to to backfire at you at some point, because if you almost capitulate the Soviets and you have like still 10% left, and you have the Hungarian armor standing at the Ural Mountains.
Here we go.
Meanwhile, this happens.
Here is the D-Day coming off, and the D-Day this time is in the northwest of France, in Brittany. I don't expect the divisions here holding the garrison will hold at
No,
all.
this will be a landing.
Yeah.
We are about to hear some panic from the floor above us. They have only been laughing and applauding so far, but I
we heard
think...
a couple of banzais when India capitulated just, but now they are being attacked and quite heavily. And I mean, there's not a huge amount of troops here ready to join in the attack. But I mean, if the spearhead is strong enough, then maybe you don't need anything else.
Yeah, this can be dangerous. I mean, the Axis, if they had prepared for this correctly, I think they would have all the ability to. But I mean, Brittany is already fallen.
Yeah,
Moscow is not fallen.
They need Hungary.
Even if Moscow falls, you still have perhaps an hour of real life time before the Soviets are capitulated.
And there's still no Axis armor heading towards the west.
Yeah.
I wonder what the plan is.
We are going to get the live feed now from the floor above us here to see what the Axis thinks of this. You see that people are running around frantically here. You see Badger is definitely responding, clicking some air.
Yeah, you can see him looking at Britain there. Oh my God, we need more air over there.
Mako is running around waving. Algot's reacting. We have a lot of stuff happening here at the second floor of the Axis house.
They're not crying yet, but they're definitely a bit uneasy.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are indeed a bit uneasy.
There is some response from the Axis. We have the Spanish volunteer tanks heading over, but that seems to be the only armor. No, wait, there's a Bulgarian armor here also coming along. Yeah, we're blocking the screen right now, so you can't really see it. But the Allies are taking Western France.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to the main view so we can follow the D-Day invasion. I think it will be very interesting to see how this pans out. We might see a capitulation of Vichy France if they don't manage to shore up the lines here. This has turned dangerous for the Axis very quick.
There are a lot of tanks here. There are more tanks in Western France than the entire faction of the Axis have. So
yeah, I think that Dankes have been very confident on his plan. US, America first, Pacific, go for Japan first. But when he switched around, and this early D-Day, or I mean, it's not even that early D-Day, but they don't really have any response to it, the Axis here.
So far nothing.
This is a very, very good D-Day from the Allies. This might actually shift the momentum in the war.
They're about to liberate France.
Yeah, I mean, if Germany capitulates...
Then it's over. Then it's over.
Is the game over by...
No, not by default. But, no, but I mean, Japan will have to fight all of the Allies and the Comintern by themselves. I wonder if they're scrambling now to be able to help their European...
I mean, the North Africa might really come into play here at some point, because the thing is, as long as the Allies control the Suez Canal, you will have trouble getting the Japanese fighting force to Europe. Because the Japanese are performing incredibly well and have been so all game. But if they were to shore up the German defenses, they need to go there. And they will get convoy raided across the Cape. It will be bad weather. It will be storms.
It looks like they're going east. It looks like they might be going on the offensive. They may be attacking the US.
Yeah, I think they need to do something. That's the thing. I mean, the US is in Europe now.
But now,
I mean,
before he had 0 divisions, now he has 83 divisions defending the west coast.
Yeah, I mean,
this won't be an easy feat.
Yeah, this has turned so quickly. And just as Saxeliv says here in the chat, the Pacific Island mechanic played no role here, because since Germany didn't defend the coastline, the core defense penalties, or core attack penalties for the Allies rather, and the core defense bonuses for the Germans you can't utilize them, because if you don't defend it, it doesn't matter if you control all the islands in the Pacific. That's Vichy France gone.
Good game, Emily.
Yeah, F's in chat.
Oh wow, this is going quickly.
This is really, really moving quickly. It has been a very exciting game.
We do see the Hungarians. The Hungarians are here now.
Yeah.
The Hungarians are here with all their forces, I think.
Lopsided for the Axis, but then suddenly this invasion. I mean, it would be very interesting to hear the Allies' thought behind this, how they coordinated this. Now the tanks are joining the battle. They might be able to push the Allies out.
This is the battle between Hungarian and American tanks, and the American tanks are doing splendidly.
Yeah, I mean the Dankes divisions are very good. You can't. That's the American industry for you. I mean, at this point, the Americans are really back in the game with a force.
This is dangerous.
No matter.
Look at this.
Very dangerous for the
Axis.
Axis.
To get encircled here.
Yeah. Night round us. Did Axis have no D-Day war?
I don't think Ivan is looking here because
basically
he's about to lose 2 tanks here.
Yeah.
And now they are surrounded.
And now they will have trouble as well, the Axis, because they rely so much on the Axis miners' armor. The Germans are mostly relying on infantry and the miners' armor.
Yeah,
and that's
2 out of 8 Hungarian tank divisions gone.
Yeah,
and the rest are here. They're almost in retreat already.
Yeah, I mean, if they cut them off here, you can see. I mean, Dankes micro and divisions are coming into play here. If you take out the miners' armor, the Axis only have infantry, and then it's the Germans that are the Soviets, so to speak. They have the meat wall, and the Allies have the armor spearhead. And,
look at this. Things are looking quite scarce on the Eastern Front, and now that the Axis are going back to defend against the D-Day, the Soviets see their chance, so they're pushing back.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviets is going to take back. It's time to give up.
Yeah.
They can't. I mean, the idea of capping the Soviets, they haven't even taken Crimea yet. It's they just need to move here, defend the homeland, and just wait for Japan to enter Soviet to the east. The Axis hope at this point is Jacob and Macron on Japan. This is a disaster.
These are
for the Axis. Yeah, you just see the surrounds. They happen so quickly. They are just getting decimated.
They have 5 divisions. They had 8 when the invasion started, but they are
just gone. France have their industry back, as Axeliv said in the chat here, it was Islud that said it in the chat. Saxeliv is feeling bad for the Japanese faction. In a sense, I really do as well. Yeah. This is, I mean, this very swift turnaround. This game was the Axis to win, but they really should have prepared a better D-Day defense. This is indeed looking grim for them. Japan is the whole globe away. Let's see if they are trying to do something to save. They are planning invasions here. Are they going? They are going for the jugular. They are invading the United States, right?
Yeah. So this is their main. Yeah. Look at this.
Yeah.
They will try to do a fell swoop and attack the American West Coast, but look at this. He's got a lot.
Oh yeah. Here. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Dankes, he is prepared for this now. I mean, these are not good defenses, though. Japan could really make a play here, and
we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, it's like we said before. I remember earlier in the chat, they said someone said that the Allies really need to make some sort of initiative play. They need to make a move because Japan will be coming from the east at some point, and I mean, the move is just the historical move: invade northern France, and that's the move, right?
Looking at the air map mode here, it looks like the Allies are doing quite well. We are paused at the moment. I'm unsure why. Oh, look at this. Look at all these circle divisions.
This is it's a disaster.
It's a definite disaster. And there's nothing to fall back on, really. Okay, there are some troops heading over from the Eastern Front, but what's left on the Eastern Front? Nothing right now. Look at this. Yeah. They've just abandoned it completely. This is a desperate attempt from the Germans to hold their lines. Because look at this. They've just sacrificed... all the south, basically.
We have Night Round saying it's too late. Honestly, Germany going to cap in a few months. I'm not going to call it early this time, but it is the momentum of the war has definitely shifted in a very quick manner. We have Jose saying D-Day has come. U.S. armor divisions are unstoppable. Could Japan save the Axis by attacking Siberia, or is this game over? I think that Japan is going to try the Hail Mary. They have performed incredibly well all game. They have beaten Dankers in pretty much every arena they have met.
They're going for Mexico.
They are going for Mexico and the US. They are invading not from the east, but from the west. And whether that solves the issue remains to be seen. But if,
I guess Germany has to hold out, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if Germany can hedgehog around Berlin, Japan invade the US, this is a very unusual game. We always get this when we do Bergagårdhof. Last game was exciting to the very end. A lot of new meta things. And I mean, once again, that is indeed the difference between our physical lance and our digital lance. Because when it's the physical lance, you can coordinate so well, you can talk to everyone. We have the day before, like Friday, we're sitting drinking beer and eating pizza. You can talk to everyone, plan out in advance, sit up and play and do test runs. And that really affects the meta so much. So these games are so important for the community in order to define what will be the play of tomorrow, so to speak.
Ivan on Hungary, he's fighting with his few tanks, but he's doing it without support, and they're about to get lost, I think.
Yeah, somber. It's a somber vibe in the Axis house, but also in the Allied house. They are taking nothing for granted.
Yeah,
they
focused.
Have gotten beaten all game, but now they're back.
Okay, so Hungary is down to 1 tank division, and this combined with Bulgaria...
You can see Hungary getting chewed up here, and Kiev is soon to fall to the Soviets, if it haven't already.
Bulgaria has 2 tank divisions, and Hungary has 1, and Germany, as we said before, have 0. So
yeah, I mean...
It's not good.
I have to say, 0 tank division, Germany... was probably not the play. Because the thing is, at this point, Japan did so incredibly well, and Germany did the infantry thing. And the idea of the German infantry build was to let the Axis miners make breakthroughs with the tanks on the Eastern Front, and Germany fill up the gaps, capitalize on it with massive infantry reinforcements. But once the tables shift like this, it really hurts them the other way, because then you have a lot of miners that are not on the same country. Everyone is desperately trying to cut off the Allied advance somehow. And then they just get surrounded by like Dankus and Falk and all these strong micro players from the Allies. They get killed, and they do not have the industry to recoup that armor divisions. And that's what you need to defend at this point.
Yeah, and there weren't too much defending here in the West either. I mean, they had a few garrison divisions, but that was pretty much it. There didn't seem to be too many players tasked with defending against the D-Day, and you always need 1 or 2 as a main focus, because you will get D-Day.
Yeah, we have a night round. No tanks, no D-Day wall. What did they build? Just air. Yeah, air and infantry and railway guns.
And let's see if it has his jet cast that he was talking so much about.
Yeah, he was... Yeah, where is the jet-powered close air support?
Is this a cast 3?
Yeah, But the thing is, at this point as well, what is the advantages of jet-powered close air support? It is that you get the range, right? That you can have it on an airfield and you get a long range.
But at what cost?
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, you don't need the range, because they are in Germany.
Yeah.
You have the airfields. It would be better to have 1,000 propeller planes and a couple of tank divisions at this point, because I mean,
look at this. Germany is moving their entire army west, and the only ones defending in the east now are Romania, and Bulgaria has some divisions here. Oh, Finland, I mean. So yeah, this is looking really bad. I just saw just now that
check out Japan.
Jacob from Japan was asking for docking rights on Germany, so he plans to do some kind of Hail Mary.
And also, I mean, Germany hasn't even taken Denmark, so they can't put defenses there.
Oh, that's true.
Or the airfields in Denmark are out of play. They cannot naval raid from the Norwegian dockyards. I mean, Denmark being a sovereign nation in 1943 is kind of unmeta.
They are attempting the invasion here of California, but there's a lot of American.
Yeah, they have landed though.
They landed outside of a port.
Yeah, I mean, this is... they are scrambling at this point. Even Japan, they know they need to do something.
We do have some. It's green.
Yeah, I mean it is green. Mako and Jacob is trying the darndest. I mean, even if they fail this, it does take Dankus's eyes off of Europe for a while. Because Dankus is a solo United States player. Los Angeles has fallen to the Japanese. This might be something.
But they're retaking it?
Yeah, maybe
it's
no.
on 1. Wow.
It is close. It is very, very close. If they hold this can be the Japanese play.
They have a small bridgehead, but they need more reinforcements, and they're a ways off.
But this is also what the Axis need. I mean, now the Allies have the initiative. The Axis need to retake the initiative. And in order to control Europe, because if Dankus have to have his eyes on the home countries, he cannot micro all of the American tanks in Europe in order to make encirclements and so on. And that is where the forces are coming from. Like the miners, at this point, the road to Berlin is open, though, so it's dangerous. 2.4 million casualties.
Yeah, Germany is not doing
They are out of fuel as well.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are not doing well, Germany.
Yeah, then again, they don't have any tanks.
No, that's true. That's true. They don't really need fuel. But if you look at their total armies here, they're down to half their strength, basically.
Yeah, I don't know what will happen.
There's nothing here in Europe to stop the Allies, and there's nothing to stop the Soviets.
Yeah, this is getting closed up. You see,
are we calling it
significantly more confident Allies? Well, the thing is, I can't really call it because we are ending at 8:30, and Japan controls India, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, China, the Japanese home isles, Manchukuo, everything up to Hawaii and Los Angeles. So it's
yeah, but I think I can call it that Germany is not long for this world, at least.
Yeah, I think we might. I mean, and that will be a very interesting game because I don't think we have seen before in Hygge HOI history that Germany capitulates and the game continues.
Yeah, and it's up to Jacob to make it convincing. Like,
yeah, I mean, Jacob has got the docking rights in Germany now. He's doing. I mean, he and Mako are doing the darndest to try to do something in Europe, but they could just snake towards Berlin. Warsaw.
Soviets are just ravaging.
Yeah, and once all these allied countries get back as well, you have the French getting back in the game, you have the Polish getting back in the game. Like Poland gets back their corps, and they have all the exile divisions that they have produced, that have gotten the buffs, that have good generals, that have been fighting. It will be hard to push them out again, because when Germany invades Poland the first time, you just steamroll them, right?
Yeah.
But if they were to push out Poland a second time, then you have 1943 tech lend-lease from America, manpower, everything. And
there's a lot of allied troops here right now, and there just isn't enough for the Axis.
Yeah.
You can see the Soviets, they are snaking towards Berlin. Berlin right now is undefended, but there's a Spanish tank. No, he left.
Yeah, we have Joel moving around with Spanish tanks.
Is someone going to protect Berlin? Because these guys...
Yeah, I mean, they need to go to Berlin, I would say. That's probably the play.
Really close.
That is indeed the play. They need to go to Berlin. They need to click.
Okay, so
click Berlin. Oh, no.
Los Santos.
Well... yeah, Los Angeles, it's a meme name.
Oh, right. Okay, so Berlin has fallen.
Berlin has fallen.
We've never had a game where Berlin and Los Angeles have fallen at the same time.
Yeah, Berlin has indeed fallen. You can see Badger is looking concentrated, but he's probably not too happy about losing Berlin. It could have been avoided rather easily by placing troops in Berlin.
Looking at Allied camp here, the guy standing is Pontus, who was controlling Raj. He doesn't have much to do at the moment.
He does have a gun.
Is he fucking armed?
But yeah.
Maybe Jacob shouldn't have capped him.
Yeah, indeed. You have the United States control.
I think we have to drink again. Another Balkan bro or two was just lost.
And I'm out of beer again.
So maybe someone can explain to me why the US gets these occupations.
I don't know at all.
They're not the ones taking them, so I don't get it. Maybe they're the faction leader, and when I don't know.
But they are doing some sort of Ardennes offensive here. They are doing some sort of last Hail Mary. And the Soviets have overextended into Berlin. Berlin is back in German hands.
Yeah.
And these tanks are overextended.
Yeah.
This was a bad move
It's
by the Soviets.
One of their few heavy tanks, I think.
Yeah.
Right now. Let's see.
They were going for the Hail Mary, and they paid the price for it. And
they have 5 tanks.
How is Germany looking on the army summary?
Not well.
They're not too well, but still, it's the German meat wall. Germany is the new Soviets.
They were down to 75 infantry just a while ago.
Yeah. And I mean, winter is coming as well. I mean, it gets cold in Germany too. Now we see, this encirclement is bad for the Germans, though. This is not looking good. They might get Leipzig back, but they are losing a lot of troops here. The Yalta Conference have taken place.
They're planning what happens after.
Yeah, they are dividing up the German territory. And actually, this time the Yalta Conference might actually be important. Because
look at this number now, 2.78.
Generally, when the Yalta Conference fires, the game is over. But at this point, it might be very interesting to see how the Allies divide up Germany, because they will need to defend from a Japanese invasion at some point before 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
But if we are going to end the games on points, the Japanese need to pull something out of the hat, because Berlin is a lot of points.
Yeah, but I mean, right now I think the Axis are ahead on points.
Yeah, I would say so, to be honest.
Allies, they aren't, I mean, you don't get points for Paris, or maybe they do get points for Paris, but other than that, they haven't taken any points, really.
Yeah, we have the holy hole here saying the Soviets lost Berlin, Le Mans, and yeah, indeed they did. I don't think... it seems they took it as sort of a taunt, like...
Okay. Now this pocket is closed. They had 2.78 losses. Now it's 3.35.
That's a million Germans dead in that pocket.
Ouch.
They are trying the darndest to surround, but I mean, they only have infantry.
Yeah.
Like, the Dankes tanks up here in Hamburg, they are going to roll over every German infantryman. You can see...
Dankes.
Yeah, this is not... I mean, this cannot stand up to a modern American tank division. Not a chance in the world.
Nothing. And these divisions are not what Badger was talking about. I mean, things haven't gone according to plan.
No, definitely
not. He was supposed to have heavy anti-tank.
What is Japan doing? Have they lost Los Angeles or...
No.
No. I mean, this might be the play. I mean, I think this is the play.
I mean, if they manage to... No, they can't capitulate.
No, I don't think they can capitulate. But the thing is...
stuff here.
Like...
But they are moving up a lot of troops.
I mean, it's a race against time at this point, because the Japanese are racing towards Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And the Americans are racing towards Berlin. And when the Americans get to Berlin, they can go home and defend Washington, D.C. And when the Japanese get to Washington, D.C., they can go over and defend Berlin. So it's still anyone's game, but it is anyone's game in a sense that we have not seen before.
Yeah, and I don't think Germany will hold that long.
Yeah, I mean, this is very hard for them. They do have some...
Japan declared war on Soviets, so they'll be opening the Eastern Front.
Yeah, I guess, like, Manchukuo has a very long border towards Mongolians.
Yeah, but there are no troops here.
No.
Okay, some here.
They are moving Iran, Iraq.
They're moving closer.
Right, they are taking the Suez, of course.
Yeah, why not?
That might be the play, actually, to be honest. Because
there's a force here, not too much in Siberia, but anyways, what will they do? Like, no idea to put a bunch of stuff.
Can you check the army summary of Japan? We have a question in the chat: how many men the Japanese are fielding?
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of men.
Yeah, they have 4.65 million in the field. How much do the Soviets have? 3.7.
Okay, so the Japanese are fielding more men than the Soviets, and at significantly higher quality, I would say.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And the United States is falling, and Germany is falling.
I mean, imagine how obnoxious Jacob would get if the Euro axis lose, but he still manages to win somehow. That would be like... he would get all the medals. He'll get all the medals.
Yeah, I mean, but
we see here the Allied house. Look at that. They are on their toes right now. Look at Jonte. He's like, oh, I'm butting.
Jacob is the saving grace. Jacob and
German Reich has capitulated.
Yeah.
Hitler shot himself in his bunker. The Badger is dead. The Euro Axis are done.
Yeah.
Maybe we can
the war
is over. Look at them. Look at them.
They're not too happy about this.
Badger picks up his cell phone right away, calling his girlfriend, saying, I'm sorry, my love.
Yeah. This is... Yeah.
I'm sorry I failed you.
The war is over in Europe. The Axis...
Peace in our time. And what do we have here? The Netherlands.
The Netherlands is indeed back.
The Netherlands took the long straw.
The thing is,
splitting up Germany right now.
I do have an idea of what the Japanese is trying to do. Like, I think
follow the Panama Canal.
Mako and Jacob are going to land incredible infantry fighting force of Japanese men in Italy.
Oh, it's like a D-Day on the D-Day.
This is exactly what is going to happen.
So one thing that happened here, I thought Italy would surrender when Germany surrendered, but apparently not. So Italy is still...
Yeah, they are a major nation.
Yeah.
But what happens if Italy surrenders? Because the Japanese are the leader of the East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere.
Yeah, different factions.
Not the Axis.
Yeah.
So once... Yeah, okay, Greater Albania is a major as well, and White Finland. So they need to capitulate Finland, Albania, and Italy, but they will.
They might.
I mean,
so Italy doesn't.
They might have trouble with Albania, but the other two, I think.
Snistan has his horses here. We've seen them from the beginning. They're still around. They won't be able to hold.
How many of
Finland though? Finland. Christer has been playing a heck of a game. He's now alone. Yugoslavia has left him because Yugoslavia has capitulated.
The thing is, it's the Finnish Winter War all over again.
Yeah.
Like, he can hold in the Finnish forest with his troops. Look at these 2 infantry divisions against... Yeah, I mean, he will...
He is spread too thin, like too little butter over too much bread. Look at Finland here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Finland should pull back to original Winter War position and just refuse to surrender because they are a major nation in the Axis and Italy will fall. No, they are not a major nation in the Axis. Right, okay, it's a gold thing. Press the thing again. Right, no, they are not. It's only Italy and Germany that are major nations.
Yeah, that's...
So Finland will capitulate once the race...
But Mexico capitulated, who would have thought?
Yeah, I mean, it is a man in the high castle situation here. The United States is not looking too dandy at all. We need more beer for this, definitely.
I can get a refill, please. Yeah, thank you.
We see here Dankes is microing USA now, so let's see. I mean, it has not worked out too well for him so far, to be honest.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to the clash between Dankes' amphibious tanks and Jacob's amphibious.
Yeah, I mean that's the battle of the giants this game. Yeah. Dankes versus Jacob and Mako.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely. Jacob and Mako have performed such a stellar game. If they had managed to get half of that performance out of the German player and the Italian player, it would have been over by now.
Yeah.
But the Italian innovative invasions and ideas failed miserably. They died. They lost 500,000 troops, many well-trained Marines. They lost North Africa. Germany went infantry, left the responsibility of armor to the miners, and paid the price for it once the D-Day started. They didn't build the Atlantic Wall. They had dominated the Allies so thoroughly that I think they underestimated the possibility of the Allies to get back in this game.
Look at that. Dankes tanks are back, and they have started killing Jacob's tanks.
We see Dankes is going back to defending the home country. This is what we said about the race. Like, the United States got to Berlin, and when the United States got to Berlin, now they can go home with their tanks. So now it's Dankes versus Jacob in the Midwest of the United States, and that is what will decide this Second World War.
It seems like Dankes only has 2 tank divisions left. He might have disbanded what he had in Europe to reinstate them in the US. And yeah, look at this. He's got a bunch in the production queue right here.
Yeah, definitely. it will be very hard for Jacob and Mako, but I think they have taken the Panama Canal.
Yeah, and look at these
And
sneaky fucks. Look at
this
what they're
is
doing.
very...
No, they cancelled it.
They cancelled it.
No, they're going for Jamaica instead.
I mean, they have done very successful island hopping, but the United States, I mean, Dankers has lost so thoroughly in the Pacific to the extent that Mexico and half of the United States is now occupied by the Empire of Japan. But their success in Europe might actually eke out victory for the Allies. There is red bubbles all across the board, though. And, I mean, Jacob and Mako is nothing to be scoffed at. And also now the player count is starting to come in, because Dankers is, as we know, only one person.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Japan is controlled by both Mako and Jacob, which are both very competent micro players. And you can't be in two places as one, even if you happen to be better than the players in their respective areas. So
and so far, Dankers seems to be fighting alone in protecting the US. Canada still have their forces up here.
I mean, the Japanese have declared war on the Soviet Union. Have they done anything about that?
Well, they did start the invasion over here.
Yeah, they are, but this is taking long.
Yeah, and they started like...
And we have Algot here is not too happy about the situation in Italy.
Yeah, it looks like the Euro allies, they are focusing on taking Italy out, because taking Italy out would mean taking all of the Euro axis out, including Christer's Finland up here. And they will be able to do it. I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, but he is...
I mean, also in the north of Italy, you have very, very mountainous terrain.
Yeah. And he's got a lot
And Italy is still an Axis major, so they have the troops, to be honest.
Yeah, they are dug in and they are defending.
The only thing they need now is not to cap, because if the Axis capitulates, then then it's probably over.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We have to. If it ends on points, it is very much anyone's game, because I mean Washington DC is worth a lot of points. Yeah, Los Angeles is worth a lot of points.
We would actually need to get a breakdown of the point system.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. If the game ends on points, we will need to calculate this for a long time, because the thing is that is like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Hawaii, Singapore, Guam, is those worth more points than Rome, Berlin, Hamburg, Paris? It's very, very hard to say. I'm not sure. We have a Excel sheet somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's like the enemy capitals mostly. So like they have Berlin now.
Yeah.
I think Paris also counts. But yeah, we still have more than 2 hours to go before our hard stop. So I think we will have a decision on the field instead of a points.
Probably.
Decision.
I think we will have it will be decided on the battlefield. But I mean, the interesting thing is that as far as capitals go, the Allies have a big advantage in Europe.
Yeah. But not in Asia.
Not in Asia, but I mean, Moscow is still in Russia.
This was Italy's defensive line. Now there is a hole where Sarge on his South African tanks are leading the charge. And this...
I mean, Rome will not hold for long.
No. This might spell the end, because there is no second line of defense here.
No.
They broke through and...
He seems confident,
though. Look at him.
He seems confident, though.
Yeah, that's the look of a man who has nothing left to lose.
Yeah, and he doesn't have much left to lose.
Doesn't have much left.
To be honest. It's...
Look at him. He's microing his heart out like this.
Yeah. I mean, that's where you see the momentum shift. The Italy is sitting like this, and the Allies are...
While front lines are collapsing.
Yeah, I mean, if Rome falls, I mean, there aren't that many. How many capitals are there in Asia? You have Hong Kong is worth points.
No,
you have Sydney.
Hong Kong is not worth points.
No. Hong Kong is not, because I mean Wellington. How much? Wellington cannot be worth as much as Paris, right?
I think it's like
Canberra,
1 point per each.
It is, because...
So maybe one, and I think Singapore and Delhi.
Because so if it's decided on points...
They have like 4 points here.
Yeah,
we need to check this out. But meanwhile, the Americas are being invaded by the Yellow Peril.
But if it's decided on points, then it's a weird meta if Canberra is worth the same amount of points as Berlin, you know?
Yeah.
Then like, okay, you have Paris, but we have Wellington, so that's equal footing.
I think you're a bit Eurocentric.
Yeah, I would guess I am in this sense, but it's the Second World War.
We have a bit of a surround here. One of the Japanese tanks got a bit too carried away, and the Mexicans have surrounded it. The Mexicans have capitulated.
They have broken it out, though. They broke it out. And now we have an encirclement of an American division, which is dead. I don't know what it was.
The Mexicans still have some fighting force left here in the northern...
if they cut them off here, though, and take the harbor... we have a Japanese naval invasion further up the coast.
This might be the end of the Mexican army here.
The Japanese naval invasion further up the coast in New Orleans. They have... there's only paratroopers here. A little Ireland tank.
Ireland has armored. Okay.
Yeah, I think Ireland might be able to prove their worth here. If Ireland drives out the Japanese naval invasions of New Orleans, then we have we have a high impact.
Who would have
Ireland.
thought?
It
Look
is
at this. The proud Irish.
Yeah.
They've got their own tank division.
It's
worth any amount of potatoes.
We're saying like...
but look at that. It's got slow artillery with his tanks.
Yeah.
This is a rule break, but...
for any new viewers of our 79 total viewers, if you're new to this, we are playing a historical World War II game. That's why we have Irish tanks in New Orleans.
No, but seriously, if you're just joining us, this is Hygge Gaming's Bergagårdhof 4, our physical event. It's a historical multiplayer game. We have 35 players. About half of them have capitulated by now, I think.
Yeah.
And me and Victor here in the studio with Lucas and Mossberg in the technical seats. And it's a hell of a game. And here you see the Axis house.
Indeed. We have the Axis house. Spirits were very high here before. It's not so high anymore. But the Japanese player, still quite happy, I would imagine. But we didn't see the Allied house now, but it's also a nice house.
About a quarter of North America is occupied by the Asia axis right now. So Asia is firmly in fascist control. They are also pushing out a bit, but slowly.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this Middle Eastern endeavor, I'm not a fan of it because it takes so long to go through the Middle East.
But I mean, if you have a few troops left over, why not?
If they get the Suez, maybe. Manchukuo is making small inroads into the Soviets, but
the Soviets have moved troops over now. So this is a
the thing is, it's 1944 now. The Soviets have regained their manpower. They never lost Moscow. The Germans were never even close to Stalingrad. We didn't see any big encirclements. The Soviets need to lose like 15 million men or something before manpower starts to become an issue.
Yeah.
And they have probably lost around like 2 million. So they can just churn out. Look at their conscription law, for example, in the Soviet Union. They are still a volunteer.
And they have 4 million in the pool. So
I mean, if the Soviets start scraping the barrel, they can field 30 million men without problem. And now Europe is firmly in the hands of the Allies.
Yeah, from the looks of it, China is about to fall since the Asia Axis have sent almost all their troops over to the United States here to fight in the invasion here. The US is defending valiantly. It must be mixed feelings from Dankert.
And here we see the Allied house. Yeah. And also a very, very big shout out to Marcus in the Allied house. He is our technician in the Allied house. We have 3 technicians. We have Marcus, we have Mossberg, and we have Lucas. And in the Allied house, we have Marcus controlling the camera that you see right now, controlling the interviews, making sure everything works. The production value that we have today and the production value that you have been able to enjoy is due to our amazing technicians that have come down with expensive equipment and amazing core competencies within media production and other stuff. One of them is a freelancer, so you can hire him if you want to, Mossberg. He runs a PR firm, so if you need PR stuff, you can write to him on Steam, I guess, or something. And he can make...
on Steam. Steam is the new LinkedIn.
And LinkedIn was never a
We
good...
see some encircled German tanks up here in the northwestern USA. They are out of supply and about to get capped off. And yeah, there is an armored advance by the Manchukuo tanks.
Yeah, Manchukuo is... okay, well, Finland update. Let's check on Finland.
Yeah, good question. It's still going strong. I think they're like, okay,
they are doing very well.
Let's leave Finland alone. If we just cap Italy, Finland will capitulate. So yeah, I think
there is a lot of firsts this game. I mean, we are playing historical, but Berlin has fallen, but Finland controls entire Karelia and the Kola Peninsula.
We're seeing naval invasion of Turku here, though.
Yeah. We have an observation from Saxo Leave here. Soviet logistics should also be insane. Reverse Lend-Lease, late Barbarossa, plus slow Barbarossa, and no encirclements. They might have even outproduced their losses during Barbarossa. Probably entirely true. And that is the big headache for the Axis at this point, because as you see, Italy is almost entirely in the hands of the Netherlands at this point. And I mean, if the Asian co-prosperity sphere is going to try to make inroads into Soviets, they are going to meet so many troops, and that's a big issue. Now we have a map up here.
Just put up the vote.
Yeah, we have the vote here. Go to menti.com, put in the code you see on screen, vote who do you think will win the war. And we will see the results popping up here on the screen very soon. And also zoom in here so we get it on the right side of the screen, because Japanese tanks are closing in on Washington, D.C. They are, however, surrounded.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's just infantry divisions that have snaked. I mean, at this point, the U.S. is so strong in regards to... But Japan too, 1,415 factories.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, I don't think Jacob is giving up just yet.
Yeah, I mean...
we have Washington? They have this ties? No.
Yeah, they have Washington. They have taken Washington. Washington have fallen to Japanese soldiers. They will probably not be able to hold it though. But they have naval invasions of Newark since they took the Panama Canal. It's an insane game. I remember last Bergagårdhof when we said like, oh, this is an insane game. We'll never see a game like this again. And we did not see another game like that again with the try again army and whatnot. But we have seen a game that is taking place on American soil and not on European, because the Germans have been capitulated for the better part of a year now.
Yeah.
Japan controls Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, China, Manchuria, India, Pakistan. Is Steam the new LinkedIn? We have a clear majority. A clear majority. Recruit us for crossing missions.
I wonder if people voted for Axis and then he changed the question. You can
maybe. At this point, I wouldn't be so sure to vote for the Axis though. But
look at this.
I mean, the Japanese are making a lot of inroads.
Yeah.
How close are they to capitulating at this point?
Let's have a look over here. United States.
Yeah, it's a ways away, and I mean the United States, not to the extent of the Soviets, but they also have a lot of ground to cover that is forests and mountains, and gets high attrition during the winter, or for that part high attrition during the summer, because to run across like Florida and Kentucky is not that fun in July either. So,
and I mean by now they have gotten help as well. So we have let's have a look from the US perspective. There's 27 divisions here from the UK. We have the Mexican divisions, of course, have been doing a fighting retreat from Mexico. There's also this one Irish tank division has been doing wonders.
As we said, we speculated on it before that Ireland might be able to push well above their weight with their... No one expect Irish Inquisition.
This is some reference that I don't know. Through the mud and the blood, through the fresh mud beyond. Is that like a Canadian reference that I don't know?
It might be.
So this is Magnus Ek's Canadian armored divisions. They're trying to cut off the main Axis advance here. And they're doing a good job.
I think that Canada might be successful in that endeavor. And if they do... this might be a hard time.
Yeah. Because the Asia axis, they really need to get a win. Really,
we get information from more observant parts of the studio here that Magnus also just managed to kill an encircled Japanese tank.
Yeah.
Can you check the army summary for Japan to see what they are still fielding? It would be very interesting to see how that lines up against the.
They have 4.2 million men in the field. But they have 10 tank divisions.
That's also the thing is they have amphibious tanks.
Yeah.
So they are made for island hopping, made for naval invasions. They do perform well on land as well, obviously, but it's not their core competency, so to speak.
No.
Meanwhile, the Allies still have their miners. The Axis have lost all their tank miners. They have lost all their different niches. Like if you have one miner that does marines, one miner that does heavy tanks, one miner that does mobile.
White Finland has assumed faction leadership of Axis.
Okay, so the leader of the Axis is now Finland. So even when Italy falls, we will see a continuation of the war in Finland. And it might be that the last stand of the Axis will happen outside Helsinki.
He managed to throw out the naval invasion in Turku.
Yeah, and this might be good for Germany in a sense because they never took Denmark or Norway.
Yeah.
And that means that Denmark and Norway is not controlled by the Allies.
No, that's true. They're neutral.
They are neutral. And since both Denmark, Norway and Sweden is neutral, Japan could actually get into Finland with a defensive force.
If he manages...
If they take the United States.
Yeah, if. It's a big if. We'll see how it goes.
They are making steady progress, though.
Yeah.
I really need to go piss.
Do it, man.
Yeah.
Do it. I know what you mean. So we see down here in Houston, they still have a port, but there's a bunch of American troops that are surrounded here. The Japanese are trying to close that pocket. The Canadians are still trying to get through here and cut off the main advance, but they haven't been able to just yet. And you see here the Manchurian tanks leading the charge. They've cut off Florida now, so Florida is a loose appendage on the United States. And let's have a look over in the northern front here. Yeah, most of the movement seems to be happening in the east. Yeah, not too much going on here on the northern front. And at the same time, the Soviets are trying to invade Manchuria from the north, and they've taken the Manchurian capital. The Manchurians haven't gotten a new capital. That's a bit weird. No, they still control. I don't really understand. This should be occupied by the Soviets, but it's not. Maybe they don't have the entire state. Anyways, Manchuria is not looking too hot right now. They are in big trouble. There are a bunch of Japanese infantry here trying to defend, but most of the Soviet army, now that Germany is defeated, have turned east and are putting all their focus on Manchukuo right now. Rome fell. Snistan had a nice last stand. Still hasn't surrendered, though. Or maybe he did surrender. Let's have a look. Italy, yeah, he surrendered. He just lost Rome again, I guess. He's still alive, though, on Sardinia. Not too many troops. In fact, he has 0 troops. In the field, 0. So, okay, let's not spend too much time looking at Snistan. Kristero, the last stand of the Finns. The last march of the Moomin Trolls. He's trying to defend the best he can, but he's got the entire might of the Soviet army against him. In the meantime, the battle rages in the United States. The Empire of Japan now controls more than half of the United States, but the Allies are gathering. They are increasing in strength all the time. We have South Africa here with 14 divisions. Canada is here, and I think also, yeah, Ireland is here. There's a lot of allies now fighting in the continental USA. I also need to pee.
Ireland is here.
I need to pee very bad. So
and Canada is here.
Just slip out.
Yeah, you do that. You do that.
And I will leave my microphone.
Indeed, we have Mongolia in Beijing. Someone says, let's check out that happening. Indeed, indeed they are. It might have been a bit premature for the Japanese to declare war on the Soviets because they get another front to defend. Perhaps they should have waited until the Soviets declared war on them. We have a question from Crafty Ruby here. Did Dankus lose his navy? And that's indeed a good question, because if he loses his country, yeah, then he will lose his navy as well. But yeah, at some point he must have lost that, because he has significantly less than he once had. Let's look at the navy overview and see. He has 8 battleships, 10 heavy cruisers, 12 light cruisers, 8 submarines, and 179 destroyers. And before he had at least somewhere like 10 carriers, something. How close is the US to being capped? They are getting rather close, I would imagine. Let's see. This was the wrong war. Or was it? No, it was the right war. Where is... There. 63% towards capitulation, so it's still a ways to go. But, I mean, Japan is making steady gains in America as well. The game of Jacob and Mako is insane at this point. They control... The sun never sets on the Japanese empire at this point, because they control everything from almost Kuwait City to Florida. So yeah, I guess the sun sets somewhere around lunch in Finland, but otherwise it doesn't. However, the faction leader of the Axis, the fascist Finland, is feeling the pressure from the Allied forces here. You can see that Helsinki has fallen, Viipuri has fallen, and you have Soviet tanks powering through the Finnish countryside. Now you see a counter-encirclement where the Finnish have retaken Viipuri and surrounded 2 Soviet tanks. So it might not be over yet, but they are fighting on for dear life, the only remainder of the European Axis forces. They have now moved their capital to Kemi, which is far away, but will be reached in a timely manner by the this tank whose name can fuck off is moving off towards Kemi, and we'll see whether or not they manage to capitulate White Finland before Japan capitulates the United States. And once again, we are seeing a race towards the capitals here. We have some questions in the chat here. Does Japan still have a capable navy? And I would imagine that they do. I imagined wrong. It's mostly dead. The Navy summary... Oh, no, they are away on stuff. Yeah, they still have 10 carriers, battleships. They are ruling the seas at this point. I will have a quick look as well at the United Kingdom Navy, which is probably their challenger at this point, which has pretty much nothing. So Japan rules the waves, and the sun never sets on their empire. It's a bit of a turnaround, I would say. Can you paradrop from Vladivostok? We have a question. Well, yes, I guess that the Soviets could technically paradrop the Japanese mainland from Vladivostok, and considering the defenses on the Japanese home isles, it might be a good idea, but they are, at this point, Japan is garrisoned to the point that you can't just quickly capitulate them in the manner that you otherwise would be able to when the Allies own this much of Europe. Are you 2 casters under the slight effect of a wee bit too much beer? It is not an entirely incorrect analysis, I would say, but I think we have our wits about us still. The problem is that we do need to go to the bathroom in a significantly higher interval, which means that sometimes you will have me alone and sometimes you will have Petey alone. But now we have both, in a short manner of time, gone to the bathroom, so now you will soon have both of us, and you will have so until the end of this war, which is increasingly increasingly panning out to be just as exciting as it has been the entire day, because Japan is continuously, slowly but steadily making inroads into the United States, and I do believe that the capitulation cannot be that far off at this point. 74% towards capitulation. We do have a problem there, that because no one planned for this happenings. So there are no collaboration governments. There are nothing to make the United States capitulate faster, which means that they will have some trouble in that sense. We need to get Petey mic'd up here.
Oh, right.
Beer is the fuel of HOI4 multiplayer, and yes, indeed it is.
Truer words have never been spoken.
This is...
Will we see the capitulation of Dankes Mimicus in a game where he already had a successful D-Day and took Berlin?
Yeah, it's not entirely impossible.
This is a crazy game, guys.
Yeah, it is. But the thing is that Japan still dominates the seas. That's the thing, because the Japanese Navy still has 10 carriers and still their entire fleet intact. And the Panama Canal is under the occupation of the Japanese. So the coastline outside Washington and New York is dominated by the Japanese Navy, because Dankes' fleet is mostly dead. His dockyards are under occupation. The British fleet is dead. Then again, the Axis equivalents are also lying on the bottom of the sea. So, I would say that this still is anyone's game, but I don't know what the points...
on the point of the navies, I was just on the way to the bathroom speaking with the Badger, and he told me that just before the D-Day, his fleet was finally ready, and he sent it out into the Atlantic, and we missed this. But he sunk the entire escort fleet of the Brits, and then he sunk the entire carrier fleet of the Brits, and then he was looking for the main fleet, and that's when he heard of the naval invasion of the D-Day. So he was really, really frustrated, because if he had taken the British fleet, they couldn't have executed a D-Day. The ships would have kept him safe.
If he had done that, it would have been good game at this point, I
probably
dare to say.
Yeah.
Now we see the Soviets actually biting off a bit more than they can chew when they declared war on the Soviet Union. They declared war on the Soviet Union by themselves. They thought that now we can open up a new front, we can have Manchukuo invade. But to be quite honest at this point, they probably should not have declared war on the Soviet Union. They should have let the Soviet Union come to them instead, because Korea has fallen, Beijing has fallen, and the home iron
should be capitulated.
Yeah,
right?
Manchu is capitulated probably. Yeah, indeed it is. And this is troublesome for the Japanese, because now they need to win against the Soviets. Otherwise, they are in deep trouble.
See a bit of comparison of strength here. If you look at the total number of divisions, we have 391, say 400 for the Comintern. Okay, we have a bit of bad intel here. How many do the Allies have? Let's have a look, see. So the Allies have... why don't they have full... Okay, this...
Yeah, you're targeted Vichy, France.
No, it's France. So the Allies have 345, so that's 700 divisions. And the Axis, which is just the Asia Axis at this point, and Kristner on Finland.
Yeah, Finland is holding on for their life, but it is not long for this world. We have capital in
the Asia Axis
now.
The Asia Axis have 265 divisions, so they're like a third of the Allies in strength. So this is definitely looking like the Allies' game. But on the other hand, they are making inroads still in the US. The Allies have not been able to stop the Japanese advance here.
Yeah, the thing is that the Allies have both the Allies and the Comintern that is still in the game. The Axis, before you have the Asian co-prosperity sphere, and you have the Axis. And the Allies have the Allies, and they have the Comintern. And the thing is that the Allies are still alive and kicking, barely the United States, but The United Kingdom is alive. France is alive. The Netherlands is more than alive. They control most of Germany. The United Kingdom has a lot of new territories. Ireland is alive. Spain is still volunteer Spain. Meanwhile, the Euro axis are completely dead. And the Comintern at this point has so much manpower. Like the USSR controls everything from Vienna to Vladivostok. And it will be so hard for the Japanese to defend against that, in a sense, because it's only the Asian co-prosperity sphere that is left for the Axis. And even if Japan manages to eventually capitulate the USA, which they might very well be able to, what do you do next? I guess your navy controls the seas. You could invade France. What do you get? You get Vichy France back. No hate on Emily, but it's not going to turn a game.
Yeah.
And it's the Axis are going to have a tough time here. I would indeed say so. We'll see how is everyone doing on nukes. That might be
That's a good question. Good question. I don't think we need to look at the US. They don't have any place to place the silos. Let's see. Okay, Martin has stopped researching.
Because that's another thing. Because since the US is gone, basically, then probably Japan will be first in the nuclear race.
Yeah, they're not. Doesn't look like they are. No, they're not even doing that research. No,
they will not. And the thing is, even if they were, how do you handle that? How do you do it? Like, because the nukes, it's if you have a broad front line, you have a strategic point, a supply hub or something. You nuke it, you take it, you go around, you make a breakthrough. But Japan at this point, if they get nukes, what are they going to do? Like, Japan nukes London? Well, sucks to be the division that's in London, right? but you can't capitalize on that.
Yeah, they are still advancing, and now they're advancing into Canada as well. The only piece left of the United States is a bit of Florida and the northeastern parts. But the northeastern...
Yeah, but how are the whole miles doing? The Soviets are dangerous. China will fall to the Soviets.
Oh yeah.
Japan cannot do anything.
No
here.
doubts. There's no divisions here.
I mean, they have the navy. They can keep the Soviets from naval invading. Japan will be able to stay alive until we end the game on points.
Looking at the naval map mode, though, the sea zones around Japan are red. And that's
the thing is, they can't be everywhere. They can't both be holding up naval superiority outside Washington and outside the coast of Japan.
And they don't seem to have their big fleet anymore.
Yeah, they do, if you check the naval summary.
But shouldn't it be here?
No, they have it. It's the subs and the ASW thing.
But where is the main fleet? That's just a single one.
Yeah, that's a little panzer ship. Click the carriers. The carriers in San Diego.
Okay, so they're in California repairing. Fair enough.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I mean, I've called it earlier than this, but I mean, I don't see how the Allies lose this at this point.
No.
Since the thing is, if we are going to end at points, because if Japan get their fleet back and hold the sea tiles outside Japan, they will never be naval invaded. So they will be able to live until we end on points. But if China falls to the Soviet Union, then I don't think the Axis will win on points.
Yeah.
Because, then again, if they occupy the US, I'm calling it for the Allies. I'm calling it now. So there it is.
I think that's a good call. Yeah. The Asia Axis have gone all in on taking out the US, and it looks like they might actually be able to, maybe. There's a lot of allied forces here. But even if they do take the US, as you say, they are losing everything else. Look at this. The Soviets, led by the Mongolians here, I think, are just rolling into China. This little salient here towards Iraq, or Iran, I mean, is cut off now by the Soviets. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's looking grim. It's looking grim.
Yeah, it's looking very grim for the Axis. It's a good day for democracy in the world. It's a bad day for the upper floor of the Axis house.
Mainland Japan being invaded.
Indeed, they are.
Indeed they are.
I don't think it will stick, though.
It's by the Soviets.
Yeah, I don't think it will stick. Soviet garrison divisions might be good for storming across the Chinese mainland, but they are not good for naval invading the Japanese home country.
They do have some tanks over here, but yeah, same thing there. Same thing there.
It's the revenge of the meat wall.
I'm a bit curious what types of navies from the Allies are here. Because the Japanese still have navies defending, but they are they're over in California repairing. That's why they can't give any superiority.
Yeah, we have a point here. Soviet democracy. Yeah, I would say the Soviet occupation of India, China, and Thailand would probably not be a good day for democracy either. I concur on that point.
I mean, on China, maybe it's an improvement. I don't know.
Yeah, China, it's about same at this point, right? Well, think about the positive sides. There won't be a Sino-Soviet split in this universe. That is indeed true.
Look at Christer,
and
that glorious bastard.
Yeah,
look at this Finnish bastard.
Finland has played such a strong game. A very well fought winter war, a loss in the end, but then a very, very good continuation war. And then Finland have assumed leadership of the Axis faction and held out for 2 years against the full force of the Euro Axis.
Yeah, look at all these white flags.
Look at
Finland
the
standing strong.
361,000 casualties. That's about as much as the Italians lost in one encirclement in North Africa. Meanwhile, check the Soviet casualties.
Yeah. 4.45
million.
That's a lot. It's not the most we've seen, I think.
You can see we are in the way. Duck out a bit and hold the mouth over the Soviet casualties. The other way. Come here. Look at this.
It's Finland.
Yeah, Finland. 1.5 million casualties inflicted on the Soviets.
I think Christer is getting a medal.
Twice the amounts of the Germans.
I think Christer is getting a medal.
The Finnish is playing their hearts out here, but Helsinki is soon to fall, and that will be the end of the Axis faction.
I mean, before he had lost all these parts of Finland, and he was in these parts, but now he's over here instead.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bulgaria is back.
Bulgaria is back.
Bulgaria is back? What does it mean? Oh, look! Bulgaria is back!
Bulgaria is back.
How the fuck did this happen?
I have absolutely no idea. Some cavalry division. Eric bringing back the Balkan Bros. I mean, this might be a good play. He just runs across the Balkans with this little garrison division.
Liberate them one.
And eventually we have a Yugoslavia, we have a Bulgaria, we have a Romania, we have a Hungary.
It's like, okay, I'm gonna liberate Romania first. He was heading towards Albania, and then it's like, no, Romania. I'm gonna liberate Romania. That's beautiful, beautiful.
I mean, no one garrisons at this point. That's the thing. Everyone is tunnel visioning on everything. So there is just no defense
this is also
anywhere.
Beautiful. Siam is like, I would like a piece of the Great Lakes region. Maybe Detroit for the Ratanakosin Empire. And Jacob is like, sure, my friend, of course you will have Detroit. So yeah, now it's under Thai control.
But it's very interesting how you see like the behavioral science of it all when you see that everything is so ahistorical. The fighting is happening in the United States. The fighting is happening in Finland. It's 1944. Then everyone is tunnel visioning on completely new stuff that you are never prepared for. And then you never expect the minors. Because if you are like Ireland at this point, if you are an exiled New Zealand division or whatever the fuck, then you are sitting there like, okay, what do I do?
This is quite a hilarious...
failed attempt at Hitler's life. He's still alive.
Where is this guy?
He's still alive.
Where is he?
Where is he hiding?
Where is he hiding? Here.
Yeah, he has a government in exile in Sofia, probably at this point.
Or Argentina, maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
We have a revenger with a good point. Sure, it failed. He's dead.
By the way, we haven't talked about Brazil at all. Have you?
No.
Have we even presented Brazil?
Have you presented Brazil? I think it's time to present.
It's time.
Let's get
I think
Brazil up.
it's high time.
Indeed, it is.
Brazil seems to have mostly garrison division.
Yeah. Well,
Beach Party, Island Party, Captain South. Okay, so they have some troops here, and playing Brazil is Tvorik.
Yes. 6 games with the community, but he hasn't played with us for over a year, and he's never played Brazil before. So it will be very interesting to see how he fares here in.
You didn't have to read that last part.
No.
Loud.
We have a manuscript, but it will still be very interesting to see how he fares.
Yeah, He's going only with defending, so he's got garrison divisions.
He's garrisoning Brazil. Brazil will not fall to the Japanese scourge.
No, they won't. Captain South here. Captain South here is defending United States. Look at this. He's got garrisons. They were 21 with. It's a bit off, but who cares? Nice. Good on you, Tvorik. Okay, so it looks like... Oh, look at this. They're slowly taking Canada.
Yeah, Japan is actually failing. They have a foothold in the Japanese main isles. We do have Soviet troops that have landed.
Okay.
And it is going to be a race towards the victory points.
Yeah, there's not too much here to defend.
There are no harbors. I mean, but the Soviets can just keep doing this because they have so many men.
Yeah.
They don't care. They can send in like 10 garrison divisions on a tile with no harbor and just keep doing that until we end for the banquet.
Yeah,
because
and I mean, Jacob and Mako, they only have garrison divisions to defend, so they don't have any quick response force to throw them out. Look at this, some big stone.
Yeah, I mean, they can even land tanks. At this point, the Soviet industry...
They won't be able to throw this out.
Maybe at some point. I mean, they might...
It's just garrisons.
They will not be able to throw it out, but the invasion will not be able to cap them either, I do think. The thing is... The thing with Japan now is they have 1,300 factories, 2 million manpower. They have a surplus of...
they don't have a surplus. They are in the red when it comes to infantry equipment and pack artillery. So they can't produce any new troops.
Yeah, but just they have a surplus of anthrax. They have a surplus of anti-air. They have a surplus of line artillery. They can just churn out something.
Yeah, but they don't have any infantry equipment. You need
that's true. That's the problem.
For everything.
Lend-Lease from Germany. Oh no,
there are no more defenders coming to Japan, so it's just these garrison divisions here to defend. But so far, the Soviets have not been able to take a port, and so these guys are dying slowly but surely. Also here up in the north, I don't know if this is Hokkaido, maybe. Yeah, it's Hokkaido. Fuck yeah! So on Hokkaido here, the Soviets have landed. They don't have a port, though. So you can see here the red supply icons. Looking a bit hard.
We will see how this pans out. They are inching the United States closer to capitulating. They do have, I mean, something that they should have done is building a collaboration government on the United States. They are doing it now, and it will be done on the 1st of November 1944, which is this year.
Yeah, but had they done it before, the US would have surrendered much earlier. Yeah, that's very true.
Had they prepared 2 collaboration governments on the United States before the invasion of Los Angeles, they would have been in the clear now. But, I mean, it's very easy to be Captain Hindsight in that sense. Like in 1942, we did not really expect Japanese and Irish tank forces to be clashing in Pennsylvania. So
I'm still curious what would have happened because Jacob, after taking Pearl Harbor, he did the fateful decision of going south instead towards New Zealand, Australia, and so on. What would have happened if he would have just gone for California? Because by that time, Dankers had 0 divisions. 0. There was nothing. There was nothing there. So what would have happened then? We don't know. We'll never know.
It is possible that the game deciding factor here was that the Japanese did not invade the US mainland when they had a chance.
Yeah.
When they still had Tora, when they still had infantry divisions, they should have gone for Los Angeles. They should have gone for San Francisco. Now it's a lot harder. Had they done that back then, they would have been in New York by now, I'm sure.
Look at this. We see the Thai hoppar from Västerbron. They're getting ready again.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Into the heart of the American heartland that's left.
Yeah.
The Badger is now hovering next to the studio because he doesn't have a country anymore. Maybe he wants to join us in the studio.
Yeah, Badger. Badger, come here.
Maybe if you get a chair, we can squeeze you in here.
You could just join us for a little while. We want to see your nice lederhosen.
Oh yeah. So Badger he's wearing his lederhosen for the banquet later tonight. Yeah. And you can see he's not crying, even though he's lost his country.
What do you say? You were very close to being able to stop the D-Day invasion.
Yeah.
I heard that you had some frustrations about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the UK even noticed, but a couple of months before the D-Day happened, I started to roam the Atlantic with my main fleet that was just ready. And I managed to sink a couple of stacks of destroyers, so maybe 100 destroyers in total or something like that. And after that, I went to look for the main fleets, and I found a carrier fleet. I sunk that one instantly. So the pirate fleet, all the carriers, everything. And then I was looking for his main fleet, and I didn't have time to find it until the sound. And then it came. But so it was, it was so close to just cut off the waters. Yeah.
Do you feel that you should have prepared a better Atlantic wall? We saw that it was not very well defended, and you were all the way over on the Eastern Front with most of your defensive forces.
Yeah.
Whose job was that?
The Atlantic wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my job. The idea was to have it spread out and then just gather everything in one place once they came, which I did, but they were so quick. So we just ran right straight into the mouths with everything. We should have just made a decision from the start, made a line behind the river somewhere far in, and then we could have stopped them probably.
Yeah, we saw you coming in a bit piecemeal.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
The Spanish ran in, got wiped. The Hungarians ran in, got wiped. Yeah,
we should have just made a line somewhere, defend, and then we could have stopped them. I think because we had enough troops, but it was just like on the heels constantly.
Yeah.
So they did a Hail Mary, it worked. Yeah. But I think it's easy to be Captain Hindsight, right? But I think if I had a few more months, I would have shut down the waters. That was my That was the plan.
I'm sad we missed the naval battles, but that's what usually happens in the studio.
You can't see it now because I have lederhosen on, but if you would have been able to see my balls, they would have been blue. Sorry for that.
Yeah, we will continue to see how the war in the United States are going. Pittsburgh has now come under the occupation of Japanese forces, and we are seeing somewhat of an advance of the Asian co-prosperity sphere into the eastern seaboard of the United States. Meanwhile, the Japanese have actually been able to kick out the Soviet naval invasions. However, almost the entirety of the Chinese mainland have fallen to the Soviets. Thailand is next on the chopping block, and I don't think India will hold for too long either. So it is a race against the clock for the Asian co-prosperity sphere.
Yeah, they have really moved all of their troops to the US. There's nothing left in Asia to defend. They were like, we have to defend the Euro axis, and they put everything they had into killing Dankers. And they may still be able to do it, but yeah, at the same time, they are losing all of Asia. We see the little expeditionary force that they sent towards Iran. It's been wiped out now. Just a bit of...
we have a critique in the chat. The Mortal Vision, he saw the videos from the Axis upper floor where the capitulated Axis players are already playing Counter-Strike.
Oh, really?
Very, very bad.
Bad form.
Bad form indeed. We have Saxolive saying, I remember you guys saying at the eve of D-Day also that there is more tanks in France than the Axis have in total, which certainly wasn't an insignificant fact.
No.
And indeed, it was not.
Yeah, and it's something that's been bugging me all game, basically. Like in North Africa, they knew from the beginning that Canada will have tanks, South Africa will have tanks in North Africa. They always do. But there was no plan to meet them, nothing at all. The Italians did not have enough anti-tank in their infantry divisions. The Germans didn't send any tank divisions down there. It was a complete rout. And also later, when the D-Day arrived, I mean, even if they brought all their tanks from the Eastern Front, which they did, it was not enough.
Yeah. And also we have, is Finland still alive? No, they are not. They are dead. The Euro Axis is done.
What?
Oh. What the hell?
Krister is still there.
How is this possible even? Like, Krister is due for a medal.
He's going to get a medal or two, I think.
The leader of the Axis faction as of 1941 or something.
The faction of one. The faction of one.
Yeah, this is... it's insane that Finland is still alive. Indeed, it's a well-known fact that Hitler ordered the majority of his tanks to the Western Front in June 1944 to contain the invasion. Basically, only 1/5 of the whole German panzer forces remained in the east. And they should have gone historical.
We are paused.
We are paused. We are not
paused.
We're not paused anymore. That's maybe a historical hint for the next Axis players. Indeed, Zimmerman is saying that North Africa should had horse supply marine with CAS and transport planes for supply.
Yeah.
And indeed, they perhaps should have. The North African front has been very insignificant this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some
we have
fighting.
followed it. It was the first win for the Allies, so I guess it was a morale boost in a sense. But I mean, this war has been decided on the seas, more or less. You had the D-Day without the defense. You had the total rollover in the Pacific from the Axis. Now you have fighting taking place in the United States. The Japanese offensive has stalled at this point, though, and I have still called it for the Allies, and I'm not changing my stand on that matter at this point. But
Yeah, there seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel for the Axis.
Yeah, this is indeed looking grim. I mean, if India falls, we might even see a capitulation of the Axis forces.
Yeah, see. Could we get the camera on the Axis maybe? I want to see what they're doing. Some people are playing. No, that's the Allies.
There we have Mosby going around here.
The Asia Axis still fighting. He seems to be fighting.
Yeah, I mean they are tunnel visioning on the United States, but at this point I would say it is for good reason they are tunnel visioning on the United States. The only way the Axis could possibly
look at Jacob. He still has a shit grin.
Yeah.
He's still happy. Yeah. He's had the game of his life.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the Japanese are obviously happy. This is probably the best Japan we have seen
in a long time.
In a long time, if ever, in the Hygge HOI gaming community.
Especially considering he was facing the United States.
Yeah, his main opponent was Dankus. Which is arguably the best player at the LAN.
And now we're looking at the Comintern corner of the map.
Yeah, they are.
We saw someone passing there with the victory pose, so yeah.
Yeah, I think, the Japanese have done a stellar game. This is insane plays by them. It was a bit of shortcomings and a bit of unlucky situations on the side of the Italians and the Germans. That wrecked the exit chances, I would have said. Had Germany been able to close down the seas, had Italy gone for a traditional North Africa campaign, I think this game would have been squarely in the favor of the Axis. I don't see how they would have been able to win the Allies in that case.
It was this small matter of 10 UK Marines and 5 US amphibious tanks doing the D-Day, and then the rest of the Allies filled on. But that's not a huge force. It was really,
Yeah, we have this Saxoliv saying, and the spitting between who has the better fleet has at the start of the game must feel good for Japan now, as Dankus' fleet is a marine refugee.
Yeah,
and that is true. Also, Dankus said that he is going to take back his island. He's going to stick to his plan of Pacific first. It might have been a psyop, but the thing is, I think he actually meant it. He wanted to go revenge on Japan. He wanted to get back his islands. He wanted to sink the Japanese fleet, but he realized he couldn't at that point.
I think the Soviets were shouting loud enough. They're like, help, they almost have Moscow, help. And he was like, okay, and we've already lost all the Asia allies. I might as well go east. And that seems to be the right decision.
Yeah, but it's interesting because he said he was going to stick to the plan. He's going to get revenge in Japan. But in the battle between Jacob, Mako, and Dankus, Jacob and Mako is the undisputed winners of that face-to-face. Even if the Euro axis have fallen, I would say. I mean, Richmond is almost occupied by Japanese forces. The United States, at this point, can they even get congressional support for national focuses? I mean, a majority of Congress is under Japanese control.
Yeah, and I mean, even if the Allies win now, this is not a nice end screen map that you want at the United States.
Yeah, I think Canada might fall, but
no,
I have.
Look at this. Sticky is back now. He's got his mainland back. He's defending. I don't.
Yeah, and I mean at this point it's 19:10, so there is an hour left until the hard stop of the game. I think we will go to hard stop because I don't think that they will be able to capitulate Japan before the hard stop.
No, but maybe their offensive just peters out, like we see a bit.
I don't think Jacob will surrender at this point.
You don't think so?
I don't
think
Jacob
the extra
will
hour?
surrender.
Maybe. But when the game is decided, we will have a bit of an after talk here in the studio. We'll bring in some key players and have a bit of a discussion. What happened? What could have happened? Yeah. And yeah.
We have a discussion in the chat here. We have some people saying that ending at 1925.
What just?
Oh,
what?
Oh, they capitulated. Yeah, they landed on Japan. No, yeah. Oh, they took Finland. Yeah, okay. You're right. Okay, so Finland was still alive. Yeah, that is insane.
For a good amount of time.
Insane. Big F's in chat for Finland. They have they held on for dear life. I think it's insane that Finland have been able to do this for so long.
Yeah. I think Krista is pretty satisfied with the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple of satisfied Axis players here. We have Finland and Japan, of course, but I mean the night of the Euro Axis is indeed Christian. Very, very well played game.
Yeah.
From a loss in the Winter War to the capitulation and this.
And there we see Christer. He's getting up, getting a beer, a well-deserved beer, I would say.
Yeah. Is it over, Jacob?
It's over.
It's over.
Would you
come into the studio?
Yeah, sure.
We have with us here Jacob from Japan. The war have not necessarily developed in Japan's favor.
I mean, we could beat anyone singularly, but we can't take everyone.
You had a hell of a game, though. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Incredibly
well played. I mean, this was one of the best Japan games we've seen in quite some time. And in the head-to-head match between you, Mako, and Dankus, you came out soundly on top, I would say. But now, as Helsinki has fallen, the Axis have capitulated to the Allies, and the game is indeed over.
Yes.
We have been discussing, though, in the studio, this pivotal moment where you had taken Hawaii.
Yep.
And you had eradicated the entire army of Dankus.
Yeah.
He had 0 divisions.
Yeah.
Instead of going for California, you decided to go south to take New Zealand, Australia, and then Raj.
Yes.
Not a bad catch.
No.
But we are thinking, what would have happened if you had gone for California that early? Because he had 0 divisions.
He did. And we knew that. But he could have deployed them like immediately as soon as we got there.
Yeah, but not in any amount. Like he had like maybe, I don't know, 30, 40, but they would have been greenhorns. And when you attacked, he had like 90 divisions.
Maybe not. I don't know. It's possibly, but like we figured that they would go for Europe, and well, they did. So the best thing we could do was to give like the European Axis like defense by taking all the like proper islands and taking all the miners and stuff. Because then they have less. Like the Allies get attrition in Europe. Because we control stuff.
Yeah. Do you feel that your coordination with Germany could have been better? I mean, the Germans went an infantry build that we in the studio were not personally very big fans of.
No.
If the Italians' innovative strategies in North Africa and the German have went a more... I mean, if Italy and Germany had went traditional meta builds, do you think that you had been able to win?
Like if they would have held, we totally would have won. Like if they could just delay for maybe like just a couple of months, that would buy us the time to like take cities on the East Coast and everything.
Oh yeah. You were on a good path to taking them, but
yeah, like
the entire allies.
Yeah, we had New York. We shot the president. I think in Washington and everything. So like we just couldn't do enough.
Yeah.
We see the Treaty of Berlin is finalized. So can you switch to the main screen, Lucas? And we are going to look at how Europe is looking. We usually say it's a win for democracy when the Allies win these games.
Yeah,
but it doesn't look really.
I'm not so sure, to be honest.
No.
We see the USSR controlling the entirety of Germany, the entirety of Vichy France and Italy. And we see a United States mostly under the control of the Empire of Japan, which is still in the war, though.
And we do have a bunch of pinging here. There's someone still fighting, Jacob.
Yeah, it's not me.
It's not Mako players there outside.
Okay, so
it's the Allies.
Yeah, there's a rogue faction taking over Japan right now.
What was the motivation in giving Ratanakosin Kingdom the Michigan?
Don't overestimate the amount of planning that went on for the last hour. We don't know. I think they just captured it with a paragraph or something.
Okay, yeah.
That's what happened.
For sure.
Yeah, well, thank you for an incredible game. You see here on the chest of Jacob here, you see the highest ratio between awards and veterans stars that we have seen. We have Mako here as well.
Oh, let's talk to Mako a bit.
The co-chair of Japan.
Yeah, I mean,
see
the mastermind.
Let's see how many we can fit. But let's talk to you a bit.
Be there, maybe.
Come here.
I see stressed looks from the technicians.
Yes.
Hello, Mako. Second chair of Japan.
Yeah.
Incredibly well played. It is one of the best Japan games we have seen in quite some time.
High five, though.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah.
Really well done. Really well done.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the game? We asked Jacob before. You didn't go for the invasion of the United States mainland after you've taken Hawaii. Do you feel that is a mistake in hindsight?
I think so. We instantly need to jump it and maybe ignore the minors, because I think the minors are threats, but basically they don't have navy. Counter invaders.
Yeah.
So I think it was a mistake, because we have a bunch of units, so basically we can contain the minors. I'm focusing on Dankus.
And he had 0 divisions at that point.
Yeah.
I know he instantly, in a few months, he deployed 50 or 60.
Yeah,
but it's not enough to cover the
No. Yeah.
And maybe with that, we delayed the D-Day.
And by the time you attacked, he had maybe 100 divisions defending, but you still broke through.
Yeah, but the good point is delaying the D-Day. Because what happened to the Axis is they got the double front and they collapsed.
Yeah.
And that thing...
Yeah, well, incredibly well played. We are getting ready for the banquet here. We do have some shout-outs in the chat. We have indeed. We have a cam. And we have a...
I'm just curious, Antonio, how was it like for you coming here to Sweden in the physical land and everything? Have you ever been to anything like this before?
No. I mean, it's very great. I met most of them that I play already in Discord.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah, it's really nice to have you here.
Yeah.
And we have Night Round here saying, well done to everyone today. We can only agree on that. Congrats to the tech crew for the great job. Indeed, thank you to the tech crew.
Yeah.
All of this production, all of this level of content that you have never seen before in a Hygge game. You can see Lucas here eating a well-deserved piece of Gruyere cheese.
It was too much.
And he has been behind the scenes. We have Lucas Kunov in the Allied House here.
Marcus.
Yeah, what's that? Lucas is here. Marcus Kunov in the Allied House, controlling the camera there, controlling the interviews, making sure everything works. Amazing job. And we have Mossberg. I don't know where he is now. But he has, you've seen him before.
Amazing.
And he has done an incredible job. Both him, Lucas, and Marcus have been our rocks here with all of this production value, with all of this gear, the drone footage, the different cameras, the in-studio interviews. Amazing.
So
how many things they have behind that is amazing.
Yeah, it's a lot of technology here in one place.
I go to take some drink.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll join you in a bit.
You deserve it, and we will see. The Allies will be coming over here and will receive the formal surrender of the Axis powers. here in this house.
Oh, we have the hero of the north.
Yeah,
Christer
definitely.
from
Get
Finland.
Get in here, Christer.
Get in there, Christer.
Times on nutrition. The thing you can.
Christer, come in here to the studio as well.
So this is the faction leader of the Euro Axis.
Yeah, the last standing Axis member of Europe, Finland.
You had a hell of a game.
Yes, indeed. Amazing performance by you. How did you feel? Like, you lost the Winter War, but you were confident. I remember when we had the interview, like, you thought, I'm going to get back from this. We can still make something happen, and you really did.
Yeah, I feel like my divisions were so much stronger than the Soviets, and they sort of underprepared. And also, I feel like the Eastern Front did a good job of this making sure we got enough space. And so when we killed, I think we killed like 16 Special Forces divisions around Leningrad.
Yeah, I think you had like 2 million Soviets.
Yeah, and then after that, it sort of fell apart because then they lost their whole defense in that area. So yeah, it sort of snowballed from there. And then after that, when they D-Day'd, which was really well done by them, it was sort of over. And we almost capped Soviet. Very, very close.
Yeah.
They would have died. Like given 3 months more, they would have died.
Oh yeah. Really close game. Really close game.
Yeah, the Hail Mary D-Day by it was like Dankes, Martin, Dankes, Folk, and some other nations.
I feel like it's probably the most successful D-Day ever. Like, it was so quick. Really, if you think about the things that happened before that, like the US lost everything.
Yeah.
Soviets almost dying. To still win is pretty impressive.
Yeah. We were looking at, we have the bird's eye view, of course, and there was not much defending in the West. Like, you guys had everything in the East and pushed all you could. But then when the D-Day happened, the response was sort of piecemeal. Like, first Spain sent some guys back, they got killed, and Hungary sent some guys back, they got killed. We had Badger before in the studio. He was saying that if you just had taken like a defensive line, maybe across the Maginot or something, across the Rhine, like maybe you would have held, and then Jacob would have taken the US guaranteed. So really close game.
Yeah,
but it was interesting. I mean, it's also interesting to know when you get to your core state with such powerful divisions with the finish, it's actually almost broken how long you can hold out as Finland. It's actually not, probably needs to be nerfed. Like, how long did I hold out? Like a year after everybody else died. I just survived.
But we checked in on you now and then, and you were still holding out. But at one time, I think you'd lost Helsinki and like the western parts.
Yeah.
But then next time we looked, you only had Helsinki and the western parts. So you lost Helsinki and you retook Helsinki, and
I feel like because they sort of clicked or forgot. I just sort of most of the time I just tried to push into a new harbor and then establish myself.
Yeah.
And so I was just playing for time.
Yeah.
But it was sort of over.
Yeah.
Incredibly well done. Thank you for a very good game, and thank you for all the entertainment.
Great job.
And we will be seeing you at the banquet.
Yeah.
And as for all of you, our amazing viewers, once again, please subscribe to the YouTube channel, become a free Patreon, become a paying patron. Right, we have the raffle. Right.
Oh, right.
We forgot
the raffle.
We forgot the raffle.
So this is a raffle for a free Hearts of Iron DLC.
Yeah, a free Hearts of Iron DLC going out to someone. Let me. I have to look away. I see the names and the things, so I need to look away.
Yeah, don't.
No. Here, we have
Michael Lavo.
Yes.
Nice. Congratulations, Michael. You have a Hearts of Iron DLC of your choice. Hopefully you don't have them all already. And now for someone who wins a pack of guides.
A pack of guides.
That's usually reserved for the patrons.
Yeah, indeed. And as we said, like, that's 50% more guides if you're a paying patron. So you're 50% better at the game.
Yeah,
and then you can play Finland like Christian did.
Yeah.
Or play Japan like Jacob did. Right. Thomas
Penstra.
Yeah.
Nice. Congratulations, Thomas. You get the content pack. Now I'm a bit unsure. Maybe you're a paying patron.
We should wear the helmets.
We should definitely wear the helmets. Look quite nice, I think.
Yeah, indeed.
This thing is heavy. This is like a proper helmet too. That's more.
Yeah, this is shrapnel protective. Indeed, it is. And for all of you guys watching us, thank you so much for your support. We would not have been able to do this without you. And considering how far we have come, we had our first live stream game a year ago in this very house. Then we were on the upper floor, now we're on the lower floor, but seeing how much the production value has increased, how much the viewership have increased, how much all of you guys have started supporting us, and how many friends we've made along the way with these games, with people joining us from Netherlands, people flying here, people driving from far away. It has been an incredible journey, and next year we look forward to welcome you to an even better Bergagårdhof. And in the meanwhile, we will be joining you in the studio from Petey's living room or from some other arrangement. We will see how we make out. You will see the kittens again, and you will see me and Peter in the studio again, and you will see all of our incredible players. So please like, subscribe, become a Patreon, and join us for further Hearts of Iron fun. Thank you so much for watching.
If you like this type of content, we will be broadcasting a grand game almost every month. So about a month from now, you can expect another grand game. Same type of content, but people won't be sitting in the same place. So that's the big difference. But still good fun, good games, nice vibes, and yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And that's Hygge.
That's Hygge. So
cheers for that.
Cheers for that.
Good night to all of you out there.
Thank you really much for joining us today. We've had a blast. I hope you have too. Yeah.
Kept me engaged all day. Some to Patreon today too. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you so much, Actually, we look forward to seeing you in our future broadcast.
Yeah, definitely. Special thanks to you guys who've been here all day, night round, Saxolive, etc. Take care, guys, and good night.
Good night. We should do the headbutt thing with the helmets.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.